Again, Blue Coal dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow. Mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, Blue Coal brings you The Shadow's latest adventure, The White Legion. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, our last adventure with The Shadow for this season will begin. In the meantime, let's give a thought to the special heating problems of the spring season. Springtime means warm days, cool days, showers, and uneven temperatures that bring colds and sniffles. So guard against uncertain weather. Burn Blue Coal in your heating plant, for Blue Coal protects against varying temperatures. Its harmless blue color is your guarantee of steadier, more dependable heat at less cost. So when you're buying fuel, insist on Blue Coal, Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Order a trial ton from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And listen for the Shadow's important message at the end of the program.
Smith, will you bring me those papers?
Yes, Mr. Devons.
Which one of you is William Devons?
Right here. What can I do for you?
We want you, Devons.
Huh?
Drop that ledger and get your hat. I've got you all covered. Stand up against the wall.
Oh, they've got that so.
Let go of me. What do you mean barging into my office?
Do as you're told. The White Legion wants you, Devons, and we go in wherever we have business. Move.
Why, you...
Shut up. Now, the rest of you stand back. We're the White Legion, and Mr. Devons is going to learn a lesson he'll never forget. The prisoner, William Devons, has confessed his part in a conspiracy against the sacred institutions of the White Legion. We give him to the All-High Commander.
Let the accused know his fate.
Have you anything to say, Devons?
I plead with you, don't kill me. I've got a wife and children.
Silence.
Please, let me go.
Give him another taste of the whip. That's better. Now secure the prisoner and stand him over the trap door.
Don't.
Open the trap.
Well, glad to find you in, Margot. And how about a little shopping with me this morning?
I'd love it, Lamont. But isn't 10 o'clock a trifle early for you?
Not this morning, at any rate. I already paid a call on Commissioner Weston on my way over. Poor man's up to his neck as usual.
What's the trouble now?
Well, he's got quite a few things on his mind, one of them being William Devons.
William Devons? Isn't he the chief of the Bureau of Market?
He was. But this morning his body was found far out at sea, bound hand and foot, and apparently thrown from a ship.
Oh.
Peculiarly atrocious murder.
Good heavens, Lamont. Any clues?
So far, none. Another thing bothering the commissioner is the matter of this White Legion.
The White Legion?
It's a band of men calling themselves Avengers of Injustice, who are taking the law into their own hands, terrorizing, assaulting, and abducting, often in broad daylight and in the most unexpected places.
Well, that's strange. I haven't seen anything about it in the papers.
So far, it's been kept out of the papers, but in spite of that, enough has gotten out so the demands are being made of Weston that something be done immediately.
Poor Commissioner Weston. He seems to have his hands full.
And on top of all that, young Alton Parker's life has been threatened. He's the assistant district attorney, you know.
His life threatened? Why?
Well, Parker's prosecuting the case against Red Collins, the gangster accused of killing Boss Houseman a couple of months ago. The trial comes up this week. Oh, it's all sinister politics, I suppose. Weston seems to think the White Legion was mixed up in that, too.
Then the White Legion has some connection with politics?
It's possible. However, if we're going to start suspecting people, we could begin at the top of the City Hall crowd and go to the bottom. It's Weston's problem, not ours. Want to go shopping with me?
Why not? What are we going for?
Oh, a little exercise and a few shirts. Come along.
Linens and embroidery, the next aisle over, madam.
Look, darling, don't you think this airplane luggage is just the thing for our trip south?
Oh, it's nice, dear, but I can't seem to enthuse about this trip somehow, Alton. We've planned so many times before, and now this latest development. Oh, I'm terribly worried, dear.
Oh, now, please, Helen. District attorneys are always getting threatening letters. They don't mean a thing.
Yes, but...
And Mr. Lawrence promised just as soon as this Red Collins case is finished, I can pack up and go. We start trial tomorrow. It can't last more than a week.
I know. I'm sorry to be so spineless, but... Alton!
What's the matter, dear?
Those two men I saw when we came in the store, they're coming this way.
Helen, please don't
All
let your
right, Parker,
imagination...
there's a gun in my pocket. Shut up and come with us.
You keep your mouth shut, Mrs. Parker, and stand right here.
What are you trying to do?
The White Legion wants to ask you some questions, Parker.
Is that so? Well, take this.
Stop it! Stop it!
All right, stand back, all of you. This is an arrest.
Drag him out, Keith. Get back there. We're off.
He arrested somebody. Must be his wife. Think he's fainted. Look out, there she is. Will you please clear the aisle, please? Keep the aisle clear, please.
They put that guy in a car and drove off with him. The cop at the corner went after him.
Will somebody please look after her? I'd better phone the police.
Yes, I'll take care of her.
She all right, Margot?
I think so, Lamont. Just fainted.
I beg your pardon. This must be her husband's briefcase. Papers scattered all over. I'll pick them up.
Alton.
Let me help you.
Alton. Oh, my husband. Save me.
There now.
Save me.
They've notified the police. Who is your husband?
He's the assistant district attorney, Alton Parker.
Alton Parker?
Those men who took them away. They're from the White Legion. I heard them say it. Oh, please do something.
Will you come to the first aid room, madam? They're sending over detectives.
Oh, yes. Please, I feel so weak.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Parker. I'm Hardney Clays, owner and publisher of the Globe. Is this your husband's briefcase?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
I'll
it
be
is.
very glad to deliver it to the district attorney's office if you say so. There may be valuable papers, you know.
Oh, yes, if you will, please. Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Now, if you'll come right this way, please, Mrs. Parker.
Thanks.
Excuse me, Mr. Clays.
Oh, who are you?
My name is Montrose.
Oh, well, what do you make of this?
If what she says is true, it's more of the White Legion's handiwork.
Oh, you think so?
I understand they were mixed up in the murder of Boss Houseman.
Oh, that's pure hearsay. There was no real evidence.
Still, Red Collins is going to trial for shooting Boss Houseman, and Alton Parker is slated to prosecute. It all hangs together, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so. Anyway, I intend to take this matter up editorially in my paper this very afternoon. The Globe has kept away from the White Legion up to now. So much politics mixed up in it, you know.
Yes, I know.
Yes, but this is terrible. I'll see what Commissioner Weston is doing about it. Well, I must go along now. Oh, wait, let me see. Is that paper on the floor out of this briefcase?
Yes? No. Seems to be nothing but a sales folder. Special today. White goods sale.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, I'll get this briefcase down to the district attorney's office. Glad to have met you, sir.
Very glad to have met you, Mr. Clays. Oh, there you are, Margot. Sure right now?
Yes, but suffering from shock, poor woman. Oh, this is an outrage, Lamont. You ought to do something. The Shadow ought to do something.
I imagine you're right.
Where did you get those papers?
I think they fell out of Alton Parker's briefcase. And they're rather important, I believe. You see the title on them?
Yes.
Evidence, the State versus Red Collins.
But why are you... Oh, I'm beginning to see.
Yes. The Shadow is doing something about the White Legion, Margot. And what's more, I expect to have a very busy afternoon.
The message from the commander, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got it, Mr. Clays. SUNMAR2011. There you are, sir. I'll put it on your desk.
Thank you. Oh, see who that is at the door.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clays.
Here, I'll take it. Thank you. A telegram for you, Mr. Clays.
Telegram. Well, what can this mean? Oh, yes. Congratulations on your splendid editorial in this afternoon's Globe. It was almost convincing.
What?
Signed, The Shadow.
What? The Shadow?
Stop trembling, you fool.
But if the Shadow is after
We'll
us...
take care of the Shadow just as we take care of the rest of them. He can't bluff me.
Wait. The door's opening.
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Clays.
Who is that? Who speaks?
I am the one they call the Shadow.
He's here. In this room.
I've heard of you and your tricks, Shadow. Where are you?
Here, in the shadows. But don't be alarmed because you can't see me. I've only come for a short visit, Mr. Clays.
Why honor me with your presence?
As a newspaper editor, I thought you might like to hear the news.
What news?
The White Legion is about to be exposed.
The White Legion. Exposed?
I presume you'll want to run an extra on that.
Why, yes, of course. I'm sure I'll be very pleased. The fair-minded citizens of this city and state can force an expose of that organization.
You sound like your own editorials, Mr. Clays.
If you're insinuating that I have some connection with the White Legion, you're very much mistaken.
I never insinuate, Mr. Clays. I simply wanted to keep you posted. The next time you hear my voice, Clays, be ready to run your extras. It will be the signal that the White Legion is doomed.
Before the Shadow continues its adventure, I want to give you a message from Blue Coal dealers throughout the country. As announced earlier, this is the final Shadow broadcast of the winter series. Blue Coal dealers take this opportunity to express their great appreciation for the many letters they have received praising these broadcasts. They are also deeply grateful to New England families who have favored Blue Coal with a volume of business which has created a sensation in the fuel industry in New England this winter. We are, of course, happy that so many families have learned through experience that Blue Coal, an American product, is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. It is the best quality fuel that can be used. For not only is Blue Coal safe, clean, and convenient, it is economical, too. The Glen Alden Coal Company, who mine Blue Coal, have prepared it especially for home use. No wonder Blue Coal sales in New England have increased more than 28% this winter compared to the same period a year ago. You may be sure that the high standards of quality which have been responsible for this increase in business will be maintained at all times. So take a tip from Blue Coal families, and for better, more economical heat, switch to Blue Coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest Blue Coal dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let me see those notes, Margot.
What makes you think Hartnett Clays is mixed up with this White Legion, Lamont?
A little deductive reasoning, Margot. I've noticed that since this White Legion stuff has broken the papers, Clay's paper, the Globe, has been deliberately playing it down. Clay's editorial policy seems to be that the atrocities of the White Legion have been greatly exaggerated.
It does sound peculiar.
Exactly. Clay seemed rather confused when I appeared to him this afternoon as the Shadow. Well, this may clean up matters.
What have you got there?
It's a copy I made of a memorandum that was on Clay's desk.
Let's see. Oh, what in the world does it mean, these two words? Convocation Water Chapel. Then this string of letters and numbers. SUNMAR 2011. Doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. SUN is Sunday. MAR is March.
Yes.
And then 20 and 11, Convocation Water Chapel, Sunday, March 20th at 11.
But that's today.
Yes, probably at 11 tonight. And I have an idea that the Water Chapel is the place where they're holding Alton Parker prisoner. We're going to find out. Bring the car and meet me in the block next to Clay's house at 8 o'clock, Margot.
Yes.
If Clay's is going to that meeting, we'll follow him. Slow down, Margot. I don't want to get too close to Hartley Clay's car.
This fog rolling in. We'll be lucky if we don't lose them entirely. Can you see their car through the field glasses, Lamont?
Yes, it's turned down that side road toward the bay. There's a small shack on the edge of the water. The fog's getting heavier. Makes it hard to see.
That shack must be the place they call the Water Chapel.
Yes. It's apparently right on the edge of the channel. It goes out to sea. You better stop here, Margot. Let's get out.
All right, Lamont. There's a small inlet here.
Yes.
We can see better now.
So that fog doesn't get any thicker. There's a motorboat tied up the wharf. 3 cars parked nearby. Wait. Clay's and the man with him are getting out. They're going toward the shack.
I don't see any light in the place.
Someone's opening the door. Yes, there's a figure dressed in a long white robe and a mask with a white cap on his head.
Oh.
They're going inside. What's that fog? It's getting so thick I can't see the place any longer.
What are you going to do now?
Somehow I've got to get out there. And I'd just as soon not go by the front door.
Oh, look, Lamont. There's a rowboat lying in the inlet.
Good idea, Margaret. There seems to be only one oar, but I can paddle with that. This inlet apparently leads down into the channel.
Oh, Lamont, please be careful. There's a terrible current rushing out to sea, and in that fog you won't be able to see anything.
Oh, I'll be all right, but if you don't hear from me by 6 o'clock in the morning, get in touch with Commissioner Weston. Give him the location of this place and warn him to bring a few men with him.
Yes.
If I get what I expect, I won't need him.
What do you expect to get?
Enough evidence to wipe out the White Legion from top to bottom.
All right, Parker, get yourself ready to meet the judgment of the White Legion.
What judgment?
The judgment of death. I'll be back for you in a minute.
Judgment of death.
Alton Parker.
Who's that?
Quiet. I am the Shadow. I've come to help you.
The Shadow?
Keep your chin up and do what they tell you. We'll see this through. Careful.
Step out, Parker, and follow me.
This meeting of the comrades of the White Legion will come to order. First offender, present the accused.
The accused stands before you, All High Commander.
First recorder, the prisoner, Alton Parker, having committed acts against the order of the White Legion, acts that we consider detrimental to the good of our city, we have signed his order of punishment. With the consent of the comrades, we give him into your hands.
Let the accused know his fate.
Alton Parker, have you anything to say?
Yes, I have. I was to have prosecuted a murderer tomorrow, a man known as Red Collins, who by your help and instigation killed Al Hausman, your political rival. It's common knowledge that this White Legion of yours sides with the party in power at City Hall. And all your sanctimonious chatter about the good of our city doesn't fool anybody. Prosecuting criminals is my job. And if that prosecution endangers the lives and reputations of one political clique or another, it's no concern of mine.
Cut it short, Parker. You have 1 more minute.
I know why you're getting rid of me. Because your White Legion is mixed up in the worst scandal this state has ever known. And I know what that scandal is. If you, with your robes and masks, knew what that scandal is, you wouldn't be members of this gang. You'd ask your leaders what kind of money-grafting racket they're running. Ask him, the one that sits there on his mock throne.
Who tore off my mask? You fools, get back.
Here it is, Commander. The strap broke.
Odd. I could have sworn I felt someone tear it.
Come to order, men. Hand the accused over the track.
You are sentenced to die, Alton Parker.
You'll pay for this, all of you. There's a power beyond your reach that'll make you pay.
If you mean the Shadow, when the time comes, we'll deal with the Shadow in a way he won't forget.
Silence. Stand ready at the trap.
Give me that rope. I want to dispose of Mr. Parker myself. Ready?
The trap is ready.
Good. In another half hour, Alton Parker's body will be far at sea. The vengeance of the White Legion is now completed. We've called the Shadow's bluff.
Commissioner Weston speaking.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Oh, it's you, Shadow.
This morning they're bringing Red Collins to trial for the murder of Boss Houseman.
You think I don't know
Wait,
about...
Commissioner, this is urgent. When the trial starts, have a man stationed at each entrance to the courtroom. Don't let anyone in or out without your authority. And wait yourself by the main entrance. I think you'll have a surprise.
What's the idea? I'll do it if you tell me what...
I can't tell you anything more now, Commissioner, except this. If you don't do it, you'll regret it the rest of your life.
Well, I don't know what you're planning, but it better be good.
Oh, it'll be good, Commissioner. I'll promise you that. It'll be good.
Order in the court. Your Honor, I request that this man who calls himself Red Collins be reprimanded for his insults to me, the district attorney. Proceed with the case, please. Very well. Collins, who paid you to murder Boss Houseman? Defense objects, Your Honor. Objection sustained. All right, Your Honor. Perhaps you'll answer this question, Collins. Were you ever a member of the White Legion?
I was not. I told you that once before already.
Defense requests that the prosecutor stick to the case in hand. The murder of Al Hausman. The case in hand, as the defense and everybody else knows, goes far beyond the prosecution of this gangster.
Order.
I intend to prove, Your Honor, that this man Collins killed Al Hausman. But that Collins acted under the instructions of the notorious gang known as the White Legion. The same gang who caused the mysterious disappearance of my able assistant, Mr. Alton Parker. Confine yourself to the case at hand. The district attorney seems to have some trouble doing that. Yeah. Look at this note, Collins. Do you deny sending that to Houseman the day before he was killed?
Sure. I wrote the letter and sent it to him. I told you that once already, too.
Why? Why did you write him such a threatening letter?
To scare him into paying me the money he owed me. That's why. I told you that once, too.
Mr. Collins is lying.
Hey, who's that?
He can neither read nor write.
Who is speaking? I demand that he identify himself.
Is there someone in this courtroom who wishes to be sworn as a witness? Where are you? Who are you?
I am the Shadow, Judge Roscoe. I have some unsworn testimony that may interest you. The men who paid Red Collins to commit murder are in this room. They are the leaders of the White Legion. They have secretly milked the city treasury of over $10 million in the past 3 years. Their hands are red with blood.
I protest at this ridiculous procedure.
One of those men is sitting here in this courtroom. His name has been honored in the past. But he is a murderer.
Silence, I tell you.
Who is it? Tell us who it is.
His name is Hartney Clays. A sanctimonious crusading editor who used his influence and position to learn the movements of the law and keep suspicion away from himself.
If there is any further disturbance, I will order the courtroom clear.
Judge Roscoe.
Yes, Mr.
I insist this part be concluded. If this Shadow accuses me, let him present evidence.
The evidence is ready.
Order. You are making a fuss of this court of justice, whoever you are. If you don't stop, I will suspend the hearing. Let the Shadow talk.
I have talked enough. I now call your attention to the young man who was just entering the door with Commissioner Weston.
Parker. It's Elton Parker. It's Parker. The assistant district attorney that disappeared. I demand the suspension of this trial.
No. This trial won't be suspended until I present the evidence for conviction. You couldn't find that evidence, could you, Mr. Clays? It wasn't in my briefcase. Killing me wouldn't have destroyed it, because it's right here. After I was kidnapped in the store, these papers were sent to Commissioner Weston. Enough evidence to send Red Collins to the electric chair, to put an end forever to this murdering gang of hypocrites who call themselves the White Legion. I order the arrest of Hartney Clays. Commissioner Weston.
Right here, Mr. Parker. Stick out your hand, Clays.
You realize what you're doing?
Yes, I'm slipping a pair of handcuffs on you, mister. You'll be locked up and charged with the murder of William Devons, among others.
Go to it, Parker. Run out the rat.
I relinquish the bait.
Just a moment, sir. Now I move a suspension for the presentment of new charges to the grand jury. Those charges will show that the city funds have been tampered with. They will name the 6 leaders of the White Legion, including its all-high commander, the brains and moving force of its murderous atrocities, the man who sits on the bench at this moment, Judge Matthew Roscoe.
Here we are, all of you. The doors are guarded. Sergeant, have your man place Judge Roscoe under arrest, and all 4 men at the defense table.
Right, sir. Quiet, please. Quiet. Quiet. There's one thing more. I want to pay this public tribute to the one who, more than any other, is responsible for this triumph of justice. The one who calls himself the Shadow.
My fellow citizens, I thank you. But let me remain a voice that wakes the guilty conscience, brings terror to the wrongdoer, and comfort to the oppressed. Know me only as the Shadow.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. But before we hear Mr. Barclay, we want to remind you that at the close of the program, the Shadow himself has an interesting message for you. Be sure to listen. And now, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken. And now a word about heating hot water this summer. Many listeners have had the experience of preparing to take a shower only to discover the hot water supply has been exhausted. Now, this condition should not exist in any home. There can always be an unlimited supply of hot water when you heat it with the efficient and up-to-date hot water tank heaters that manufacturers are turning out today. These heaters are still known in many communities as bucket-a-day or pot stoves. Their cost is trifling, even when installed with automatic draft regulators, which make their operation semi-automatic. They guarantee a generous supply of really hot water at a cost of about 1/3 present gas bills. I suggest that you ask your blue coal dealer about this hot water heating equipment. He'll be very glad to quote a price on the size best suited to your requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that interesting message we promised you. The part of Lamont Cranston and the Shadow has been played by one of the most distinguished figures in the theater today, Mr. Orson Welles, famous for his production of Shakespeare in Modern Dress, a director of the Mercury Theater, producer of Broadway hits like Julius Caesar and The Shoemaker's Holiday. Mr. Welles, still a very young man, is making for himself a unique place in the field of dramatic art. We have been indeed fortunate in having Mr. Welles on our Shadow programs. And now I know all of you would like to hear a few words from Mr. Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Words can hardly express my great enjoyment in doing this program for you. And now, before I leave you, I want to thank our sponsors, Blue Coal, for giving me the opportunity of doing this show. I want to thank our cast for the wonderful work they've done throughout our entire season. But above all, I want to thank you, our listeners, for your loyalty. We all hope you've enjoyed listening to the shows as much as we have playing with it. You know, in the theater, we can see our audience. We're able to tell how well we're received by the applause we get. But unfortunately, we have no way of knowing how much you've enjoyed us over the air.
Wait, Orson, may I make a suggestion?
Why, certainly, Agnes Moorehead, or should I say Margot Lane.
There is a way. If you've enjoyed this program and would like to let Mr. Welles and all of us know about it, simply phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer and tell him so tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow.
A very fine idea, Agnes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, good night and goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Welles. And let's all take Agnes Moorehead's suggestion and give the cast the volume of applause they deserve. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow morning. Tell him how much you've enjoyed the adventures of the Shadow, and that you'd like the Shadow programs to resume again in the fall. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the persons named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, A Gift of Murder. It is an evening in late December. A fine flurry of snow is just beginning to fall from the darkening sky as a smartly dressed young woman knocks on the heavy door of Gerald Covington's country estate. Eva.
Surprised to see me, Baxter?
Delighted to see you, miss, and I know your brother will be overjoyed. Come in, come in. Mr. Gerald was saying only last week that he hoped to get back from Europe in time for the party tonight.
Party? Did you say party?
Yes, miss.
A party here?
A little gathering in keeping with this glad season.
As I remember Gerald, he considers all seasons equally glum.
I know, miss, but this, you see, is in honor of your Aunt Frances.
In honor of Aunt Frances? Do you mean to tell me that Gerald is giving a party for Aunt Frances?
Indeed, miss.
Why, where is he?
In the drawing room, trimming the Christmas tree.
Trimming the... This I've got to see. Gerald!
Eva! What a happy surprise, I can't tell you.
A Christmas tree.
Yes, I did it all myself.
And presents.
For your Aunt Frances. Is it so strange, Eva, that I should want our aunt to have a lovely tree?
Yes.
My dear Aunt Frances is 72 years old. We may not have her with us long.
Darling, last year she was 71, which isn't precisely adolescent. And all she got for Christmas was a dozen handkerchiefs and a cold in her head.
Well, this year, things are somewhat different.
So I noticed. Last time I was in touch with this little family circle, you and Clyde hated Aunt Frances like death and taxes.
You may speak for our brother Clyde, but as for me, I've always adored the dear old soul.
Really?
Really. Shall I show you what I have for her?
Do.
Look, an antique music box, the sort of thing she loves, and in solid gold. Isn't it charming? Listen. God rest ye merry gentlemen.
Expensive item, I'd say.
I paid $500 for it, but nothing's too good for dear old Aunt Frances.
It isn't possible, is it, that Aunt Frances has come into money?
Well, that is...
She has.
Well, the truth is, an old admirer of hers, a Mr. Onslow Fraser, remembered her in his will.
How distinctly did he remember her, Gerald?
Quite distinctly, Eva. She's inheriting $1 million.
Oh. And when did you hear of this?
Only yesterday. Mr. Elcott, attorney, member of the firm of Elcott and Devine in Boston, brought us the news.
Now I see it all. The tree, the presents, the party. You're competing with Clyde for Aunt Frances's affection.
I am only trying to brighten the end of her life.
You are only trying to become the chief beneficiary of her will.
Nonsense. I'm quite sure I will be a beneficiary, as you will, Eva, though I doubt that Clyde will benefit very much, if at all.
Why not?
I'll tell you why not. It's amusing, really. Quite amusing. Day before yesterday, before Mr. Elcott appeared, of course, Clyde was unfortunate enough to have written me a certain letter.
Letter?
A letter, my dear, suggesting that we put Aunt Frances in an old woman's home.
No.
Yes. I have the fatal bit of correspondence, keeping it carefully. And when Aunt Frances lays eyes on it, I shouldn't be surprised if she cuts Clyde out altogether.
And you're going to let her lay eyes on it, of course.
What do you think?
Does Clyde know you do?
Oh, my, yes. He's been on the phone for the past 2 days, begging and threatening my life by turns.
Clyde is not a man to let himself be pushed too far, Gerald.
I'll risk his wrath. I must go upstairs and wrap the music box for Aunt Frances. If the guests arrive, you'll greet them for me, won't you?
Who's coming?
Principally the family. Clyde and our dear aunt. And possibly the lawyer, Mr. Elcott.
Anyone else?
Just that young couple Aunt Frances is so fond of.
Mr. Cranston and Margot Lane.
Yes, she likes them. And it's my desire to please her, you know.
You bet I know.
I'll be down in a moment. Oh, indeed. This white tissue paper, I think, will be fitting. And the bright red ribbon for the holiday touch. Who's that? Oh, come in. I'll be finished with this wrapping in a moment. There, now, I think this makes a very charming little gift, don't you? I said, don't you?
We're not too early, are we, Lamont?
Aunt Frances said 7. It's 9:15.
Oh. The perfect night for a holiday party.
Perfect. Whirling snowflakes by special arrangement with the weatherman.
Just for Aunt Frances' sake.
Of course. What do you say we lend the scene the crowning touch of a Christmas carol before we make an entrance?
I'd be glad to try.
Very good, my lady. We shall fill the night with music. Of a sort. Me, 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 me.
Me, me.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay.
What was that?
Sounds as if something has someone very much dismayed.
Lamont.
Ring the bell.
Baxter.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. What's the matter? You ought to have seen a ghost.
Not a ghost, sir. A corpse. Mr. Gerald has been murdered.
Gerald.
When did this happen? Not 5 minutes ago, sir. Mr. Gerald came up here to his study to wrap this music box. And the next thing we knew, the shot was fired.
Anyone else in the house besides you and Miss Eva?
No.
Yes.
What?
Mr. Clyde was here, miss. He rang the bell just after Mr. Gerald went upstairs.
Where did he go?
He pushed me aside and followed Mr. Gerald to the study.
Look at this in the ashtray.
A cigar.
Still warm, too.
One of Mr. Clyde's brand.
Clyde murdered Gerald. No.
He looked angry, but when I tried to stop it, he said he had to see Mr. Gerald on a matter of great urgency.
What sort of matter?
Something about a letter.
A letter?
Yes, there was a letter. Gerald told me about it just before he came upstairs. It must have been somewhere in the study, probably the desk. He said he was keeping it to hold over Clyde's head. Yes, here it is.
I'm afraid I'm a little baffled.
It's only too simple. In this letter, Clyde suggested putting Aunt Frances in an old woman's home.
What? But Aunt Frances just inherited a fortune.
This letter was written day before yesterday. It wasn't until the next day that Mr. Elkhart appeared with the news about Onslow Fraser's will.
But it's perfectly obvious what happened, isn't it? Mr. Clyde killed Mr. Gerald to get the letter back.
But if he did, why didn't he take the letter with him?
It's probably because you two came running too quickly.
Yes. And not having gotten the letter, don't you think Clyde may still be somewhere in this house, waiting his chance?
If he is, I suggest Baxter be very careful.
Why, sir?
Because you know too much, and he knows you do.
You think
He just killed one man, hasn't he?
Listen. Someone moving about downstairs. Clyde, what are you going to do, Lamont?
Don't worry, darling. Who's down there? Who is it? Answer me or I'll shoot.
You wouldn't shoot a defenseless old woman, would you? And so near Christmas Eve.
Aunt Frances.
Thank heavens.
Lamont, let's go down before she comes up and sees Gerald.
You go ahead, darling. I'll join you in a moment.
Hello, Aunt Frances.
Margot and Eva, dear little Eva, when did you get back, child?
Just today, Aunt Frances. Surprised to see me?
Surprised and happy. But then all the surprises I've gotten lately have been happy ones. Which reminds me, Miss Lane, Miss Covington, this is Miss Elkhart, of Elkhart and DeVere.
How do you do?
Charmed, Miss Lane.
You're the lawyer who brought the news about Onslow Fraser's will, aren't you?
One and the same, Miss Covington. And happy I was to bear such tidings, just at this joyful season.
I should say. Speaking of this joyful season, isn't there something in the drawing room that Aunt Frances should see, Eva? There certainly is.
What?
Now, you're not to ask questions. Just stand where you are.
Making easy.
Now then, Margot, open the door. Merry Christmas, Aunt Frances.
For me?
All for you.
A lovely tree. Indeed, a very lovely tree.
It's so beautiful. It's really so beautiful.
Now then, my dear.
It's been so long since I had a real Christmas. I've forgotten how wonderful it can be.
Yes, one does forget how wonderful things can be.
You rang for me, Miss Eva?
Yes, Baxter.
Merry Christmas, Baxter.
The same to you, Aunt Frances. Do I serve the eggnogs now, Miss Eva?
I can't think of a better time.
Shouldn't we wait for Gerald?
Oh, I don't think so, Aunt Frances.
And Clyde. Where's Clyde?
Right here, Aunt Frances.
Clyde!
You don't think I'd miss your party, do you? Merry Christmas, Aunt Frances. And may you wear these for many, many happy years to come.
For me, Clyde?
For you.
Oh, pearls. A choker of perfectly matched pearls. Miss Elkhart, look.
Exquisite. Really exquisite.
You must have spent a fortune on these, Clyde. And I haven't a thing for you.
That doesn't matter, Aunt Frances.
Oh, but it does. I'm rich now, you know, and I insist that you tell me exactly what you like for Christmas.
I'd like you to be well and happy.
Oh, that's very sweet. But isn't there something you'd really like to have?
I think I can tell you what Clyde would really like to have, Aunt Frances.
What's that, Eva?
A letter.
Miss Eva, just what are you talking about, Eva?
A letter, Clyde. A letter that you wrote Gerald day before yesterday.
I never wrote Gerald a letter.
Oh, no? How peculiar. And I have it right here, signed by you.
May I see that?
No, you may not.
May I see that, Eva?
You may not,
May I see
Clyde.
it now, Eva?
Mr. Covington.
He's got a gun.
Hand it over. Come on. Give it to me. Thank you.
Clyde, what's the meaning of this?
There's no time to explain just now, Aunt Frances. I must go. However, I beg you not to believe any of the poisonous lies these people may tell you about me behind my back. I want you to know that I do wish you the very merriest...
Drop it! Don't throw on me! Drop it! Drop it!
Pick up that gun, Baxter.
Yes, sir. What do I do now,
Take
sir?
Mr. Clyde up to the study and hold him there till the police arrive. Yes, that's right. There's been a murder, and we're holding the culprit under guard. Yes, I suggest you get here as fast as you can.
Are the police coming, Mr. Cranston?
Immediately, Mr. Elcott. I'm sorry I had to spoil your Christmas party like this, Aunt Frances.
Oh, Lamont, my dear, you had no choice.
And Francis,
Yes, my dear?
we found this upstairs. Little remembrance that Gerald bought for you.
Oh, music, Bob.
And a very lovely one. Listen.
Oh, how charming. And look, it's gold.
Proper gift for a golden-haired lady.
What did you say, Mr. Elcott?
Why,
Mr. Johnson!
Come on.
That came from the back of the house.
Clyde.
He's killed Baxter. Come on, Margot. Baxter! Baxter!
Baxter.
I'm all right, Miss Lane.
Oh.
Though I can't say as much for my prisoner.
Clyde.
He tried to escape, sir. So I was forced to shoot.
Tried to escape? How could he try to escape with you standing over him with a gun?
I don't know, sir. But he did. And since the two of us were all alone here, I'm afraid, Mr. Cranston, you will just have to take my word for it.
When Margot and Lamont heard the shot from the rear of the Covington mansion, they found Baxter standing over Clyde Covington, a smoking revolver in his hand. A few moments later, in the massive entrance foyer.
He killed Clyde deliberately, Lamont. I'm sure Baxter shot him in cold blood.
I rather agree with you, Mark.
But why?
Possibly because Clyde had an alibi. An alibi Baxter didn't want him to use. I mean that Clyde may have not come to this house at all early in the evening.
Not even to get the letter?
He wasn't the only person who might have been interested in getting that letter, Margot.
No?
No. Baxter could have used it nicely to hold over Clyde's head as long as Aunt Frances lived, bleeding him of a nice sum in the process.
I see what you mean. Then it may have been Baxter who killed Gerald, too.
I don't know. It's only a theory. Theory is worth a visit from the shadow.
What was that? Who's that laughing? Who's in this pantry?
It is I, Baxter.
Who spoke? There's nobody here.
Oh, yes, there is, Baxter. The shadow is here.
The shadow?
Standing right at your elbow. You can't see me, but I'm here. Here to see justice is done, Baxter.
What's happening to me? My mind is slipping.
I want the truth, Baxter.
Go away! Go away!
Not until you tell me why you killed Gerald Covington.
Leave me alone. Please, please. I didn't kill Mr. Gerald.
You can't lie your way out of murder.
I didn't kill him. That's not what I've lied about.
What have you lied about?
Nothing.
The truth?
I lied about him. About the man coming in before Mr. Gerald was killed.
Yes?
It wasn't Mr. Clyde.
No, then who was he?
Will you let me alone if I tell you?
Yes.
All right, then. It was...
Lamont, is Baxter going to be all right?
Yes, the bullet grazed his skull. He's unconscious, but he'll live. I left him in the library.
This case is getting more confusing every minute.
Yes, isn't it?
Take Mr. Elcott, for instance. I don't understand his position in this little mystery at all.
Well, what do you mean?
You remember what he said when I gave Aunt Frances the little golden music box?
Yes, he said a proper gift for a golden-haired lady.
Exactly. And how does he know Aunt Frances had golden hair? Her hair's been snow white for the past 20 years.
An interesting question.
And very confusing. It's all confusing.
Margot,
Yes?
whose overcoat is this hanging in the hall tree?
Well, I don't know. If it isn't yours, it must be Mr. Elcott's.
Elcott.
Why?
I just saw this sticking out of the pocket.
Clyde's letter. Oh, what's it doing in his overcoat?
Must have grabbed it in the confusion. You know, it's just possible that our dignified old friend also saw the value in holding it over Clyde's head.
Of course. After all, what do we really know about it?
Not much. We're going to find out.
Operator.
I want to make a long-distance call to Boston, Massachusetts.
To what number, please?
Oh, I don't know the number. It's the law firm of Elcott, and
Juvine.
And Juvine.
Yes, sir. I will place the call and ring you back.
And make it fast, please.
Yes, sir.
So what do you really think?
Time has come to stop thinking, Margot. We're on the verge of the kind of discovery that cracks a case wide open.
Yes.
Look, I want you to go into the drawing room. Elcott will be there.
Yes.
I'll tell you exactly what I want you to do. When you get in.
Come in, Miss Lane. Where's Aunt Frances? Lying down upstairs. She's had more excitement than she can very well stand.
Sit down, Miss Lane.
Thank you.
Miss Eva and I were just saying that this case is becoming quite perplexing.
It is indeed. This attack on Baxter is the most puzzling thing of all. Now that Clyde is dead, who could have done it?
I don't know, but there's certainly no doubt that Clyde's guilty of Gerald's murder. Baxter saw him run up to Gerald's study just before Gerald was killed.
I'm afraid that's not true, Mr. Elcott. Baxter admitted he was lying about that just before he was wounded.
Is that so? But there's that cigar, the one that Miss Eva saw in the ashtray. Didn't that belong to Clyde?
Yes, Mr. Elcott, it did. It even had his initials on the band. Do you really think Clyde would have been foolish enough to leave a piece of evidence like that behind, Mr. Elcott?
Well, what are you suggesting, Miss Lane?
I'm suggesting that with Clyde out of the way, the margin of guilt is narrowed down pretty closely, Mr. Elcott.
To me, Miss Lane?
Yes.
But
to you.
I've been with Aunt Frances all afternoon. I was with her at the moment when Mr. Gerald was murdered.
Can you prove that?
Of course I can. Aunt Frances is right upstairs. You have my permission to ask her.
Then it wasn't you?
Obviously not. And obviously, Miss Lane, you can now draw the logical conclusion.
Yes. I'm afraid we can. Before you do, put up your hand.
Eva! Put that gun away.
I'm sorry, Mr. Elcott. I'm really quite sorry that you two, who aren't members of this greedy little family, had to stumble on the truth.
Do you think you'll get away with this?
I can try.
There's a very slim chance that you'll succeed.
For $1 million, I'll take a very slim chance.
The telephone.
Sit right where you are. I'll answer it. Hello?
Someone had just put in a call to the law firm in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yes?
We checked very carefully, miss. There's no such firm listed.
What?
There is no firm of Elcott, and Juvine.
What's the matter?
Who are you, Elcott?
I'm almost sorry for you, Miss Eva.
There is no firm of Elcott, and Juvine.
I know. And there's no $1 million.
What? But you came here about Onslow Fraser's will.
And Onslow Fraser never made a will. In fact, Onslow Fraser isn't even dead.
What?
Although just at this moment he almost wishes he were.
Then you...
Yes, I'm Fraser.
Oh, I think I begin to see.
I fell in love with Aunt Frances years ago, when she was as young as you are tonight, Miss Lane. And I never fell out of love with her.
Why did you have to pretend to us that she was inheriting $1 million? Why?
Because I knew how dismally you and Clyde and Gerald had treated her. I had no money to help her with myself. And then the idea came to me, I could make it appear that she'd become an heiress. And then depend on your greed and deceit to provide her with at least one really Merry Christmas.
A very sweet idea, but...
But a very dismal failure, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid so, too. I'm afraid there'll still have to be 2 more murders before the party's over.
Eva!
There may not be $1 million, but I still have my life to think of.
Don't you realize the police are on their way?
But they're not here yet, and I have a gun, and the door is open.
What was that?
Who closed that door?
I did, Eva. The
is no longer open.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
What are you doing here?
I've come to accuse Eva Covington of the murder of her brother Gerald.
It's a lie. A lie. You can't prove it.
I can prove you contrived a neat little plot to murder Gerald and convince the world that Clyde had murdered him for an incriminating letter.
No.
You took Baxter in on your plan, promising him a part of the $1 million you hoped to get. That's why Baxter killed Clyde when he realized he could easily alibi his way out of the charge.
How do you know all this?
The Shadow knows. When I confronted Baxter, who was about to get the truth out of him, it was you who shot him to save your own skin.
And I still have a skin to save. Either you open that door or I pull this trigger.
Don't be a fool.
I warned you. Let him.
Drop that gun. Drop it. Drop it.
Let me go. Let me go.
As you please, Miss Eva.
She's going out of the window.
Yes, Mr. Elcott. Straight into the arms of the police.
Found a letter in your overcoat, and I thought you were the murderer, Mr. Elcott.
I picked it up and hidden it so that Aunt Frances wouldn't see it, Miss Lane.
Here she comes.
Frances,
Yes?
I want you to know how sorry I am.
Sorry? Why?
I've made a tragic mistake. The gift of Christmas that I tried to give you turned out to be a gift of murder.
Not really, Uncle.
But Clyde and Gerald are dead.
It was their own greed and ruthlessness that brought about their death.
And besides, the world's better off without either of them.
Much better.
Nevertheless, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't be. You've made me very rich.
But the $1 million wasn't real, Frances.
Oh, it isn't the million that's made me rich. It's your kindness and remembrance and the love of your heart. That's real, isn't it?
Yes.
Then, Onslow.
My dear?
Must you kiss that back?
Frances, you mean...
I'm alone, and so are you.
My darling.
Well, what do you know? It looks like it'll be a Merry Christmas after all.
With many more to come.
And that's The Shadow, starring Brett Morrison in A Gift of Murder, as originally broadcast December 21st, 1947. I'm...
Once again, the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow in a moment. At first, motorists look out when it's dark out. National Safety Council records show that dusk to dawn hours have only 1/3 of the traffic, but 2/3 of the fatal accidents. So heed such nighttime precautions as these. Lower your headlight beam when meeting another vehicle, whether or not the other driver dims his light. It's safer for you if one driver can see, even if it's the other guy. Drive at such a speed that you'll be able to stop within the distance your headlight beam reaches. Don't be in the dark about safety. In the dead of light, be alive, be bright. Help cut night traffic accidents down. And now, to the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, A Mask for Murder. The dignified man in the blue pinstripe suit stops before the door at the end of the dim-lit hallway. He stands there for a moment, looking around him nervously. Then he knocks. The door opens, and the man peers into a dead, dark room. Then suddenly, from the black recess of the room, a beam of white light stabs blindingly into his face.
You're late, Gardner.
I couldn't make up my mind. I wasn't quite sure if I should go through with it.
You're sure now?
Yes.
Come in. Close the door.
That light in my face. I can't see you.
That's the idea, Gardner. I see you. You don't see me. That's the way I run my business. Sit down. Price is $500.
Yes. So you said on the phone. First, I'd like to know something, Diano.
About what?
How you go about it. How you operate.
I use a 38. One shot.
If you miss?
I don't. I follow them wherever they go. I don't let up. When I got them where I want them, then I don't miss.
What if they should ask you for mercy?
They don't know what's coming. They don't even know what I look like, any more than you do, Gun.
I see.
Who do you want to get? Where and when do I pick him up?
You may begin tomorrow night. He leaves his office every evening on about 6. It's in the Exchange Building.
Exchange Building. Tomorrow. 6. How am I gonna spot it? What does he look like?
Like me.
Huh?
You're looking at him right now, Diano.
What? Is this a gag or something?
No, Diano. It's no gag. I want to die. I'm hiring you to kill me.
Sorry I'm late, Lamont, but the hairdresser... Well...
Now, look, Margot, before you start getting any wrong ideas.
Wrong ideas? Really?
If you'll only let me explain, I'm sure I can make you understand.
There's nothing to explain. It's all quite simple.
Margot, you know what?
What?
You're jealous.
Jealous? Me?
Believe it or not, I was sitting in the car minding my own business, and just a few seconds before you came up, this young woman got into the car.
Mr. Cranston drove off just as I arrived at his house. I followed him here.
This Mrs. Garner, Margot, she's in considerable trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid it's very serious. Serious? Yes.
You can tell us all about it on the way over to your home. Your husband's at your apartment now, isn't he?
Yes. Oh, I'm so worried. I had no idea that Frank was in such business difficulties.
And the difficulties have something to do with his life being in danger, Mrs. Garner?
He felt that he couldn't face public embarrassment. So he hired a professional gunman named Diano to kill him.
He paid to have himself murdered?
Yes. He just told me about it this afternoon. Now he sees how wrong it was. Now he wants to live. That's why I've come to you, Mr. Cranston. Oh, please, we'll have to hurry. It's long past 6. Every second counts.
But, Mrs. Garner...
Mr. Cranston, before it's too late. Diano was hired to kill Frank any time after 6 o'clock tonight.
Frank! Oh, Frank!
Frank's nowhere in the apartment.
You said he'd be waiting here for us.
He's dead. Frank's dead.
Now, Mrs. Garner, you mustn't think anything like that.
He wouldn't know him any more than a passerby.
What?
Behind you on the terrace, a man.
Well, stand where you are.
Frank. Oh, Frank, darling, you're all right. Oh.
Vera, who are these people?
You can put the gun away, Frank. This is Miss Lane, and this is Mr. Cranston.
Oh, Cranston, thank heavens. You might show your gratitude, Mr. Gardner, in a more concrete form by putting that automatic away, as your wife suggested. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the gun, of course.
Frank, what happened? Where have you been?
In the streets. I don't know for how long. Seemed like hours. Why didn't you wait here? Diano came here.
Oh.
I saw his shadow move out on the terrace. I was almost out of my mind. I ran through the streets. I couldn't see him, but I could hear his footsteps behind me. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I ran down side streets and through back alleys. I finally shook him off. But he'll find me again. I know he will.
Oh, Frank.
There's only one sure place for Mr. Garner to hide until Diano's captured.
I think I have just the spot we need for Mr. Gardner.
You won't be able to get to me, Mr. Cranston, eh?
That's right, Mr. Well, look here. Placed your own life in danger. It wasn't very brave and it wasn't very wise of you. Your wife asked me to help you, and that's just what I'm doing.
Sorry, Cranston.
Right. Stay in jail until I notify you. Mrs. Garner, be down to...
Right, Mr. Cranston. And thank you again.
Hello?
Mr. Cranston, this is Mrs. Garner.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Garner.
May I speak to Frank, please?
What?
Isn't he there?
Here, of course not. Your husband's in jail. You know that. I had him put there last night.
Then it's happened. Diano.
What are you talking about?
I'm at the jail now. I came to visit Frank this morning, and he's not here.
That?
They said he was bailed out less than an hour ago.
This is the office, Margot.
William Seeley, bail furnished at reasonable rate.
Seeley, he's the one. Come on.
Afternoon, folks.
You Mr. Seeley?
That's who I am, Mr. Willie Seeley. What can I do for you?
I think you can help us.
We're interested in a bail bond.
Then you come to the right place, folks. Just like it says in the door, bail furnished at reasonable rates. Honest Willie Seeley, I'm known as in the trade. Yep, honest, and a mouth closed tight in the miser's fist. Everything done here on a confidential basis. Here, sit down, folks. Lady can sit in the rocks, nice comfortable.
We won't bother sitting, thank you.
Okay, mister, okay. Fair service you want, huh? Get it done, get out, that it? Okay, how much bond for?
$500.
$500, okay, we'll fix up the papers. Who you want sprung?
A man named Frank Garner.
What'd you say?
Frank Garner.
Garner. I sprung a guy named Frank Garner this morning.
I know you did, Seeley. That's why we're here. I want to know who supplied the money for that bond.
Look, mister, this ain't no information bureau. Like I said, I run my business on a confidential basis. Now, you two go on, beat the blow.
After I get what I came for.
Hey, let go, will you? Let go.
I don't want to hurt you, Seeley. That's enough to make you talk.
I run a legitimate business, like I told you. Honest Willie Seeley.
Who put up the money for that bond, Seeley?
I can't tell you, mister, honest. I promise.
Now, perhaps the police can find to make you break that promise.
The cops?
Take your choice, Seeley. Me or the police.
Okay, mister, okay. I got it right here in my book. Yeah, here it is. The address the guy gave me was 321 Elm Street.
Maybe Frank Garner's at that address now.
Soon find out, Margot. All right, Seeley, now, the name of the man who put up the bail money.
Sure. It's right here in the book where he signed it. Yeah. Lamont Cranston. That's what the guy signed.
Yes, what is...
Hello.
Who are you?
Don't know the face. The voice. You remember the voice, don't you, Garner?
Diana.
That's right. Diana.
How did you get here?
I told you, Garner, I get around.
Diana, wait, please. Put that gun away.
You're a tough guy to keep up.
Diana, listen to me. It's not supposed to be like this. It's all a mistake.
In my business, no mistake.
I don't want to die. I changed my mind.
A deal's a deal. That's the way I run my business.
You don't understand. I can explain. Diana, please. Please, for heaven's sake, don't.
I told you I was going to use only one shotgun. But I gave you a special bargain. I gave you your money's worth.
Between now and Election Day, give a lot of thought to the men you're going to vote for. Too many of us take for granted our right to vote. Either we don't vote at all, or maybe we vote without giving much thought to the men we put in power. And it's wrong. It's all wrong. For we should be concerned as to whether we end up naked or clothed, fed or starved, deceived or trusted, protected or destroyed. Remember, our right to vote is one of our American freedoms. It's up to you and to me, to all of us, to guard it carefully. For freedom is everybody's job. So be sure to vote and think well about the issues you're voting on. Now to the shadow.
When Frank Garner, who had hired a gunman to take his life, was mysteriously bailed out of jail, Lamont and Margot began a search for him. The search ended with the discovery of Garner's bullet-riddled body. Now we find Lamont and Margot with Mrs. Garner in the bleak identification room of the city morgue.
All right, Margot, bring Mrs. Garner over here.
Please, Miss Kane. I can't. I just can't go through it. I know how you feel, Mrs. Garner. It isn't easy. But it's necessary. You'll have to identify the body. It'll just take a moment. Come along. All right. Frank. Oh, Frank. Frank.
It's only a formal question, Mrs. Garner, for the police record. Do you positively identify this body as that of your husband, Frank Garner?
Yes. Frank.
That'll be all, Mrs. Garner. Margot will take you to the car.
Thank you. I'm all right. I'd rather go alone. The poor woman. Must have been terrible for to see her husband like this. Lamont, please, let's get out of here.
Just a moment, Margot.
What are you doing?
Something here on Garner's left hand that interests me.
Interests you? Oh, Lamont, don't.
I'm afraid I have to, darling. What's that? All right, Margot, come on.
Did you find something back there?
Maybe a clue, Margot. I can't say yet.
I still don't understand why your name was put down as the one who gave Seeley the money to release Garner.
It's an obvious attempt to sidetrack me.
Indiana must have known you were helping Garner.
Perhaps. I have an idea that bail bondsman is the answer to a few questions I have in mind.
But what if he won't talk?
He may keep something from me, Margot, but I'm sure the shadow can find a way of getting the truth out of him.
Hello, this is Willie Seeley. Hey, what about that plane ticket? Okay, good. 9 o'clock, huh? Okay, I'll come right down and pick it up. Yeah. Hey, the lights. Who turned them off? Who's in here? Who's that? Who is it?
Going someplace, Seeley?
Who's laughing? Who is it? Who's laughing at me?
Turn on the light, Seeley. See who's laughing at you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, too bad. You're over anxious, Seeley. You stumbled over that chair.
Who's playing a trick on me? Come on. Will you tell me who it is?
The light switch, Seeley. Then you'll know who it is.
Oh, that switch, all right. There. There ain't nobody here but me. I hear things ain't there. I better take a drink before.
Before you leave?
What?
You're not going anyplace, Seeley.
There is somebody here in my room.
Yes, Seeley, there is somebody.
But I don't see. I don't see nobody.
No one sees the shadow.
Shadow? What? What do you want with me? What'd you come here for?
The truth.
Truth? Truth about what?
Who gave you the money to bail out Frank Garner this morning?
Bail out Garner? Well, Cranston. The guy called himself Lamont Cranston.
The truth, Seeley. I told you I want the truth.
Oh, okay. This guy just told me to put that name in a book. He said if I told anybody, he'd knock me off. He's a crazy kind of a guy. His room was dark and he kept the light in my face.
And his name was Diano?
Yeah, Diano, that's right. He gave me the money for the bond and he told me to beat it. I didn't know he was planning to knock off that Garner guy honest.
Why are you running away, Seeley?
Well, Diano. Maybe he thinks I know too much. Maybe he thinks I should get bumped off, too.
You're not leaving town, Seeley. You're staying right here.
But
If
Diano...
you try to leave, you have more to fear from the shadow than Diano, Seeley.
Huh? Okay, man. Shadow? You come back? Hey, who was it? Who's there? Oh, I'll find out.
Touch that lamp, Seeley.
Diano.
Stay right in bed, Seeley. That's where you're going to die. In bed.
No, please, Diano, please.
Lie still, Seeley. It won't hurt you, bed.
Oh, Diano, for the love of heaven.
It won't hurt at all. The way I do it.
Oh, Diano, wait. Oh, no! Oh!
Switch on the light, Margot.
Got it. Cranston.
What is this? Drop that gun, Diano, or my next shot will be through your head.
Yeah. Okay.
Cranston, huh? How'd you get
I
here?
had a hunch, Diano, would pay you a visit, Seeley.
Oh, it's not for me. He was going to knock me off.
Diano's business is foreclosed as of now. I'm keeping his bankruptcy a secret just long enough here to make a phone call for me.
Phone call? What are you talking about?
A business call, Diano. A very important one.
Mrs. Garner? Diano.
Is it over?
Yeah. I took care of Seeley.
All right, Diano. You'll have the money tomorrow.
Is that Diano, Vera?
Yes, Frank? Seeley's dead. We don't have to worry about him anymore. Everything's all set now.
Excellent. Come on out here on the terrace, sir.
Well, don't you think we ought to be getting packed?
No hurry, Vera. Come on out and have a drink with me.
All right, Frank.
There you are, Vera.
Thanks.
Now let's drink to us.
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not have a drink now.
Why, darling, we have so much to celebrate.
I know, but I'm frightened. I want to get away from here. I want to get away as fast as I can.
Frightened? Why, we're on top of the world. After all, the least you can do is drink to the happy success of your very clever husband's very clever plan.
Just that I'm so afraid something will go wrong.
What could possibly go wrong now? The actor I hired and trained to double for me is dead in my grave. He was hammy, but quite good. Particularly in the voice impersonation.
But Cranston still might find out.
What can Cranston find out? You told me yourself he was taken in all the way. Seeley's dead. And now that I'm legally dead, I'll be able to enjoy the $80,000 I borrowed from the company. Yes, I'll be able to enjoy it all alone.
Alone?
Oh, I forgot to mention it, Vera. I did have a part of my plan I didn't let you in on.
What are you talking about?
You, Vera. I don't need you any longer.
So what's the matter with you?
You served your purpose quite well.
Now, wait a minute.
I had no intention of sharing the money with you. As a matter of fact, I've been rather tired of you for quite some time.
You don't mean it, Frank. You're just saying that. You're joking.
Committing suicide, Vera.
Don't come near me.
It'll be quite plausible. The grief over your dear departed husband was too much for you to bear. You took your own life.
You won't get away with it. They'll find you out.
Find me out? You forget, my dear Vera, I'm dead. You identified my corpse in the morgue. You'll be murdered by a dead man, but no one will know about it.
No one, Garner.
There's somebody here. Oh, please, save me.
Go ahead, Garner. Push her off.
Where are you?
Go ahead, kill her. I'm no one. just the shadow.
The shadow?
It was all his plan, all of it. I'm innocent. I had nothing.
She's a liar.
He was going to kill me.
I was only trying to frighten her, just trying to get the truth out of her.
Don't listen to him. I'll tell you everything.
She's lying to you. Believe me.
Stop it, both of you. I heard everything. You see, I was in your apartment before Diana phoned you a few minutes ago.
You... No.
Yes, Garner. The shadow knows. Now you'll pay for your crimes with your life. This time, your very own life.
Well, Margot, that ends the Garner affair. Now we can spend a pleasant evening devoted solely to Miss Margot Lane.
I'll bet.
Help me not even a mention of crime or violence, all right?
Mm-hmm. Lamont,
Yes, dear.
there's just one thing I'd like to know about the case.
I promised you no shop talk. I wouldn't think of going back on my
Stop
word.
acting so darn stuffy and tell me why Mrs. Garner came to you in the first place if she was in on her husband's plot.
Well, they wanted the plan to look good. They needed an unofficial witness.
But how did you know there were two Frank Garners, the real one and the hired one?
Well, I didn't until I examined the left hand of the corpse in the morgue.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
The color of the skin under the wedding ring on the third finger was the clue. It was the same color as the rest of the finger.
I see. And if the ring had been worn for a number of years, the skin underneath would be of a lighter color. Is that right?
Right as a wedding ring.
Now, Mr. Cranston, you've hit on my favorite subject.
Car's parked just across the street there. It's a nice night for a drive.
We're not taking the car, Lamont.
Hmm?
Taxi!
But Margot.
I remember the last time you were going to drive me home alone. Three's a crowd, darling. Taxi! Taxi! Inside, you.
Okay, you win.
Where to, folks?
Why,
Around the park, driver. 100 times.
Young men, attention. Here is your opportunity to obtain a 4-year college scholarship at one of the leading colleges in the country. Your Navy has recently announced that the 3rd annual competitive examination for its officer college training program has been scheduled for December 11, 1948, and will be open to high school seniors and graduates who are not less than 17 or more than 21 years of age on July 1st, 1949. Successful candidates will receive 4 years of college at the expense of the Navy, and in addition, they will receive retainer pay at the rate of $600 per year. Upon graduation, they may be commissioned as ensigns in the regular Navy or second lieutenants in the Marine Corps, and will be required to serve on active duty for a period of 2 years. Further information and application blanks are now available at all high schools, colleges, and naval recruiting stations. Don't delay. Apply now.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. All names and places are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Listen again next week, same time, same station, when the shadow will again demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Remember, don't hold back this election day. Get out there and vote. Your vote, soberly, thoughtfully cast, really counts. It will help put and help keep the right people in office. You have the freedom to vote. Vote to maintain that freedom. Freedom is everybody's job. The part of Lamont Cranston was played by Brett Morrison, Margot by Grace Matthews. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for Quick as a Flash. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Shadow. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The shells from the sinking Jap gunboat were blasting the water nearer and nearer the American submarine that had just rammed her. A few seconds more, the rain. Commander Howard Gilmore, rushing to follow his men down the hatch, was cut down by Jap machine gun bullets. Badly wounded, he knew the time needed to rescue him might mean the loss of his ship. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered, "Take her down." And down she went. The submarine to safety, the gallant commander to his death. Keep that picture in your mind, friends. And when you're asked to buy an extra $100 war bond now in the fourth war loan drive, buy it. Put every dollar not needed for absolute necessities into bonds now. Not just because they're sound, profitable investments, but because they'll bring victory sooner, bring more men home. The Shadow, the serious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to crowd men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. A path to death. I'm not to reach that. Let me out. Let me out of this electric chair. No, wait. Don't touch the switch. No, don't. Don't. Don't.
Yes, good morning.
Hello.
I'm right on time. Oh, Mr. Slaughter-Michael, no end. Come in.
Thanks, Margot. There's we Queen's mothers-in-law to be kept waiting, but the cook, never. Besides, I'm hungry.
Well, we'll eat in a minute. First, I want you to meet someone. Not into the living room.
No, I don't.
Peter, here's the gentleman you've been so anxious to meet.
Was this Mr. Cranston?
Yes. Come on, you remember Alice Blackburn?
Yes, she is.
Well, this is his son, Peter.
Really? Well, hello, Peter. I knew your mother quite well before she moved south. She still talks a lot about you and Miss Lane. Oh, is that so? That's why I've been so anxious to meet you. What mother tells me, Gabby, you're quite something in the field of crime detection. Well, outside of being a headache to the police commissioner once in a while, Peter, I don't think you could call me more than an interested amateur.
That isn't what the commissioner calls you. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks, Margot. Well, up north on a little vacation, Peter?
Well, no, Mr. Cranston. I'm up here on business. You happen to be a part of that business.
I am?
Peter's taking up journalism in college, Lamont, and school set him up to do an article on prison management.
Well, that's interesting.
We want you to help him.
Of course, I'll be only too happy to help you, Peter. Prison management's a bit out of my line.
Well, all he wants is a pass to visit the state prison. I assured him that you could arrange that for him, Lamont.
Well, I don't want just the usual visitor's pass. I want to write about the whole work, especially the death chamber. Reckon that's about the most interesting place in the prison. For a budding journalist, I suppose it is. Well, I think you can count on the pass. I'll arrange it as soon as you want to go.
Oh, that's swell, Mr. Cranston.
Thanks a lot. This is going to be a real thrill. I've never been in a death chamber before. All right, Peter, this is on your head. I don't think you'll find it a pretty place. This is your first visit to the state prison, young man? Well, this is my first visit to any prison. I see, and it should be doubly interesting. Oh, it is. Say, when do we see the death chamber? I especially want to see that. You'll be in the death chamber soon, huh? Well, I guess I must seem pretty anxious to you. But you see, I'm studying journalism. Journalism? Did you say journalism? Yes, I'm preparing an article for the college paper. A student of journalism should know who I am. Take a good look at my face. Ever see me in the papers? No, I can't say that I have. Never mind, you're young. It was before your time. Well, I guess you've been working here in the prison a long time. Those drops on your feet, each of those stripes have been sewed on for every 5 years I've served the state. 5 years? God, that's 5, 10, 52 to be exact. 52 years inside prison walls? God, doesn't it give you the willingness to be on? I'm proud of my service. I only wish I could serve again as I have in the past. But I should hold on. Just a minute now. Oh, what's this
Step in, please. So it's dark in here. Yes, this is the death chamber. What? The death chamber? Switch on the light. There we are. There's nothing to be afraid of. No, of course not. Excuse me. Now, here's the room you've been so anxious to see. The last sight on your trip. It's kind of spooky in here. Spooky? Why, this is one of the best kept rooms in the institution. And that's the electric chair over there. Yes, it's not quite as sinister looking as you expected, I suppose. That depends on the way you look at it. When I think of the men that have died in that chair, why, my dear boy, death is nothing. Nothing. The most majestic experience of life. Nothing has greater nobility than death. Yeah, I suppose so. Hey, it's getting warm in here. I guess we better be going, huh? Going? Why, I haven't told you anything about the death chamber yet. Oh, I know. You see that door over there? Well, the pre-execution cells are just beyond. There are 10 men in there now waiting to sit in the seat of the fallen. Seat of the electric chair, of course. When they're brought in, the executioner will stand here at this panel, his hand on the switch. The men are strapped in. The warden gives the signal. The switch is thrown in like this. Stop! Don't be alarmed. The chair is quite harmless until those wires are plugged in. And they're the electrodes that carry the power through from the powerhouse. Oh, that's very interesting. Now, I guess I got more material than I need for mine. Well, you wouldn't go without sitting in the chair. What would I want to do a thing like that for? Why, every visitor sits in the chair. It's something to tell your friends. Come, sit down. If you don't mind, I'd rather know. This is an experience you'll never forget. Here, let me help you. Sit right down. Well, it's customary, of course. There you are. Now, I'll show you how it feels to be trapped in. That's the chest strap. Well, you certainly did that all the day. Now, the right arm. And the left. Oh, that's enough. You got this chest strap so tight, I can have the right leg like this. And the left. Well, look, listen. Maybe you didn't hear me, but I said I had enough. Then we drop the hip piece down like this. And there you are. All snug and ready for the most noble, most majestic experience in life. What do you mean? You are now ready for death. Now look here. Hey, what are you doing with those electrodes? No, don't do that. Take your hand off that switch. No. Hold it. Hello? Yes, Commissioner Weston. Who? Oh, yes, Nancy. How'd you make out? That's so. Well, that's just what I thought. I just banked the medical examiner report back here. There you are, Cranston. You're barking in your beard. That was Clancy. Down at the medical examiner's office now. Medical examiner got Peter Wentworth's body? Yeah, I had it picked up this morning. There's not a mark or a burn on it. No evidence whatever of violent death. Does he know the cause? He suspects heart failure, ready to release the body for burial. Without performing an autopsy? You going to let him do that? Oh, look, Cranston, I got to have a little more than your suspicions before I can put the state to the expense of an autopsy. See? They're all come in, Cardona. Thanks, Chief. How'd you make out? See the warden? Yeah, I noticed around the prisoner pit everybody was very cooperative. But when I hinted that the Wentworth kid might have been given a skid, why, they just showed me a lot of teeth. See, Cranston, you're the only one that suspects foul play in this case. Also, Warden Cardona? Yeah. He was the one that laughed the loudest when I asked him if the kid might have gotten a nut. Then I talked with a guy named Ardice. Who's Ardice? Oh, he was the last to see young Wentworth alive. He's an old cod. He's been in the prison long enough to be part of the foundation. They just bedded him down on account of he's too old to work anymore. So I had to troop out to his home. Where does he live? Far out on the coast as he could get. His shack is perched down on a rock ledge like somebody had dared to build it to see if he could balance his way up. Oh, yes, never mind about that. Just tell us what Ardice had to say about young Wentworth. Well, he says the death house is no place of people with plumb heart. Well, Cranston, I guess you ought to be satisfied by now. You have the word of it. I'm not satisfied. Now, look, I'm thankful to you for what you've done, but I intend to do a little more digging before I'm satisfied. Oh, Miss Lane. Well, come on in. Make the party complete. How'd you make out, Margaret? Did you talk to Peter's mother?
Yes, I just talked to her on the phone.
What did she have to say?
There will be no autopsy.
What?
Peter did have a heart.
You don't say. What do you think of that, Cranston?
He was rejected to the Air Force last night.
So that settles it. Now let's go out and have a bite of lunch and fix the whole. Miss Lane and I have very personal stake in this case. Peter Wentworth's mother is an old friend of Margot's family, and I gave the boy his pass to death. But hang it all, man, don't you see? I see only one thing. Peter Wentworth was murdered. Now look, I want to straighten you out on one thing. If you think Peter Wentworth was electrocuted in that chair, I can wipe that idea out of your mind right this minute.
How, Commissioner?
Because there's no power flowing to the electric chair except during a legal execution. When a man is to be executed, the fuse has to be turned on in the main powerhouse. Then the electrodes are plugged in near the chair. In other words, the contact has to be made at both ends. Do you get that? Yes, we get that, Commissioner. Now you get this. Did you know that a man died in that death chamber only a few weeks ago? Right. And under very similar circumstances? Well, that's news to me. Right, Commissioner. And it'll be news to you, too, when it's proven conclusively that Peter Wentworth was murdered. There's a prisoner who's off the bottom of the hill, Margot. You can park right here.
Oh, Lamont, do you have to go through with
Yes, Margot, I do. The only way I can possibly find out what happened to Peter is by going through the prison just as he did, as a visitor.
I only hope you won't come out just as he did.
You're afraid, aren't you?
Well, why wouldn't I be? I've already lost the son of one of my best friends.
At least I know what I'm getting into.
Do you, Lamont?
Well, what do you mean?
A frightful feeling about all this. It's like there was something supernatural about it.
Maybe you're right, but I've got to find out.
Oh, you've got to. Do you have your pass?
It's right here. I laid out in the name of Prentice.
I hope Mr. Prentice will be very careful.
He will, Margot. You wait here for me. No matter what you see or hear, don't lose your courage.
Children, what? Lamont, what do you mean by that? Lamont!
This is the death chamber.
Yes, Mr.
Prentice.
Of course. Excuse me a moment. There we are.
Sure, you just needing this noise. I suppose this is the main point of interest for the visitors who take through the prison?
Oh, they all want to see the death chamber. It has a strange fascination.
Part of the prison seems to be completely deserted.
Not many live ones around here.
Very funny. Is this your regular job, taking visitors around?
I've been doing it for several years. It's a poor substitute for the position that rightfully belongs to me.
Position that rightfully belongs to you? What do you mean by that?
Nothing at all. Come now, I'm a little nervous tonight.
I understand. Suppose I'd be nervous too if I did the things you've done.
The things I've done?
I'm just thinking how I feel if I spent the better part of my life behind prison walls.
It does play on the nerves.
Well, it's a very interesting tour. You've been very patient.
Oh, but your tour is not complete yet.
Not complete?
Why, you haven't sat in the chair.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm afraid my curiosity doesn't go quite that far.
But your tour won't be complete unless you can tell your friends you actually sat in the electric chair.
Well, if you feel I'm spoiling your final touch, of course I'll sit in the chair.
Good. Sit right down.
That's a very comfortable seat, isn't it?
Now, I've strapped you in. It won't take a minute. There. The chest strap's on already, see?
Very good. Sound like an expert.
I am an expert. Now the leg strap.
You ever seen an execution?
Just a moment. Your right leg. And the left.
In the tightly strapped, I don't think I can move a muscle if I try.
Yeah, quite so. There we are. Now, you asked me a question before.
I asked if you'd ever seen an execution.
Seen one? Did you ever hear of Martha Gomperson?
Why, yes. She was the only woman ever executed in this chair.
That's right. When I executed her, my last official act, the state executioner, they took my job away from me right after that. Said I was getting too old. Old? The fools. Nobody ever did as neat a job either before or since I was executioner.
Surely you don't regret the fact you were redeemed for such a grisly job as that? It's a fine reward for faithful service. Just letters and circus, so you humiliate me by making me guide. But tomorrow... What about tomorrow? They're retiring me from the service entirely. Without help, the last laugh on the whole pack. What are you talking about? I came to this institution as state executioner. I leave it as an executioner. Oh, very interesting. You've just unstrapped now. Yes, you. My dear man, you're going to have the honor of dying at the hands of the best executioner the state has ever had. The moment I'm going to attack those electrodes, pull the switch, and fling you into eternity. You'll die yourself in this chair. No, I won't. There won't be a mark on you. You die as only Fred Ardock can execute a man, and nobody will ever suspect you haven't died from a heart attack. Ardock, you're a fool if you think I'd swallowed your story. What do you mean? Well, I happen to know you can't kill a man unless the electrodes are plugged in on the main power line. My dear man, they are connected. Not to the main power line, but to the old dynamo that was once used for execution. It hasn't been used in years, except for the use I've made of it. Everybody's forgotten it but me. I have... Please, Ardock, be quiet. Certainly you won't deprive me of my last chance to talk. You know, you're not only a peanut, you're a fool as well. Be quiet. You'll never get away with it. I've heard enough. To cover your face with the death man. Now, shout all you wait. Take the tail off my face. Now the electrodes. Turn the switch. Put the switch away. And now eternity. You expect to park here. I've got an hour and a half on you now.
Why, after I'm waiting for a friend.
Well, now, that explains everything.
Oh, it sounds well, that's good.
No, it don't explain anything, and I wouldn't go so far as to say it's good. Don't you know this is a restricted area?
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, I'm telling you now, you'll have to move along.
But, Officer, my friend should be back any minute.
Yeah, so will my friend the sergeant, giving me the old Harry for being so lenient with the traffic laws.
I will just let me wait 5 minutes longer.
Well, where is this friend of yours?
Well, he went to visit prison about an hour and a half ago. Oh, tomorrow.
A visitor, did you say?
Yes.
And he went into the prison about an hour and a half ago?
Yes, that's right.
Was he a good friend of yours?
Was he? What do you mean by that?
Well, if it's the same man I'm thinking about, you're going to have a long wait, I'm afraid.
Why do you say that?
Because, lady, that poor fellow just died in the test chamber. You heard what the warden said. There won't be any pictures taken inside the prison. You gentlemen of the press might just as well scram out of here. Now, please, Miss Lane.
I told you I don't leave here until I see the nitrate. You ain't got to let me see him.
I can't let you see him. The warden says nobody's to see him until the medical examiner gets him.
But I've got to. Don't you understand?
I do, Miss Lane. But don't you see I haven't any jurisdiction within these prison walls? It's up to the warden.
Oh, there is the guy. Where'd they go?
Right behind that door. His office.
Who's in there with him?
No one, just the body.
Well, I'm going to stay no matter what.
Oh, Miss Lane, wait. Don't go in there. Miss Lane, please. What is it, Miss Lane? What? Well, I'll be doggone. The body's disappeared. Hey, Mr. Ardock! Mr. Ardock! Hey, Mr. Ardock, you there? Oh, who's that? It's me, Bob Pendergast. You all right? Of course I'm all right. What are you yelling like that in the middle of the night for? We're worried about you. It's all right. That hound dog of yours been yelling most all night. What's unusual about that? Don't see any reason for you wearing yourself out climbing up this cliff. Well, it ain't right when a hound dog yells like that. Folks say it means somebody died. Somebody's dying all the time. Now get on back to your cabin. Leave people alone. You hear that? Don't make a buddy skin creep. You reckon he sees you? What makes you think he's seeing something? Because I thought I saw something myself a while ago while I was setting out my lobster traps for the night. What did you see? A man climbing the rocks along the shore. He was coming this way. Well, then I heard the doggy yell. That's your imagination. Now go on home, go to bed. Well, all right, Mr. Allardyce. I'll get along. I'm glad to find out you're all right. Oh, what a soul-filling night this is, anyway. Well, good night, Mr. Allardyce. Good night. Rex, here, come on, into your kennel with you now. Come on. Lie down now, lie down. You kind-hearted old hound. You all like that every time I've executed somebody all through the years. And suppose he's yowling for the fool I sent to eternity tonight. He's afraid of death, just like a you. Just like the one I sent away a few hours ago. He didn't want to die. None of them want to die. But he's gone. And once again I wielded the power to take life.
But not the power to give it, Allardyce. You don't have that power.
What was that? Who said that? Who's out there? You back again, Mark?
No, Allardyce. Mark is well down the cliff by this time. We're alone. Just the two of us.
Who are you? Where are you?
I'm right here in the room with you.
That's a lie. I know where you are. You're hiding in it. Huh?
You see, I'm not in the closet. I'm beside you. Very close to you, Allardyce.
Who are you? What do you want?
You, Allardyce. Your crimes have caught up with you. I've come for you.
Go away. Don't come near me.
Why do you cower in the corner like that? Surely you're not afraid of death?
Yes.
One who has the power to take life should not be afraid to die himself.
Get out. Get out, I say. Get out before I kill you. Do you hear? Get out, get out.
See, Allardyce, it's useless. You can't kill what you can't see. Might as well put that knife away.
What have you come here for?
To end your criminal career, to bring you to justice.
I committed no crime.
I'll admit you did your job with fiendish cleverness, but you'll not escape. The police are on the way here now.
They can't prove anything. Nobody knows what happened in that chamber.
You're wrong, Allardyce. I know what happened. Your victim sat in the chair just as you're sitting in that armchair now. You bundled the straps around them until they were held even more tightly than I hold you now.
No! You touched me. You had just a voice. Who are you? Who are you?
You're at the end of your rope, Allardyce. Your only hope is to confess and clear your soul.
I admit nothing.
Yes, you will. I'm going to make you confess.
Make me confess? How can you do that?
Look, Allardyce. This corner of the room, right over here. That's it. Keep your eyes right where they are. Now I'm going to show you somebody you met only a few hours ago. Someone over whom you exercised your power of death. A man who killed in cold blood. Look out, what do you see? You recognize me now?
No, it can't be. You're dead.
Confess, Allardyce.
You're dead. Go away.
Who killed me? Who killed me a few hours ago? Who killed Peter Wentworth?
I don't know where you are.
Confess, Allardyce.
No, go away.
Confess.
No.
Confess.
All right. I did it. I killed him. But I'll never be taken alive. They'll never execute him. All right.
Allardyce's body at the bottom of the cliff.
That's right.
Well, now look. Cranston West will be here in a minute, and before he comes, there are two angles of this case I'd like to get clear in my mind.
Holding Margot, what are they?
Well, first I'd like to know how you found out about that old animal. Everybody in the prison has forgotten it, but Allardyce.
Oh, that was easy, Margot. The Shadow just slipped into the prison and spent a few hours with Allardyce while he tinkered with his secret death machine.
But couldn't Allardyce tell that he wasn't getting any power to the chair when you sat on it?
No, he was getting power, Margot, but not enough to hurt me. The prison electrician and the warden helped me fix that.
Oh, and I suppose the warden had to carry out your hope of not being dead.
Correct, Margot. I suppose we had everybody fooled.
Oh, a little too well fooled. Mr. Weston still doesn't know you're alive.
Tell me, how did he take my death, Margot?
Well, Mark, believe it or not, he cried like a baby.
Good evening. What? Who? Hey, Cranston. You're supposed to be dead. You were electrocuted. Oh, wait. Let me get this straight. I'm supposed to be dead, and I'm very happy to know you cried over my demise. Now, that's a lie, Cranston. I never cried in my life. Besides, I knew in my heart that you weren't. Say, how did you come back to life? I mean, we know what you mean. Now, come on in and shake hands with a real live talk. And now let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay. Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Some folks, especially you ladies who put a little coal in the furnace during the day, are apt to look on the fire as a sort of pancake batter. You said about mixing it thoroughly with the poker. Actually, friends, stirring up the fire with the poker is one of the worst things you can do. Because you mix ashes, live coals, and fresh coal all together, and that forms clinkers. And you know, I'm sure, what grave clinkers can cause. How they choke the fire, prevent coal from burning completely, and damn your furnace great. So, friends, take a tip and lay that poker down. When you want to loosen the fire a bit, take the great empty instead. And one more suggestion. Never burn refuse or garbage in your furnace. That also causes clinkers to form. And we've got to avoid clinkers to get the maximum heat out of our coal and make it last longer. I thank you. Based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plots are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure from the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the B&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. This is Mutual.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow's latest adventure will be on the air in just a moment. Don't miss any of it because it's a thriller from the word go. And if you drive a car, don't miss this. It's the biggest news of the year for motorists. It's the inside story of the safest thing on wheels, the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire. This remarkable tire brings you something entirely new in tire safety, the Lifesaver Tread. Developed after 2 years of exhaustive research, after grueling tests of tread designs by the hundred, this amazing Lifesaver Tread stops you quicker and safer on wet, slippery roads than you've ever stopped before. Its never-ending spiral bars, like a battery of windshield wipers, sweep water from under the tire, force it out through special deep drainage grooves, make a dry track for the rubber to grip. Thus it protects you against skids in all directions, overcomes the hazard zone of motoring. Take my word for it, you'll never know what the word stop really means until you felt the grip of the Silvertown Lifesaver tread on a wet, treacherous road. And that's not all. Silvertowns are the only tires in the world that give you golden ply blowout protection. And think of it. You get both of these priceless safety features, skid protection and blowout protection, at no extra cost. Tomorrow isn't a bit too soon to start riding on Goodrich, spelled Goodrich. Goodrich, Safety Silvertown. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard. As haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost. As inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, aboard the steamship Amazon.
Randolph Todd.
Come on over, Randy.
Join the party.
Hi, children. What's the celebration for?
Jane's been lucky. She's in the money. She guessed right on the ship's run for the day.
Yeah, come on and join us. Can't let Jane take all that cash she wanted to Rickawana when we dock tomorrow.
Don't mind me. I just supply the money. What'll it be, Randy?
Oh, nothing now, thanks. I'm looking for my stepmother. Anybody seen her?
Oh, sure. She's over there with Dr. DeVista. Oh, yes. See you later. Oh, say, we're going for a swim in the deck pool. Want to come along?
Oh, not this afternoon, thanks.
Oh, I don't think you'll like us.
Hey, it'd be a lot of fun, though, wouldn't it?
Hello, Mother. Afternoon, DeVista.
Sit down, Randolph.
Oh, thank you, Mother. Well, tomorrow we'll be in Rickaguama. And from there on, it's going to be one great big party.
Lower your voice, my son.
Oh, no one can hear us in this corner. Time for the hush-hush is almost over.
Well, it will be shortly.
Well, I hope your little revolution is half as much fun as smuggling those munitions out of the United States has been.
It will be more exciting, I assure you.
And when the revolution is successful, you will be a hero, Todd. My countrymen will never forget what you have done for them.
Oh, just as long as it's fun, I don't mind putting up the money.
But you will make a fortune also. The people of my blood will show their gratitude in practical ways.
You know, the more I think of it, the funnier it gets. The luxurious steamer Amazon on a pleasure cruise, with enough ammunition and guns down in its hold to overthrow 3 governments.
Be careful, Todd.
Oh, don't worry. Nobody knows about those boxes marked electric refrigerators.
No one but us and Tang Sui.
Yes. Your Japanese valet is more practical than you thought. He is interested in the money he is going to make.
Sure. Well, Mother, tomorrow should be a great day for you.
Yes. To rule the land I was driven out of, an exile.
Yes, Marie. The general has promised you great power.
Master.
What is it now, Tang Sui?
Message come to stateroom. I bring it. A message?
It is a radiogram.
Well, let's have it, Tang Sui.
Here, Master.
Oh, that's all, Tang Sui. Oh, blazes, it's in code.
Code? Then it's from...
Headquarters, yes. From the general.
Oh, it may be important. We'd better decode it right away, my son.
Sure. Here.
No, not here, Todd.
Oh, hardly. I'm not a complete fool, Doctor. Anyway, the code book's in my cabin. I'll meet you at dinner time.
Your stepson. He thinks this is all a lark. He does not count the danger.
Randolph, he is a fool.
But he will not be quite so gay if an accident happens. If he is stood against a wall and shot.
That would be unfortunate, Dr. DeVista.
Yes, for him. But if he were... you would come into all his money. Have you forgotten that?
No, my friend. I have not forgotten that.
Nice swim, Margot?
Fun, Lamont.
Join me to walk on deck.
I'd love to.
I can see young Todd doing his famous jackknife in Debutant.
Now, Lamont, Randy's a nice boy. I've known him for years. A little too much money, but that's all.
And he travels around with a strange crew. His stepmother looks rather formidable.
Stop making deductions. You're on vacation.
Speak of the devil. Hello, Todd.
Oh, hello. Hello, Margot.
Randy. Oh, what's the matter with him?
Well, very polite, was
I
he?
never saw him act like that before. He was like a man in a daze.
Did look worried. He had bad news.
Bad news.
Yes, didn't you notice he had a radiogram in his hand, stuck in his pocket? He saw us coming.
Well, he certainly shot out of his stateroom in a hurry.
Yes, and he wasn't really going anyplace. He stopped and standing there by the rail.
All by himself. That isn't like Randy either.
Margot, perhaps he needs help. Why not talk to him?
He wouldn't talk in front of you, Lamont.
All right, you go alone. I'll duck.
And if he does need help?
Maybe we can supply it. See you later.
All right, I'll go over and talk to him. Nice day, isn't it, Randy?
Huh? Oh, hello, Margot.
Randy, what's the matter with you?
Well, I'm in kind of a jam, Margot, but don't you worry.
What sort of a jam?
Oh, it's the worst darn mess
Suppose you tell me the whole story.
I can't do that.
Of course you can.
No. I'm an awful coward, Margot.
Coward? Nonsense. What is there to be afraid of?
Oh, nothing.
Randy, I believe you are frightened. Are you in danger?
Margot, what would you do? No, I can't tell anyone.
Tell them what?
Oh, please, leave me alone, Margot.
Randy.
Stop pestering me, will you? I can't stand it.
Randy, come back here. Randy. Shadow.
Yes, Margot.
You heard everything?
Yes, I was here beside you. Randolph Todd must have some cause for his fear. I think I must talk to that young man. Talk to him soon. As the Shadow.
Dr. De Vista, have you seen Randolph?
No, Maria.
I thought surely he'd be here dancing.
No, he did not even come to dinner. Tang Sui is looking for him.
De Vista, there is something wrong. Let's go to the boys' car. Come.
Here is Tang Sui now.
Tang Sui, my stepson?
My master has gone back to his stateroom.
Good.
He is worried. He walks up and down, up and down.
We must see about this. Please come, both of you.
That radiogram, Maria. Perhaps that is what upset him.
Here is the cabinet.
Open the door.
Hello? Oh, is it you?
Yes, Todd. It is us.
Shut the door, Tang Sui.
Yes, mister.
Well?
We thought you were coming to the dance.
Oh, I changed my mind.
Something bother, master, maybe?
No, I'm all right.
Randolph, stop handling that old dagger and look at me.
I'm interested in this knife. It's an
ancient Indian knife, we know all that.
Randolph, we want to know why you are acting like this.
What did the general say in his radiogram?
The radiogram?
Yes. What was the message?
Oh, nothing important. Just good wishes.
Really? May I see the message?
Well, no, I tore it up and threw it overboard.
You destroyed it?
Yes, it wasn't important.
That message was from the general. We had a right to see it.
I'm sorry. I just didn't think.
Randolph.
What difference does it make? Hey, what are you all staring at me for?
Me think master lie.
Tang Sui is right, Randolph. You're lying.
I said I threw the message overboard.
You're a poor liar, Randolph. Give me that paper.
I tell you,
Grab him.
Oh, no, look out, he's got the knife.
Hold him, Tang Sui.
Tang Sui, hold master, drop a knife.
Let me go. Twist his arm, Tang Sui.
I twist the... Drop a knife.
Stop. Drop the knife, you fool. Tang Sui's jiu-jitsu will tear your arm off. Good. Go through his pockets, Vista. I'll pick up the knife.
Hold him, Tang Sui.
No worry, Tang Sui handle.
This won't get you anywhere.
Find the radio message, Doctor, and the code book.
Here it is. In the book. And a decoded copy.
Read it.
Entire plan discovered by government. Blow up ammunition to prevent capture.
Master, lie.
Well, what if I did? Can't take that message seriously.
It is an order.
It's insane. Think of all the people on this boat. I won't do a thing like that. If you set off the ammunition, they'd all be killed.
What is that to us? Fool.
We follow the general.
Listen, this isn't what I joined. This is mass murder. Innocent people. I didn't mind fighting in your penny ante war, but this...
You are a traitor to your people.
Your people, stepmother. Not mine. The passengers on this boat are my countrymen. I won't let you slaughter them. I'll show up the whole scheme.
You dare?
Well, watch me. Either you call the whole thing off, or I go to the captain.
No, master.
You can't hold me forever, Tang Sui.
So, you would betray us. Enrique Guana, this is the fate of traitors.
Mother, put down that knife.
The knife, it is for the traitor's heart.
Maria. You threw the knife.
Let him fall, Tang Sui.
Mistress, throw well. He is dead.
But, Maria, this is murder.
Do not be a fool, De Vista. We had to silence him.
You cannot hide a murder.
It is not murder. The knife is Randolph's. His grip alone is on the handle. I threw it by the blade. My poor distracted stepson killed himself.
Suicide? Mistress is very wise.
Yes, we shall say when they ask questions that we three left him alone and went to dinner. Later, in the dark, we shall carry out the General's command.
Explode the...
Yes, my dear doctor. Blow up the ship.
Oh, hello, Margot. Hello, Mr. Cranston. This is Randy's cabin. He promised to throw a party at his last night on board, and he's walked out on us.
Doesn't answer?
No, and I'll bet he's sound asleep in there. Randy, you lover, let us in.
I don't hear anyone inside. Oh, Steward, come here a moment.
Yes, sir? Butler, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Todd's in his cabin?
He was till the last I knew. His valet said Todd didn't wish to be disturbed.
There, what did I tell you? I'm going to keep on knocking till he pays some attention.
Oh, just a minute, Jane. Mr. Cranston has an idea.
Steward, have a pass key. Suppose you open the door for us.
Well, no, sir, I don't know that...
Of course you will. Mr. Todd's playing a joke on the young lady, and we mustn't let him. No one will know. You let us in. Come on.
Oh, thank you, sir. Of course, if it's all in fun, sir.
Oh, it's dark. Randy, where are you?
The light switch is by the door, sir.
Oh, yes. Here we are.
Lamont, he isn't here.
Oh, yes, he is, sir. Look, he's lying on the floor.
Yes, come on, Randy, wake up.
Lamont, that knife in his breast.
Yes.
Is he...
Randy Todd is dead.
Oh, my poor, poor Randolph.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Todd.
Oh.
Stepson appears to have committed suicide.
You're sure, Captain McTeague?
Yes, I'm sure, Miss Cranston.
There should be some reason for suicide, Captain.
I am afraid our young friend was bored with life. He was ill and depressed when we left him before dinner.
Exactly, Dr. DeVista. I had the ship's doctor check the fingerprints on that knife. They all belong to the dead man. No one else has touched it.
If only he had come to me.
You must not reproach yourself, Marie.
Captain.
Yes, Mr. Cranston?
I met young Todd this afternoon. He seemed worried about something.
Yes, I, too, noticed that he was troubled.
The question is, Dr. DeVita, what was he worried about?
Who knows? He was a moody youth.
Yes, poor boy will never know his reason.
Captain, Todd had a radiogram this afternoon. It's missing now.
Randolph received many messages, Captain McTeague, concerning the estate.
Did he show you this one, Mrs. Todd?
I never interfered with his affairs.
We're wasting time, Cranston.
I think not, Captain. This message may have been important. Did you see it?
No, nothing.
I'll ask the questions, Cranston.
Very well.
You might ask Mr. Cranston how he knows the radiogram is missing.
Yes, how about that, Cranston?
Todd was wearing the same suit when I found him, so I looked for it.
You mean you searched the body?
Yes, the steward was here as a witness.
Well, I must say you've got your nerve, Cranston.
Perhaps the suicide with a knife isn't very common, Captain.
Now, look here, Cranston. It's bad enough to have a suicide on board without you trying to twist it into something worse.
No one saw young Todd after his 3 traveling companions left him.
I respect that.
Captain McTeague, this is outrageous. Must we be badgered by this young man? I can't stand his manners.
I still say...
That's enough from you, Cranston.
I'm merely trying...
I've had more than enough of your impudence. Adams, take this Mr. Cranston to his stateroom and lock him up.
Lock me up?
Yes, I'm holding you as a material witness.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
And Adams. Yes, sir. Put a man on the deck outside Cranston's cabin window. He's to stay in his room.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Cranston.
Coming. I'll see you again, Captain. Very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the Shadow's hair-raising story to reach a thrilling climax, let me say something about a new kind of rainy day driving safety that may save your life. Because who knows...
The Shadow knows. When there's wet, slippery film on the highways, there's always the grim uncertainty that your car may start sliding, swerving, spinning off the road. Why gamble with fate?
Yes, motorists, and why gamble on tires when the new Goodrich Silvertown, with its lifesaver tread, offers you such marvelous skid protection? And marvelous is the word for it, because exhaustive road tests of the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers prove that the new Goodrich Silvertown gave greater skid protection than any of the other tires tested. And don't forget, motorists, those grueling road tests weren't made by Goodrich. They were conducted by absolutely impartial engineers from America's largest independent testing laboratory, the Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory. What's more, some of the tires the new Silvertown was tested against have list prices as much as 40 to 70% more. When you consider that, then the fact that this new Goodrich Silvertown gave greater skid resistance than any tire tested is even more remarkable. Remember, when you buy Silvertowns, you get Lifesaver Tread skid protection plus Golden Ply blowout protection. 2 exclusive Goodrich features at no extra cost.
Here. This go in that bag, Stuart.
Right you are.
Think that is all.
Smart idea, Mr. Tangsoy, packing ahead of time. Most people leave it to the last minute.
Boat docks tomorrow.
Right you are, early in the morning. That was terrible, your boss, Mr. Todd, killing himself.
Most tragic. Tang Shui, very fond of young master.
Yes, very tough beg. I'll answer it. That's funny.
Funny? What is?
There's nobody at the door.
No one?
The passage is empty.
Never mind, steward. You can go.
Right you are.
Shut door, please. Steward, I said go. Who laughed?
I did, Tang Sui.
You? Where are you? I cannot see you.
I am here beside you, Tang Sui.
Only voice?
Yes, Tang Sui. The shadow is a voice asking for the truth. The truth about Randolph Todd's death.
Tang Sui know nothing.
Tang Sui lies. The shadow knows. Where is the radiogram your young master got this afternoon?
I not know.
You are a wicked servant, Tang Sui. Where is the radiogram?
I did nothing.
Where is it?
Here in pocket.
Put it on the table.
Yes, Shadow.
Why was it taken? What does it say?
I give it to you. Now, go away, please.
No, Tang Sui, not until I know the truth. Was Randolph Todd murdered?
Go away, please, go away. Tang Sui did nothing.
Tang Sui, get away from that door.
No, leave me alone. I run.
Nonsense, Tang Sui.
Such a wild story.
No, true. Tang Sui talk with Shadow. No, ma'am, just Shadow.
I don't believe it.
It's true, Mr. Shadow take radiogram from Tang Sui.
The radiogram? You gave it to him?
You cow.
Cannot fight Shadow, cannot see.
Fool. There is the answer to not seeing him. He hid in the fog.
No fog in Tang Sui cabin.
Well, we won't mind the fog a little later tonight. Doctor, you'd better shut the window. Look at the way the curtains are blowing in.
That's funny. There has not been a breath of air all night.
But the curtains were blowing just for a moment.
This shadow, he may prove an obstacle.
How? He cannot know our plans or what is in the hold of the ship. Now listen, we are only about 10 miles off the Ricaguana coast.
In a section friendly to the revolution.
Yes, in the fog we can easily lower a boat and slip away.
But this is a shadow.
You and your ghost stories, Tang Sui. He cannot do anything.
He has radio message.
Only the copy in code. I destroyed the decoded copy. How can you read the message without the code book?
And you have the code book saved, De Vista?
Of course, I have it on me.
Look in your pockets, De Vista.
Huh?
What's that? Who spoke?
Shadow. He's here.
Yes, my friends. The shadow is here.
Maria, the code book. It is not in my pocket.
I took
it is
from
gone.
you, De Vista. I took it. Now I can read the message that caused one of you to murder Randolph Todd.
Maria, if he reads that message...
First, he must decode it. By that time, he will be too late. Come, we act at once.
Half speed ahead. Half speed it is, Captain. Very good, Mr. Pearson. Keep her on the course and keep sounding that whistle. Yes, sir. What night, sir? Blasted fog. Watch it doesn't get any closer to shore. There are shoals in there. Aye, sir.
Captain McTeague.
What was that?
I am here, Captain McTeague. Behind you.
Where? Get off the bridge. There are no passengers allowed up here.
Your ship is in danger, Captain.
Listen, whoever you are, get off the bridge. There's no danger. I've brought the Amazon through many a fog.
The danger isn't the fog, Captain. It's below decks.
Below? Say, come out into the light so I can get a good look at you.
You cannot see me, Captain, but you must believe me. There are explosives in the hold.
You must be crazy.
There are munitions. Disguised. They're bound for revolutionaries in Ricaguana with a plan to blow them up.
Say, who are you?
They call me the Shadow, Captain. Believe me, you must go below before it is too late. Randolph Todd knew about the munitions, too. That's why he was murdered.
Murdered?
If you don't believe that, Captain, at least go down into the hold. Go now, and you will learn.
Mr. Pearson.
Yes, sir.
Take over. I'm going below. I want 2 men, armed.
Yes, sir.
Get the top off that box.
Yes, Maria. Thank you. Hand me that hatchet.
Yes, sir, here.
This one has the fuses.
Quickly, start tying one up to the powder. If one box goes up, they'll all go.
Yes, and the ship with them.
What is it? Someone come.
What? Tang Sui, quick, switch out the lights.
Yes, sir. Good. Now, Tang Sui, stay by the switch box. Don't turn them on till I give the word. Yes, mister.
Quiet, quiet. That's black as pitch in here. Got your flash, Peters?
Yes, Captain.
Find the light switch. If you ask me, this is the craziest...
Now, Tang Sui.
Hey, who turned on those lights? Do not move, Captain.
Got a gun, sir.
So I see.
So is the woman.
And I am a good shot, sailors. Keep your hands up.
Mr. Todd and Mrs. Todd and Dr. DeVista. Say, what are you doing down here?
Good evening, Captain.
And young Todd's valet, too. Put down those guns. What the devil do you mean by...
Do not command now, Captain.
That's mutiny. Throw your guns on the floor, gentlemen. I'll be...
You'll be dead if you don't.
Throw guns.
What do you say, Captain?
Go ahead, boys. Not much we can do now. There's my gun.
The others, please, quickly. Line up facing the wall, gentlemen. Keep those hands up, Captain.
You don't expect to get away with this.
But we do. We will. There will be a certain loud noise, and you... But never mind. Tang Sui.
Yes, Mrs.
You will shoot the first man who turns around.
Yes.
Come, Dr. DeVista. You must hurry. Bring the hatchet with you.
Yes, I am coming. You. What's your name? Tang Sui. What does she mean by a loud noise? Are there explosives in this hold?
Captain, no talk.
If anything happens to this ship...
One more word and Captain die.
I think not, Tang Sui.
Shadow! Let go! My arm!
Drop the gun, Tang Sui.
The man who calls himself a Shadow's got him.
Softly, Captain. Let's get the others.
I've got his gun, sir.
Oh, let me go, Shadow. Let me go.
Right, Captain. Rush the others. They're laying a fuse.
Fuse? Grab your guns, men. Come on.
Let go, Shadow. Tang Sui do nothing.
No, you don't like your jiu-jitsu when it's practiced on you. Pull out the others.
Drop your hand. Grab them, man. Hold it there. Now, easy, lady. We got you.
Oh, Shadow, this is your doing.
No, Mrs. Todd, yours. The Shadow merely helps the cause of justice.
Hey, these are munitions, all right. Look at that. Powder. High explosive shells. Enough to blow the ship right out of the water.
That was their idea, Captain.
Well, I hope you 3 are satisfied. Smuggling, piracy, assault with a deadly weapon, sabotage. You'll spend the rest of your lives behind bars.
No, Captain, not all 3. Tang Sui will die for the murder of his master, Randolph Todd.
No, I did not.
You will hang, Tang Sui.
I tell you truth, Shadow.
Don't you, fool.
Be quiet.
The truth, Tang Sui.
Mrs. Todd, one time, Soccer's lady, she throw knife by blade.
You little traitor!
Look out!
She gave the hatchet, sir, and threw it.
We had to shoot, sir.
The hatchet just missed Tang Sui.
Oh, she bad. She murder master.
The woman is dead. Murray.
So, Captain, Mrs. Todd paid for her crime. She killed her stepson. She planned to destroy all the people on the ship. Instead, it was she who perished.
Peters and Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Take Dr. DeVista and Tang Sui to the brig.
Yes, sir.
Come on, now, come on. Shadow, I'd like to thank you. Who are you, anyway?
Just the Shadow, Captain McTeague. I work in the shadows. Against crime.
You saved my ship. I feel the line should thank you publicly.
My power would be lost if I were known, Captain.
Well, it's a young man upstairs I owe an apology to. Lad named Cranston.
Really? Why?
Well, he sort of figured young Todd was murdered.
Mr. Cranston must be very wise. And now, Captain, I must go back into the shadows.
listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Now a new thrilling adventure of The Shadow in his relentless fight against the forces of evil, demonstrating to young and old alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, a mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Now, listen to Air Freight Fracas.
Johnny Fresno. It's a long time since you came down to the waterfront. Come on in, Johnny.
Same old Harry McCarty. What's on your mind, Harry? Why did you call me?
Help yourself to refreshments, Johnny. We can talk about old times. How's the freight business at the airport, Johnny?
That's going great, Harry.
Yeah, you got quite a setup there. Well, you always were a guy with big ideas, Johnny.
Pan-Atlantic Airways, Flight 14 arriving on schedule at gate 12.
Fresno Overland Freight Agency. Yeah? Yeah. Yes, sir, it's been picked up. It's already on the road. Yeah? Yeah. You're welcome. Yes, sir, can I? Shipwreck.
Eddie, sir, Eddie, they said you'd quit the map. What you doing in Johnny Fresno's office?
Working here.
You're still one of his boys.
Johnny's clean.
Clean? Johnny Fresno clean? You ought to be a comic, Eddie.
Say, what are you doing here, Shipwreck?
Well, I'm doing somebody a favor. After this, I'm going off someplace and take it easy.
What do you mean, Shipwreck?
Nothing personal, Eddie. It's just a job and getting paid for it. I gotta rough you up a bit, Eddie. Rough me up? What for? I done nothing. Eddie, I won't make it too bad on account of we used to be good friends. No, please. Too bad it has to be you, Eddie. See, Eddie? That's all it has to be.
Well, it was a nice vacation trip, Lamont, but I'm glad to be back home.
And look who's here to meet me.
Commissioner Weston. Oh, you shouldn't have come all the way out here just to meet little old us.
What happens, Lane? I've got nothing else to do. You have crime under control, Commissioner? What crime, Mr. Cranston? Yes, Sergeant. What is it?
Trouble at the freight office. Somebody just beat up Eddie Salkin, the clerk.
See what I mean, Mr. Cranston? All right, Sergeant, let's go to what we call the scene of the crime. Mind if we come along? Be my guest. Salkin, who did it? Eddie, who did it? Why? Who was it? We'd better get him to the hospital.
Hello. Yeah, just a minute. It's for you, Johnny. Your office knew you were here?
Yeah, I left word. Hello? What? We'll see that he gets the best of care. Right. One of my boys just got roughed up, Harry.
No kidding, Johnny. Say, it looks like you're going to need protection so these things won't happen. You need a partner, Johnny. Think of it, Johnny. You and me together. Nobody's going to make trouble for us. That's what I wanted to talk about.
Who roughed Eddie up?
Johnny, how would I know? These things happen, you know that. Sometimes things get much worse. Think it over, Johnny. We'll talk again tomorrow. Yeah, you need protection for your business. I think you ought to make me your partner.
And to think that I was afraid that Shrevey would forget to pick us up at the airport.
He wouldn't forget about us, would you, Shrevey?
Oh, me, Mr. Cranston? No, I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't. Hey, what's with Eddie Salkin? One of the other hackneys said Eddie's been beaten up, he said.
I wonder why.
It sounds like somebody wants to sell Johnny Fresno protection like in the old days, it sounds.
What some people will do to make a living.
Shrevey, whatever became of Shipwreck Malone?
Shipwreck? What made you think of him? What made you, Mr. Cranston? Did Eddie put the finger on Shipwreck, did he put?
No, not actually. But I think he was trying to before he lost consciousness. That was my impression. I don't know if the inspector had the same impression. But where is Shipwreck these days?
Mr. Cranston, he lives at the Hotel St. John on Low Street. 3 blocks from here he lives.
Lamont Shrevey is so well informed about these underworld characters.
Yeah, I think we should be concerned about you, Shrevey.
Oh, me? I just pick up information I pick up, that's all, Mr. Cranston.
Well, drop me at the next corner.
Sure.
Margot, I think it's time for the Shadow to make a social call.
Why, here I come. Yeah, me on one of them islands. I could see it now.
Going somewhere, Shipwreck? I see you're packing.
Who's that? I can't see you.
The Shadow.
Oh, no. Not you. Not you.
You remember me?
What do you want with me? Listen, I'm out of the rackets. I retired.
You weren't retired an hour ago, Shipwreck. You were very much in business at the airport.
Airport? What's this airport bit?
You were very rough with Eddie Salkin.
What are you talking about? I ain't seen Eddie in years.
Who hired you to do that job?
No, nobody hired me for this job. Nobody.
Sometime today, Eddie will recover consciousness. And he'll identify you.
Listen, I got a plane to catch.
Before Eddie identifies you...
That's where you're wrong, Shadow. Eddie won't think of me. He wouldn't do that. That's not the way we do things. So get lost. I got to finish packing.
Think it over, Shipwreck. When Eddie identifies you, you'll get no help from your boss. You'll be on your own. Think about it.
He's right. He said I'd be thinking. No, the boss wouldn't let me take the rap. But I better make certain.
Hello?
Scotty, this is Shipwreck. I want to talk to you.
I let Shipwreck think I'd left, but I stayed and listened to him telephone Harry McCarthy.
Lamont, shouldn't you at least go home and unpack before getting involved with these things? Trudy took your luggage to your apartment.
Well, I anticipated you'd have some coffee made here.
Do I really make such alluring coffee?
No, but you're nice to look at.
Isn't that what girls are for?
Well, we can discuss the details of that later.
Oh, you mean you're going to abandon me?
The Shadow is going to drop in on Johnny Fresno.
Has Fresno actually reformed?
So the story goes.
How quaint.
Always something happening when you try to go straight.
Hello, Johnny.
What? Who's that? Shadow. You?
How are things going, Johnny?
I guess you know you wouldn't be here.
You're running into problems with Harry McCarthy, huh?
So you know that, too?
Why did you go to the police, Johnny?
I don't know. McCarty can ruin my business. He wants in.
If you don't let him in?
If I don't, I may as well close up shop. You can't fight it, I know that. Sooner or later, this had to happen.
The Shadow helped you once, Johnny. Gave you a chance to go straight.
And it was great. I'm making more money being honest.
You have brains, Johnny. You were convinced that you should put your brains to good purpose instead of wasting it on a life of crime.
Maybe I was just scared of you.
You're not scared now?
No.
Because you're part of decent society now. Doesn't that make you feel good?
I want to stay this way, Shadow, but...
Did McCarthy give you a time limit?
Yeah, 24 hours.
Call him, Johnny. Set up a meeting at his office on the waterfront at 11:30.
Well, I didn't expect you down on the waterfront our first night back.
That's Johnny Fresno's car over there. He must have just gone into McCarty's office.
Well, I'll drive around the block a few times and pick you up here at exactly 10 after the hour.
I notified Commissioner Weston, and he'll be getting here in just a few minutes. Don't let him see you.
Johnny Fresno. Right on time, Johnny. Oh, meet Shipwreck, one of my advisors. Say hello to Mr. Fresno, Shipwreck.
Hello, Mr. Fresno.
Yeah.
You carry a gun, Johnny?
I never carried one, Harry, not even in the old days.
Just asking.
You figured you needed a bodyguard for this meeting, huh, Harry?
No, Johnny. Shipwreck here. He got worried about a little matter, so I told him to come on over.
Yeah, I see.
So you thought my proposition over, Johnny?
How do you see things, Harry? I ought to know your point of view.
Simple. You built up a nice front. Legitimate business, coast to coast. You're smart. So, Johnny, how soon you figure we can make it really pay off? Contraband, smuggling. You and me together, Johnny. We can make it big.
Harry, I'm big enough.
Hey, Shipwreck. You hear that?
McCarty. Sounds like Mr. Fresno don't want you as a partner.
Johnny, is that how it is?
You boys catch on real fast.
Maybe Mr. Fresno ought to have his mind changed, McCarty.
Oh, Johnny don't want that kind of trouble, do you, Johnny?
What kind of trouble do you have in mind, Harry?
Wow, you're tough, yeah. But I'm tough. And Shipwreck is tough. 2 against 1, Johnny. That's lousy odds.
And me thinking we'd just have a cozy little chat.
Okay, Shipwreck, take him. I said take him! Get hold of it. Who's that?
The Shadow, Harry. It's time to even the odds.
The Shadow. The invisible guy. Now take it easy, Shipwreck. Everybody just take it easy. I got a gun, see? Now don't move, Johnny, or I'll blast you.
Do as he says, Johnny.
That's it. Everybody cooperative. Okay, Shadow. I don't see you, but I know where you are. You got hold of Shipwreck. But you're a sitting duck.
If you pull that trigger, you may hit Shipwreck. Be careful about that.
Yeah. Don't shoot, McCarty. You could hit me.
So why don't you hit him, Shipwreck? Suppose I give you a push.
All right. Hold it. Blake. Back them, man.
What?
All right, come on.
Lousy cop.
You okay, Fresno?
Never better, Commissioner.
You're alone?
Not quite. But you can take over now, Commissioner.
I should have known you were here. All right, McCarty. You and your muscle friend better get the advice of counsel. As we have a lot of questions for you.
Meat of crime. Here's bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. Shadow.
Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Appointment with Death.
Number 2214, Warden.
Oh, yes. Come in, Blackie. All right, Joe, you can go.
Yes, sir.
Well, Blackie, how does your new suit fit?
Okay. Better than what I've been wearing.
Here's your railroad fare and the money you've earned since you've been here in prison. Not a bad little sum. Ought to help you over the first bump. Blackie, you've been in this institution for 5 years. That in itself should prove to you that crime doesn't pay. Now, you've paid your debt to society to slate creed. Now, it's up to you to go out, get yourself a job, and live within the law.
I'm free now, Warden, right?
Yes, Blackie, you're no longer a number.
And I can say what I want.
Yes, that's right.
Well, then can that line of gab you handed me. I served my 5 years, yeah. Well, now I'm going out in the world, but I ain't going out to live within the law.
You're a fool if you don't, Blackie.
That's what you say.
I've seen men with your attitude go out of here before, and I've seen them come back. Some of them to sit in the electric chair.
Well, maybe I'll be back to sit in the chair, and maybe not. But I'm going to get the guy that put me in here.
Nobody put you here but yourself.
Can that, Warden. Sounds all right from your side of the fence, but you ain't talking my language. All the years I've been here, night and day, in my cell, in the workshop, in the recreation yard, I thought of one thing. Get the guy that put me in here.
Well, who is this fellow you think you're going to get?
He's a guy they call the Shadow. And I don't just think I'm going to get him, Warden. I know it. I'm going to crush him just as I crushed this $50 with my fist.
By George. Bent almost double.
All right. There's no two ways about it. You guys have got to go along with me. You're the big shots of every racket in this town. This Shadow is as much an enemy of yours as he is of mine. If you don't get him, sooner or later he'll get you. Well, what do you say?
Well, how do you figure you're going to get this Shadow, Blackie?
I'll tell you that later. First, I want to know if you're going along with me.
Sure, we'd do anything to get this guy, but how do we know you can do it?
I spent 5 years figuring that one out. I got it all set up perfect.
Well, can't you give us some idea how you're going to do it?
All right. First, I'm going to get the guy on my trail.
Yeah, how?
I'm going to lay a trail of robbery and murder across the city that'll shake the whole country. I'm going to lead him right to my door. But this time, I'm going to be all set for him.
But you can't see this guy, Blackie.
Yeah, I know. He hypnotizes you, but he's no further away than his voice. He can be gotten. And I figured out just the way to do it.
Well, okay, Blackie. I don't know how you're going to work this out, but we're your friends for life if you do. What do you want us to do?
Nothing more than lay out some dough. I want you to buy me an island.
An island? What are you talking about?
There's a little patch of land no bigger than half a city block. It sits right in the middle of White Lake, right outside of town. There's a shack on it. That's going to be my hideout. That's where I'm going to leave the Shadow. And that's where I'm going to knock him off.
Well, if you're sure you can do this, I want to be in on the kill.
All right, Frank, I'll need company. You're in.
Okay, Blackie, the island's yours.
Thanks. You're getting a swell bargain. The Shadow for a piece of dirt.
Here you are, sir. 5 gallons, 95 cents.
95 cents? All right. Here you are.
Good night, sir.
All right.
Here, little man.
You travel back to the car and sit with Bubba till I lock up the gas station. Oh, you want Daddy to carry you back, huh? Lost your tongue? All right, then. Come on now. Up you go.
Are you about ready to go, John?
Yes, Mary. Won't take me more than a few minutes now. Pretty late to have this little man out.
It's so lonesome down at the house, I thought we'd come out and drive you home.
Oh, that was nice of you, Mary, and I certainly appreciate it. Here now, son. In the car with you. There you are. Well, what's this? Another customer? Gosh, business is picking up. I'll take care of this one in a hurry, Mary. Be right back. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Fill her up. Make it snappy.
Yes, sir. Would you cut your motor, please?
Cut my motor? What for?
Well, it's pretty dangerous putting gasoline in a car with a motor running.
All right, never mind the gas. Let's take a walk into that shanty of yours.
Hey, what is this? A stick-up?
Your dope's right, brother. Get going. This gun talks loud.
John!
Knife down, lady, if you know what's good for you.
Wait a minute, buddy. You've come to the wrong place. I've got exactly $9 in my till. That's my receipts for the whole day, and it's bread and butter for that woman and child in the car over there. And I'm not giving it away.
Never mind the long-winded story. I'm here for business. Now step on it.
Yeah? I'll step on it, all right, sir.
Oh. Tough guy, huh? Now your wife and kid can use that $9 to buy you a funeral wreath.
Special extra, wife and child witness murder, extra, extra, wanton killer loose in the city. Read all about it.
Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking. Who? Daily Express. No, there's no new developments in that killing yet. Well, give us a chance. We've just gotten started. I know it was a horrible crime, and I'm more anxious than you are to clear it up. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as there's a break. This phone will drive me crazy. It hasn't stopped ringing since that gas station man was murdered. Go ahead, Cadona. Finish your report. What did you find?
Well, I found a man who was driving along just as the killer pulled out of the gas station. He trailed the murder car for a while, but he lost it near White Lake.
Did you get a license number?
No, he couldn't get close enough.
We're certainly up against the tough on this time. The town's up and armed. We got to crack this case somehow. There goes that phone again. Just a minute, Shadow. Hello? Who's it?
Shadow.
Oh, you. Well, what do you want? I suppose you're calling up about that gas station murder.
Right, Commissioner. Are you making any progress?
Very little. The case is worse than a jigsaw puzzle with nearly all the parts missing.
It was a particularly vicious crime, Commissioner, and I want to assist in any way possible to bring about the capture of the murderer.
Well, case has got me. I'm willing to accept help from anybody. Got any dope at all, Shadow?
First, let me ask you, do you have any theory?
Simple enough. Robbery was the motive.
Are you sure about that, Commissioner?
Positive. The man resisted and was shot. That's simple enough.
I'm afraid it's not as simple as that, Commissioner. Isn't it strange that the killer passed many a prosperous, large gas station? Yet he picked out this obviously poverty-stricken one?
I haven't got any answer for that, except most crooks are dumb.
No, Commissioner. I feel certain the killer deliberately planned his crime so that it would shock and outrage the community. That's why he picked on that poor gas station man.
That sounds a little bit involved to me. Maybe you're right, but just a minute, Shadow. There's a teletype message coming in. May have some bearing on this case. Let's see what it is, Cardona.
Right, Commissioner. Hey, Commissioner, get this.
What is it, Cardona?
Listen. Mystery gunman robbed and killed restaurant owner at Huster Point near midnight tonight. Crime of the same character and undoubtedly committed by man who killed gas station owner.
Good Lord.
What is it, Commissioner? What's the matter?
Another killing at Huster Point.
I expected something like this.
Shadow, we're dealing with a madman. We've got to get him at once.
You'll excuse me now, Commissioner. There's work to be done. Quickly.
So wait. Tell me what you're going to do.
I don't know exactly. But one thing is certain. I won't rest until the man responsible for these crimes is brought to justice.
Extra, extra, couple robbed on Lonely Road. Mystery gunman terrorizing city. Read all about it.
Extra, extra, home of George Bomb. Special extra. George's home completely destroyed. Extra special.
Read all about it. Mystery gunman robbed post office. Get
gunman seems to have an insatiable thirst for crime. He's held up over 10 places in the last 24 hours.
He's a shrewd and dangerous man, Margot. It'll not be easy to capture him.
It seems so utterly hopeless. The chance of even finding out who he is.
Margot, criminals all make mistakes. And this killer has already made one. The one that may trip him.
Have you an idea who he is?
Do you remember the description of the killer that young woman gave us?
You mean the wife of the murdered gas station man?
Yes.
Yes, I remember, but the description made no particular impression on me.
I think I know the man she described.
You do? Who is he?
Do you remember Blackie Carmichael?
Oh, I'll never forget him. He's the one who swore in court that he would get the shadow when he got out of prison.
That's right. Well, Blackie Carmichael is out of prison.
You think he's the man responsible for all these killings?
I'm not certain, Margot. But there's one significant fact. The murders have all been committed since Blackie got out.
This is a very dangerous case, Lamont. Dangerous for you, I mean. Don't forget that Carmichael swore to get the shadow.
Forget? Hardly. I'm well aware of his threat. And I know he's not likely to forget it either. This case will mean the end of Blackie Carmichael or the end of the shadow.
Well, Blackie, did you see anything?
No, Frank, nothing. I don't expect to see the guy I'm after.
You sure got me stumped. I can't figure how you're going to get a guy you can't see.
Well, just wait. You'll be in on it when it happens. You can tell your grandchildren you saw Blackie Carmichael strangle the shadow with his own two hands.
Well, that'd be something to talk about, all right, but... Listen, Blackie, if you want to lead the shadow here to this island, why do you cover up every time you knock somebody off?
Because I don't want the cops to get wise first. I'm making it tough for them.
You may be making it tough for the shadow, too.
No. He's a smart egg. He got me the last time when I was well out to sea on the cleanest getaway a guy ever planned.
And you're throwing out enough bait. He ought to bite soon if he's ever gonna.
Frankie, the biggest fish is a sucker for the right kind of bait.
You sure raised an awful rumpus, all right. 10 stick-ups in 24 hours. Boy, that's knocking him off.
You think that's something? Why, I'm just starting. I'm going to keep pegging him until I wear calluses on my trigger finger. Drive a little further down the lake shore, Margot. We'll be able to see the island just around this next bend.
What do you expect to find there, Lamont?
I don't know. But I've noticed that in nearly every one of these robberies, the hold-up car was seen in this vicinity. Here we are, Margot. Pull up right here.
All right.
Yeah. Look. There's the island I've been telling you about. Out there in the middle of the lake.
But I understand that island's deserted. Nobody's lived there for years.
I'm not so sure about that, Margot. That's one of the points I must be satisfied about.
You mean you're going out there to investigate?
Yes, Margot. At least the shadow is.
How are you going to do it?
I'm going to swim out.
Swim? Way out there? Why not see if we can just find a boat or something?
No, that wouldn't do, Margot. The shadow can make himself invisible, but if there's anybody out there, they'd certainly be suspicious if they saw a boat approach, rowed by unseen hands.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, I must be going. Don't forget my instructions, Margot.
Yes, I've got them well in mind. I'm to wait here for an hour. If you're not back in that time, it'll be a signal you found somebody or something on the island. In that case, I'm to phone Commissioner Weston and have him surround the island.
Correct, Margot. Now, what time is it?
Exactly 11:50.
Good. I'll be on my way. But don't forget, Margot, at 12:50, you have a date with the shadow.
This is getting me, I tell you, Blackie. I can't stand it anymore.
I'll go on in the shack and take a sleep.
No, I'm getting off this island.
Who said you was?
I say so. I'm going nuts waiting while you keep staring at that water.
You close that trap of yours or you'll be carried off this island.
Oh, now, Blackie, be reasonable, will you? This is a screwy idea. We can't wait around here for a guy that may never show up. I got things to do.
You're in on this, see?
Oh!
And you're staying into the finish. You get me?
Yeah, for Pete's sake, Blackie, let go. You break my arm.
Are you doing as I say?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't want to hear no more squawking.
You got a grip like nothing, you. My arm felt like it was in a steel vise.
Lie down, boy.
Oh, what's up? What's the matter?
Look. Right along where I'm pointing. Where the moon hits the water.
Yeah?
You see anything?
Just a ripple in the water, that's all I see.
Some ripple. It's the one I've been looking for every night since I'm here.
What do you think it is?
It's a man swimming.
You're nuts. I don't see no man. Maybe it's just a fish.
Fish is good. The fish I've been putting my bait out for.
What? Say, Blackie, you don't figure that's the shadow, do you?
That's my dope. I'm willing to lay a bet on it.
I get it now. This is the way you've been planning it all the time. That guy can hide himself, but he can't hide the ripple in the water.
That's what I've been figuring for 5 years. I know this shadow can hypnotize you so you can't see him, but he's a body just the same. So I doped out this idea. If I could get him into water, I still wouldn't be able to see him. But I could see where he rippled the water. Then I could grab.
Blackie, that's a smart idea.
And simple. So simple I was scared some other guy'd beat me to it.
That ripple is moving this way. What are you going to do now, Blackie?
I'm going out to meet him just as soon as he gets far enough in for me to fetch underwater. Then I'm going to grab him and strangle him with these two hands.
You ought to be a cinch for a guy as strong as you at any time. But now, after he swam that distance, he's ducks.
Yeah, it's time to go, Frank. Here. Grab my ducks. Take it.
Okay, Blackie. You better make it snappy. He's almost out of deep water.
He's paddling in his own grave right now. Here goes. Keep your eye on the water, Frank. Watch the fun.
Okay, Blackie. Hot doze on you. Don't disappoint.
I got you, Shadow. I can't see you, but I can feel my hands on your throat. Let go. Let go of me. No, I won't. I waited too many years to get my hands on you. Who are you? I can't see you, but I know you can see me. So take a good look. Do you recognize me?
Blackie Carmichael.
That's right. Blackie Carmichael, the guy you sent to prison for 5 years.
You just have what you got, Blackie. Good luck, boy. Now let me go.
Sure, I'll let go of you after I strangle the life out of you.
Shadow, you're joking me.
You're finished, Shadow. This is the end of it. Now I'm going to hold your head underwater and drown you.
Let go of me.
That's done. Frank! Frank! I done it! I killed him! I killed the Shadow! Oh, confound it. Who can that be at this hour of the night? Hello?
Is this Commissioner Weston?
Yes, who's this?
There's no time for introductions, Commissioner. I've got some information I must give you in a hurry. Let all the men you can spare go out and surround the island in White Lake.
The island in White Lake? Well, that place has been deserted for years. What's out there?
I can't give you details, Commissioner, but I urge you to act at once and use extreme care. There may be great danger.
I can't be going out in the middle of the night on crazy calls like this. You got to give me some definite information.
All right, Commissioner. You want to stop this epidemic of murders and robberies, don't you?
Of course, but what has that island got to do with it?
That you'll find out when you get there.
Oh? Hello? Hello?
Hey, Blackie, you'll be the biggest guy in the rackets after this. You done something that every guy in the underworld wanted to do. You killed a Shadow.
Cut the gab and let's get going.
All right, I'm all set.
We better bind this shack down. We don't want to leave any fingerprints, any evidence for the cops.
No use taking any chances now.
Get that can of kerosene.
Right, Blackie. Okay, I got it.
All right. Pour it all over the joint.
Boy, wait till the gang hears about this. It'll knock them all for a twister.
Okay, that's enough. Get over here by the door.
Okay.
Now check some matches on it and let it go.
Right, Blackie. This will cover us completely. Well, there she goes.
Come on, scram out of here. This shack will go up like paper.
Boy, look at it burn, huh?
Never mind that. Load the 2 machine guns in the boat.
They're in already.
All right, then come on.
I thought we'd never get off this island. It's worse than doing a stretch in jail. What are you going to do when you get back to town, Blackie?
I've been getting chicken feed so far. Now I'm going out after the real big dough. I ain't going to be too particular about how I get it.
Okay, here we are. All right, now get a hold of the other end of the boat and we'll slide her into the water.
Okay. There we go.
Hey, Blackie, wait.
What's the matter?
Look. There's a boat out there.
What?
Hey, there's another one.
2 more over there.
We're surrounded, Blackie. Must be the cops. What are we going to do?
Give me a hand with this machine gun.
Ain't you going to make a break for it?
Yeah, after I knock off enough cops and open up a big enough space for us to get through. Set that gun up here. Leave the other one in the boat. We'll need it going across.
We better make a break for it, Blackie. That fire's getting awful hot.
I tell you, and shut up.
All right.
Yeah, it's the cops, all right. I can see them now in the light from the fire. You got the gun loaded?
Yeah, she's all set.
All right. I'm going to bead on one of them 2 boats right in front. Take the one to your right first. Let's go when I tell you. Then we'll knock off the other one.
All right. They're a perfect target now.
Let them get closer.
Let's go, Blackie. They'll be on top of us in another minute.
You let go when I tell you, not before. All right. Get ready. There you shot. You knocked the gun over.
I didn't knock it over.
What are you trying to hand me?
Honest, Blackie, I didn't. I tell you.
Who else could have done it?
I don't know.
I could, Blackie. I did.
What? Hey, Blackie, who's that? Who's talking?
The Shadow.
Blackie, you hear that? It's the Shadow. I thought you killed that guy.
I did. I'm sure I did.
Oh, no, you didn't, Blackie. I'm very much alive.
You can't be. I held you under. I pumped you down.
I simply played good water polo, Blackie. Taking punishment underwater and holding the breath for sustained periods is a requirement of the game. I let you believe you had an easy victim. You know better now.
Come on, run for it, Blackie. Into the water where you still got a chance.
Right back here, you yellow rat. Come on and fight it out.
Your little playmate is gone, Blackie. The police have shot him. There's no chance for you to escape.
Yeah, that's what you think. You ain't railroading me that easy.
You better give up, Blackie.
Well, I guess this round's yours, but the game ain't over yet. Put up your hands, you. Okay. Take it easy, officer. Tell your man to put away them captors.
What are you doing here?
It is Blackie Carmichael, Commissioner.
Oh, Shadow, you're here too.
This is the man you've been looking for, Commissioner. The killer of the gas station man and the others.
Well, he's a prize package. Nice piece of work, Shadow. Come on, you.
All right. You got me now, but I'll get out again just as I did before. And the next time, Shadow, I'm going to get you. Remember that, I'm going to get you.
Say, Joe.
Yes, Mr. Ward.
Get Blackie Carmichael's record card out of the big file.
Yes, sir.
Harlan. Yes, here we are, Carmichael. Albert Carmichael, alias Blackie. Here you are, Mr. Ward. All right, stamp it and put it in a small file. Yes, sir. There you are, sir. Just a minute, let me look at it. That's right, Joe. Albert Blackie Carmichael. Discharged by execution.
Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Black Rock.
Takeoff, Martin. And what a takeoff. Right straight to a watery grave. She only knew it.
Listen, Ward, you better not let Burkett hear you shooting off your mouth like that.
I ain't scared of that swindler. He ain't got nothing on me.
Oh, no. Nothing at all, except that you're a pilot without a license who's been making his living flying smuggled dope.
So what? Don't think I can't see what goes on. I know that Burkett swindled his stockholders out of $2 million. And now he's skipping in this plane.
Well, what if he is? You're getting paid plenty, ain't you?
Sure.
Oh, hello, Mr. Burkett.
Is the plane ready to take off? Yeah. He's fueled to the limits to fly 1,500 miles if necessary.
The supplies are all loaded, too, boss.
Well, you know our course. We're heading for Nova Scotia. Yeah. Mr. Burkett. Mr. Burkett.
Father, what are you doing here?
I followed you.
Yeah?
Where are you going, Mr. Burkett?
Well, what's that to you, Harvey?
I happen to know that you're absconding with the company's funds.
Now, see here, Harvey.
Mr. Burkett, you can't do this. Think what will happen to me, to the stockholders, everyone.
Harvey, I'm not running out on you. You don't know what you're saying.
I do know what I'm saying. I know that in that suitcase you have $2 million of the company's funds. You made me president, and I'm responsible for those funds. I'll be ruined. Ruined, do you hear? Now give me back that money.
Let go of that bag, Harvey.
Give it to me, I say. You're stealing the company's money.
What? Martin, take care of him, will you?
Give me that.
Listen, punk, shut up.
I won't. I want that money. I want that money.
Give it to him, Martin.
That'll stop that.
Nice work, Martin. Throw him out of the plane.
Right.
All right. Now, let's get out of here.
So you cleaned out your company, huh, Burkett? Robbed your poor, dear, trusting stockholders.
I'm not supposed to know about this, Ward.
Oh, no? Not even the $2 million you got salted in that suitcase?
You were hired to pilot this plane, and that's all. So get the plane off the ground.
Okay. As long as I get my cut.
Don't worry, Ward. You'll get yours.
Every minute. Guys, what do you expect on the Grand Banks, mate? Hey, where do you reckon our position? About 200 miles due east of Cape Race, Captain.
Breakers off the port bow, Captain! Breakers off the port bow!
Breakage off the port bow? Cut the engine, mate. Aye, sir.
What do you make it, look out? These low vessels, Captain. Looks like the wing of an airplane.
An airplane? Do you suppose it could be that plane that flew to sea 4 days ago, sir? Might be. There she is.
Ease her off a bit. We'll drift down on it. Aye, Captain.
Look, there's the plane's number on the wing, sir. Can you make it out? X1752. X1752. That's the plane, Captain. I remember the number. I heard a radio broadcast about her last night. So that's what happened to the poor devils. Lost their course and dropped into the sea.
Look lively then, lads. Lend a hand and we'll haul that wing aboard. Aye, sir. Get a line ready, lad.
Shall I get the dories over, Captain? Not in this fog. We'll cruise about. I've a notion we'll find no trace of the 3 poor devils that were aboard her. Poor devils? Rich devils, you mean, sir? Right. Burkett stole $2 million from the poor stockholders of the company. Aye. All the money in the world will do them no good in Davy Jones' locker. Aye. The rest of the plane is on the bottom of the banks. And them rascals in it. Aye, mate. Lost. Stake my life on it. Lost forever.
and $2 million of poor people's money lost with them.
Extra, extra! Swindler's plane found in sea. Burkett and companions believed drowned. Paper, paper! Police seek Frank Harvey, missing company president for questioning. Extra, extra!
Lamont, do you mean that the poor man really had nothing to do with the money being stolen?
Absolutely nothing, Margot. That's why we're driving down here. Frank Harvey is an honest man. He was set up as president of the company by Burkett. Harvey thought it was a legitimate investment house.
Then why can't he tell that to the police?
Because, unfortunately, that would never hold in a courtroom. As head of the firm, he's directly responsible to the people for their stolen money.
Where did you say you'd meet him?
He's hiding down by Miller's Creek.
Is that right down this road?
Yes. I think it's this third cottage here. Let's get up and see.
All right, Lamont. Oh, there's someone in the window. He's waiting for us to come in.
Yes, that's Harvey. We go in the side door.
How long has he been hiding here?
About a week, I believe.
Mr. Cranston.
Hello, Harvey.
Come in, please.
Thank you. This is Miss Lane, Mr. Harvey.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm so glad you could come here, Mr. Cranston.
I hope I can be of service.
Well, that's a pretty forlorn hope, I guess. What with Burkett presumably at the bottom of the sea.
Presumably, Mr. Harvey?
Yes. You see, I can't make myself believe that he's dead.
I'm inclined to agree with you on that.
You are?
Why, Lamont?
Well, for one thing, Margot, their bodies were never found.
Lamont, I don't like to be stubborn, but the Atlantic is a mighty big pond.
Yes. But I also know that when Burkett planned his getaway, he wouldn't have figured on flying across the ocean in a plane with a cruising range of only 600 miles.
They were flying to Canada and got off their course.
Yes, that's true.
No, Harvey. Ward, although crooked, was an excellent pilot. He was an expert navigator. He knew blind flying.
Then, since you think they're alive, how did their plane crash 200 miles at sea? Fly itself?
Fly itself? Margot, you've given me an idea. It's the only thing I haven't been able to figure out.
What are the things you have figured out, Mr. Cranston?
I'm afraid I can't tell you right now, but if they work, the missing money will be returned to the stockholders, and your name will be cleared, Mr. Harvey.
What do you expect to find at the airport at this time of night, Lamont?
I'd like to take a look around the hangar where Burkett kept his plane, Margot.
Well, what can you learn there?
I'm going to stake everything on a shot in the dark.
There's no one in that hangar but the watchman. He doesn't know anything, or if he does, the police and the G-men didn't get it out of him. So how can you hope...
I'm going to ask him one question, Margot. How could a ghost airplane fly 200 miles and crash into the sea?
And do you expect an answer from him?
Not I, but the shadow does. Look. Look through those windows.
Yes.
There's the watchman. He's asleep. I won't wake him, Margot. It'll be easier for the hypnotic powers of the shadow to force his subconscious mind to answer the question.
I'll wait out here, Lamont.
In a few minutes, we'll know if Burkett really went to his death in the wrecked plane.
So I wouldn't tell about the extra fuel tanks.
Yes, keep remembering, Carson?
The automatic pilot.
Sleep, Carson. Dream on.
No, I won't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody about those long flights you took, Mr. Burkett.
Where did I go on those trips, Carson?
Well,
Remember now.
Black Rock. No, I won't tell them.
Why did I install an automatic pilot, Carson? Why?
To fly. Black Rock. 1,000 miles and land. And then Ward was to take the ship up and set the automatic pilot and bail out.
So that's it. A ghost plane flown by a robot pilot cruising seaward until his gas ran out.
Yeah.
Where is Black Rock, Carson? Where is Black Rock?
Black Rock is 25 miles off the coast. Wait. What am I saying? Who's that? Don't move!
We must be getting near Black Rock, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. I hope we reach it before it gets too dark to land the plane.
You've come a long way since we left New York this morning.
It's exactly 1,000 miles to Black Rock.
And how far off the coast of Labrador?
About 25 miles.
Burkett certainly picked a secluded spot. Just a dot of an island on this map.
Margot, hand me the glasses. I think I see land.
Where, Lamont?
Straight ahead. Yes, that's it, Margot. A lobe-shaped Black Rock. There's supposed to be a small cove to the landward side.
How can this seaplane land with all this ice in the water?
Now, I've got to hope for enough open water, Margot.
But Lamont, if Burkett and his gang are on Black Rock, they'll hear the plane.
Can't be helped. If it's possible to land, I'm going ashore tonight.
You want me to stay in the plane?
Yes. You'd better keep this rifle, in case they try to board the plane while I'm ashore.
Rock gets larger as we get nearer. How will you find them? They may hide until we go.
The shadow will find them, Margot. There can't be many places to hide.
I don't see a sign of life, not even a hut or a tent.
According to explorers' reports, there are several large sea caves. They may be using one of those.
There's the inlet on the landward side, Lamont. It's easily free of ice.
Yes, I see it. Hold on, Margot. I'm going to try to land in that open water.
Heaven help us if we hit any pack ice.
Get out the life preservers, just in case.
We'd freeze to death in that water.
Steady. This is it.
You made it, Lamont. You made it.
Yes. And now the shadow must do the rest.
See. All right. That's better.
Hey, sure you know where Beckett hit that boat?
Yeah. It's in that little cave, right by the edge of the water. Keep that lantern up, will you? Want me to break my neck?
Oh, if I hold it any higher, Beckett will see it.
Well, let him see it. I'll kill him if he tries to keep it from getting off this blasted rock this time.
Beckett will kill us if he catches us trying to get that plane in the cove.
Hey, who do you suppose it is after us?
What do we care? It's a plane, ain't it? Chance to get away from Beckett.
Well, I ain't leaving without that money. Not after the way he starved us, kicked us around like dogs.
All right. We'll get the plane. Then we'll take care of Beckett.
All right. Here's the cove. Look, I told you we'd find it, didn't I?
Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Now, what are we waiting for? Come on, let's pull out to that plane.
Oh, we gotta get the...
Shut up, Martin. Listen. I heard something like somebody laughing. Laughing at us.
You're crazy. It's the wind.
Oh. You hear that? Somebody's close to us, watching us. Get down. Maybe Beckett. Hide.
I heard it, too. Put out the lantern, quick.
It's no use. I'm not Burkett.
Be quick about it, fella. Cover him with your gun, Martin.
I can't see him.
I'm standing in the light, close to you. But you cannot see me.
What do you want?
I've come for you.
It's the cops, Ward. It's the cops. They found him.
No, it's not the police, Mr. Martin.
And who are you?
You've been in prison, both of you. Haven't you ever heard of the Shadow?
Shadow? Guy nobody's ever seen.
Not the Shadow. Not on this forsaken rock.
The end of the world is not far enough to hide you from me.
What? That voice. I've heard Kahn talk about it. It's him. He's here. There's been a slip. He's come for us.
Yeah? All right. But getting us is another thing. Now, don't come near me, Shadow. I'll drill you, even if I can't see you.
I'll take you when the time comes. But first I need to get Burkett and the $2 million he stole and clear the name of Frank Harvey.
Well, you can have Burkett, but you'll never get that $2 million, Shadow.
Not one of you will escape.
How did you find us? That watchman squealed, didn't he? I warned Burkett.
Come on, Ward. We gotta find Burkett. He'll know what to do.
Yes, go to Burkett. Warn him the Shadow is here. Tell him you'll never leave Black Rock alive. Never live to spend the fruits of your crime.
Burkett! Hey, Burkett! Burkett! Are you here in the cave? What is the matter with you, Martin? Where have you been?
Been around at the cove, watching that plane. Do you know who was in it?
Yes, of course I know. Just a girl. And she won't give us any trouble. I've seen to that.
A girl? And he didn't come alone.
You know what you fools are talking about. Who didn't come alone?
The Shadow. The Shadow is on Black Rock.
The Shadow? Why, you're crazy.
No, he's here. He said we'd never leave the island alive.
Oh, how did the Shadow know that we didn't perish with the flames?
That watchman at the airport must have squealed.
So the Shadow trailed us 1,000 miles to this forsaken hideaway and played right into our hands.
What's so funny?
What do you mean?
Look over there. See who's gagged and tied to that cot.
What? Look, he's got the girl.
How did you do it? How did you get her out of the plane?
I went out in the boat and I merely gave her the choice of coming ashore or having the plane's pontoons riddled with bullets.
But the Shadow was on the rock here, looking for us.
Well, let him find us. We'll give him the choice of giving himself up or seeing his girlfriend put in one of the lower sea caves until the tide comes in.
That'd be murder.
Oh. That shouldn't bother you. You and Ward have been watching for a chance to murder me ever since we came to Black Rock.
You know why, don't you? Because you've been starving us to death.
For your own good, you fool. We've got 7 months of winter ahead of us. If the food gives out before we can leave here next summer, we'll die by slow starvation.
That is just how you will die. Unless you tell me the hiding place of the $2 million, Burkett.
The Shadow. He's here, in the sea cave. He followed us.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Shadow. Now we can settle this. I'll make a bargain with you.
The Shadow doesn't bargain with criminals, Burkett.
I've got the girl who came with you. There she is. Look at her. I'll give you 2 minutes to come out of the shadows and give yourself up.
Give myself up to be murdered? Drowned in the lower sea caves? Oh, no, Burkett.
You have no choice. We'll drown the girl.
Burkett, listen to me. Would you have the murder of an innocent girl on your conscience in your last days and hours when you are slowly starving to death on this barren island?
You can't scare us, Shadow. We've plenty of food.
You had plenty of food, Burkett. But look at it now. Look at the chests of food you have so carefully hoarded. Look at them.
Burkett, look.
Yeah?
The locks are smashed. The chests have been opened.
What?
Burkett, look. The flour. The dried meat. It's soap.
Soap without kerosene. Look, this chest is the same. We can't eat it.
But what about the canned stuff? The canned stuff. He couldn't spoil that.
Get away from those cases, Martin.
No, you don't. You're not going to keep what's left for yourself. I'm taking the rest of this food, and I'm going to the mainland now.
Put down that case, Martin. Put it down, I tell you.
You ain't going to starve me to death, you crooked rat.
All right, Martin. You won't starve to death. No, you won't starve.
Oh!
Burkett, you didn't even give him a chance. You shot him in cold blood. You'll do the same to me if I let you.
Don't be a fool, Ward. Put down that gun. Now, listen, there's enough food for us, and I need you.
I couldn't stay here alone. I'd go crazy.
There's only food enough for one man, Burkett. And I'm going to be that man.
No, you don't. What?
You wing me. Wing me, you devil. Go on, finish the job. Finish me. Better than starving to death. I had enough of that.
Ward! Ward! I only meant to scare you.
Ward is not dead, Burkett. Your bullet's in his shoulder. Shock. Hunger. That's all. Now, what kind of a bargain will you make?
I make no bargains with you, Shadow. Remember, I've still got the girl.
No, Burkett. She's gone. Look on the cot. Her ropes are cut. She's gone.
Gone? You cut her loose.
Yes. While you fought each other.
If I could only see you.
You'll never live to see another human face if you don't give yourself up.
No. No, I've sacrificed everything for that $2 million, and I'll never give it up.
You've got to give it up, Burkett. Do you want to stay here, starving, freezing to death for nothing? Now, tell me, where have you hidden the money?
No. No.
Tell me, I say. Where's the money you stole from the thousands of poor and trusting people you betrayed?
Oh, you'll never get it. They'll never get it.
Burkett. Warn you, Martin you, but you don't seem to realize I have the power to make you a baby. Don't move, Burkett. That's it. Stare into space. Keep staring into the shadows.
No. No.
Drop that gun, Burkett. Drop that gun. Your fingers can't hold it. Can't hold it. Drop that gun. Drop it. Now, where have you hidden the money?
Under the chest.
You're a fool, Burkett. Like all criminals. You've told me what I want to know. Margot.
Yes.
Margot, take the ropes from the cot. Tie Burkett's hands behind him. He can't move.
All right, Shadow.
Hurry, Margot, hurry. Draw his hands behind his back. Tie them. Tight. Tight. Now, Margot, get out. Get back to the plane. Hurry. Hurry.
No, Shadow. Shadow, don't. Don't leave me here to die. I'll give up the money. I'll go back and stand trial.
Yes, Burkett, you'll give up the money that was never yours. You'll go back and stand trial, both you and Ward. I've wrecked your boats. You can't escape. And tomorrow, a Coast Guard cutter of the North Atlantic Ice Patrol will pick you up. They'll take you back to pay for your crimes.
Will believe your message?
I have the plane's radio tuned in on their regular band. They'll notify their shore base they're proceeding to Black Rock.
Ice Patrol cutter calling.
There it is now.
Hello? Hello? Ice Patrol cutter proceeding to Black Rock under forced draft. Proceeding to Black Rock under forced draft.
They believe you, Lamont. They believe the Shadow.
Set your course homeward, Margot. Our job is finished.
Oh, Lamont, think what it means. All those poor people will get their money back. They won't suffer. They won't lose their homes. And Mr. Harvey's name will be cleared.
Yes, Margot. And this will be a warning to others that even the best laid plans of the smartest criminals can fail. There is no perfect crime.
what evil lurks in the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
Now, the Carrie Salt Company, producer of salt for every farm and home use, brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. In just a minute, today's exciting adventure will begin. But first, do you pride yourself on being a good cook? Well, then guard your reputation by always using Carrie's round package table salt. Yes, ma'am. Carrie salt makes everything you cook taste even better because Carrie salt is different. Carrie salt is deep penetrating. That's right. Carrie salt is different. Carrie salt is deep penetrating. You see, Carrie salt goes deep down into the heart of food. It's extra refined, that's why. So Carrie salt always carries the flavor. Get Carrie's tomorrow at your favorite food store in the round white box with a bright red band. It comes either iodized for added health protection or plain. But now, the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Blood Money. In a dimly lighted cellar, 4 men sit surrounded by an imposing array of test tubes, ultraviolet ray lamps, and acid baths. Projected on a white screen at the far side of the room is a greatly enlarged reproduction of a $10 bill. The leader, a tall, emaciated man, snaps his fingers. The lights go on, leaving the scene with an eerie light.
It is good. You are satisfied, Monsieur Bones? It is excellent, Darcy. Finest piece of counterfeit I've ever seen. Oh, merci. Even the federal agents will have trouble spotting it.
Yeah, it sure is a lot better than the stuff we've been trying to push up to now, Bones.
You finished with the plates for the 20s and 50s, Darcy? Oui, Monsieur Bones. All of them? All of them. And they are perfect. And now, may I go? Don't you like it here? You never worked with better equipment in your life, did you, Darcy? Oh, no, it is fine. The most modern, the most expensive equipment I have ever seen. But I can go now, please. I have my little shop, my own work to go back to. Very well, you can go, Darcy. Oh, merci, monsieur. Ready, Buster?
Yeah, Bones. I've been dying to see if baby here still talks as loud as she used to.
A sawed-off shotgun. You wouldn't use that on him, would you, Bones? You could be heard all over town.
This room's soundproof, Rigo. No, please. You said I could go. I will not talk. All right, Buster. Oh, no, please. Do not shoot me. Please. I will not say
baby.
No.
Talk to him.
Good Lord.
Baby still talks as loud as she used to. And bites just as deep.
Well, Lamont, what did you drag me all the way across town to 3rd Avenue for? Now, what's the secret?
In the interest of improving your culture, darling.
On 3rd Avenue?
Well, if you must know, I want you to see some etching.
Why, Lamont Cranston.
In a shop, that is.
Oh.
Matter of fact, here it is. Almond Darcy. It's an old acquaintance of mine. Oh, that's funny. It's still locked.
Oh, nothing funny about it. Read the note in the door. Back in 5 minutes.
Yes, that's what's funny. I tried to get in here several times during the past few days. That note's always been up.
You think something might have happened to him?
Darcy lives in the back of the shop. He'll be sick or something. Come on, darling. Let's go around to the side door.
All right.
This door looks as if it were locked, too. Yes, it is. Well,
what are you doing, darling?
a steel rod ought to open it.
There's a law against housebreaking, you know, darling.
This is purely in the interest of humanity and friendship. There, that does it. Come on, let's go in.
It's awfully dark and dusty in here.
Look at this. Furniture smashed, table upset. Been a struggle here, Margot. Things happened to the old man all right.
What is it? Do you see something there?
No. What's more important is that I don't see something that should be there.
What do you mean?
Over here. Look, Darcy's work table. You always had it there? Laid out on top of it. There are none here.
Is that important, Lamont?
I think it is. Come on. Better get over to Commissioner Weston's office. This looks like a case for the police.
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Hello, Margot. Lamont. I can tell by your face something's on your mind. What is it?
I think we've stumbled on something that'll be very important to you, Commissioner.
Is that so?
Yes, a friend of mine, an etcher named Darcy, disappeared from his little shop on 3rd Avenue. His place has been ransacked and his etching tools stolen.
The Bureau of Missing Persons is what you want, Lamont.
You don't understand, Commissioner. This man was an etcher. He was an expert at reproductions of old masterpieces.
The Missing Persons Bureau still gets his case.
But you don't understand, Lamont.
I don't think he understands himself, Margot. Here I am up to my neck trying to run down a gang that's passing thousands of dollars worth of counterfeit a day, and he worries me about some little etcher who... I see.
As I thought you would. Who'd be better able to handle counterfeiting than an etcher who specialized in reproductions, Commissioner?
Maybe. Now, these counterfeits are being made and passed by professionals, Lamont. This little amateur of yours wouldn't have a chance in that game.
You've got some kind of a lead on this counterfeiting gang, Commissioner?
Our men know pretty well where these counterfeit passers hang out and where the money is turned over to them. We've got every dive in town covered. It's just a matter of time.
Every dive?
That's right, Cranston. When you're trying to catch a rat, you put traps outside of rat holes.
Sounds reasonable when you put it that way, Commissioner.
What do you think it's reasonable?
I think the commissioner's busy, Lamont.
Yes, I guess we better be running along.
Okay, Lamont. Drop in any time. Bye, Margot.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Well, darling?
Darcy is mixed up in this ring, and I don't think we're dealing with the kind of low characters Weston has his eye on.
No?
No, I don't believe an ordinary crook would think of having an expert etcher make his plates. These men are smart. They won't do their business in low dives and hangouts.
Where then?
I don't know. I think tonight we might do a little investigating.
Sounds interesting. Where?
Shingle, Maison de Chance, Barney's, many other plush traps as I can think of.
But they're all nightclubs and gambling joints.
Well, there's no law says we can't enjoy ourselves while we're working. Is there, darling?
Well, Lamont, what's the lure of this place? That slinky blonde who plays the piano?
Why, darling, how could you suspect such a thing?
This is the 3rd straight night we've come back here, and we only went to the other places once.
Well, here comes that slinky blonde now.
You needn't be enthusiastic in your applause, Lamont. She's not that good.
Well, I don't know about that, Margot.
She does play divinely.
Margot, you notice the effects they use while she's playing?
The colored spotlight?
Yes. Notice how it goes over the audience and picks out certain people?
Yes. Nice effect.
It's more than an effect, darling. I recognize one of the men it picked out the other night. Later, he went into the gambling room and won a large sum of money on one play.
Lucky him.
Maybe. The following night, I memorized the 6 faces of the people the spotlight stopped at. They all won large sums of money, all on one play.
Oh.
See that fellow sitting over there? His name's Rigo. Police have never been able to get anything on him, but they'd like to.
The spotlight stopped on him just now.
So just now he's getting up from the table. Come on, Margaret, let's follow him into the gambling room. This way.
Get your bets down, folks. Get your bets down. Come on, let's have some action here. The wheel's hot tonight.
Where is this Rigo you're talking about,
Get your bets down, folks.
There he is, right over there. Now, let's watch him.
Let's have some bets, folks.
Still time to place a bet, croupier?
Yes, sir. Just about to spin it.
Good.
All right.
There you are.
Well, all bets placed. Number 26 in red. 26 in red even.
I guess that's me.
Well, there you are, sir, right here now.
I think I'll cash in, croupier. Which window?
The end window on the right, sir. All right, folks, come on now. Get your bets down.
It's uncanny, Lamont.
Stay here, darling. I'm going to follow him.
Get your bets down. 27.
Hello, Rigo.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
Let's go into the smoking room. We can talk better there.
What is this, mister?
In the smoking lounge, Rigo.
If this is a stick-up, you won't get away with it. Now, what do you want?
You're pretty lucky, Rigo.
Yeah?
Yeah. Won quite a lot of money on one play tonight, didn't you?
So that's it. A stick-up, huh?
No. Just I'd like to know how you managed it.
Good work, Buster. You got here just in time. Yeah, I saw him brace outside the door, so I followed you in. Who is he? I don't know. He was asking questions about how I won the money. Here's his wallet. Name's Lamont Cranston. Any name? Cranston. He's a private eye, a friend of the police commissioner. We gotta take care of him. I'll get a hold of Holmes and find out what he wants to do with him. We'll take care of this guy. Good.
How's your poor head, Lamont?
It's not my poor head that's hurt. It's my pride, darling. Imagine letting someone sneak up behind me like that.
Who did it? Did you see him?
No, I just felt him, darling.
We must be getting awfully close to something, Lamont. Maybe we'd better let Commissioner Weston handle it.
No, not yet. He never believed that a gambling house was paying off professional passers with counterfeit in return for their own good money.
It does seem pretty far-fetched, Lamont.
Not far-fetched, Margaret. It's ingenious. You see, in that way, if a passer gets caught, he doesn't know who his source of supply is. It's just as I suspected, darling. The head of this gang is a very intelligent man.
Yes?
This is Buster. We arranged to have a little talk with that fella Cranston, like you said, Bones.
See that there are no slip-ups, Buster.
Oh, no, Bones. I ain't going to do the talking personally. I left Baby to talk for me.
Did you get the young lady's address?
Yeah. Everything's all set up at her place. He walks to a door, opens the door for her, and turns on the light.
Yeah.
But tonight, when he opens that door, Baby turns off the light. For good.
Well, darling, here you are. Door-to-door service.
Come in for a minute, Lamont. I want to fix that cut in your hair.
Okay, Florence Nightingale.
Oh, where's that key?
I've often thought of inventing a portable radar to help women find things in those purses they carry.
Oh, here it is.
Thanks. Margot, would you mind if I didn't come in after all? All of a sudden, I feel kind of shaky.
I certainly would mind. That head of yours needs some attention. You're coming in.
Okay, darling. I guess...
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute.
Now, here are the two winners of the Carry Salt contest for the week ending September 22nd. Each of these listeners wins a gorgeous $100 17-jewel Harman Gold wristwatch, just for writing the most interesting letters describing some new and unusual use for any Carry Salt product. Listen, the man's watch goes to Mr. G. Fred Prentice of Brookfield Avenue, Chattanooga, Tennessee. In his interesting letter, Mr. Prentice suggests the use of Carry's table salt to prevent a thermos bottle from going stale. As soon as he empties the thermos, he puts in a teaspoon of Carry salt and fills with cold water. Try that hint yourself and see how much fresher the next bottle of coffee tastes. And here's the winner of the Ladies' Watch, Mrs. William H. Perry of Huntsville, Alabama. Her letter tells how to make a marvelous cleanser for galvanized utensils just by using 1/2 cup of Kerry salt and 1/4 cup of kerosene. Congratulations to both winners. And folks, if you'd like to win one of these beautiful watches, listen for the easy rules later in the program. Meanwhile, remember there's a fine Kerry salt for every farm and home use. There's deep penetrating Kerry's table salt, Kerry's mineral supplement salt, Kerry's meat curing salt, and many others. Always look for the white bag, box, or carton with a bright red band. But now, back to the Shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, while investigating the disappearance of an etcher named Darcy, have run into a vicious counterfeiting gang. As Lamont opens the door to Margot's flat, the roar of a sawed-off shotgun fills the air.
Lamont! Lamont!
All right, darling. How about you?
I guess I'm all in one piece, too. What was it, a bomb?
It's a mighty close call. There it is on the floor behind that chair. Sawed-off shotgun.
Oh, thank heavens it missed you. Look at the wall.
Yes. We're pretty lucky, Margot. This was a rather ingenious job of wiring. Fortunately for us, it slipped somehow. We'd have been blown right through the door.
Lamont, I'm frightened.
Since we've got this much satisfaction, we must be on the right track. We know now the gang's trying to get rid of us.
That's a lot of consolation. Well, what do we do now?
Get down to police headquarters. Maybe now Commissioner Weston will believe this isn't all a figment of my imagination.
Hello, Commissioner. Hey, where have you two been? I've been trying to reach you. We just found Darcy.
What?
What does he say? Where's he been?
He doesn't say anything, and he's been in the river. A couple of days, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I'm sorry. How was he murdered, Commissioner?
A sawed-off shotgun from the looks of it. Not very pretty.
Lamont, a sawed-off shotgun.
That proves that there is a link.
Yeah? Well, what's this all about?
The gang tried to kill Lamont and me tonight, and with a sawed-off shotgun.
What? Looks like you've made some enemies by getting mixed up with this Darcy. Probably one of them tried to get you tonight. Is the local precinct working on it?
Yes, Commissioner. I got there right after it happened.
Good. I'd advise you to lay low, Cranston. Of course, I could assign you a bodyguard.
Look, Commissioner Weston, this is no joke.
I'm not joking, Margot. I'm worried about both of you. But I know you can expect things like this when you don't leave police work to men who are trained in it.
Maybe you're right, Commissioner.
Maybe we'd better run along, Lamont.
Yes, I guess so. Goodbye.
Now, take care of yourself.
You know he's not right, Lamont.
There's no use trying to convince Weston. We'll have to follow this thing through alone.
But how?
Rico. He's our only connection with the gang. I'm going to find out where he lives and pay him a visit tonight. I think Rigo will talk to the Shadow.
Hello, Rigo. Going someplace?
What? What's that?
The Shadow, Rigo. Don't bother to look around. No man sees the Shadow.
What do you want? Why are you here?
I am here for the truth, Rigo. The truth about the etcher, Darcy. The truth about the counterfeit ring.
I don't know anything about them.
Who killed Darcy?
I don't know.
Who killed Darcy? Who, Rigo?
It was a trigger-happy kid called Buster.
How did he do it? With a shotgun?
How did you know that, Shadow?
Who's the head of this ring, Rigo? Who gives this Buster his orders? Who's the brains behind this racket?
They call him Bones. I don't know nothing else about him. Nobody even knows his real name.
Where can the Shadow find this Bones?
I don't know. I just take care of shoving the queer. We pick up the stuff at a gambling joint, but I don't know who makes it. Honest, I don't, Shadow.
I think the Shadow better pay a visit to this gambling place.
No, don't do that, please, Shadow. Bones would think I sent you.
Fell right into the trap, didn't you, Rigo? So, he operates from the gambling spot.
Okay, so he does operate from the gambling joint. But you'll never find him there, Shadow. He's got a hideout inside the joint. I've been in it, but I was taken blindfolded. It's a real stash out. It's a hideaway nobody can spot.
The shadow will find it, Rigo. When he does, he'll see you pay for your part in this blood money racket.
Shadow, where are you? He's gone. He's gone after Bones. Then Bones and Bosco will know I squealed. I gotta get out of here. Fast. And the phone. I won't answer it. No, I won't answer it. I won't. I've got to. Hey, hello?
Rigo? This is Bones.
Bones? Hello, Bones. Glad you called.
Why?
The Shadow, he's been here. He's looking for you. He's after you, Bones. He's after you.
Did you tell him where he could find me, Rigo?
No, of course not. How could I tell him where you were? I don't know. But you gotta help me get away, Bones. You gotta.
All right, I'll help you get away. I know a good hideout. Not even the Shadow will find you.
Swell, Bones. Thanks. But you better make it fast. Fast.
Buster and I will pick you up in 5 minutes. Don't keep us waiting,
Swing off onto that dirt road up ahead, Buster.
Right, Bones.
You sure this is a safe hideout? You're taking me to Bones?
Don't worry, Rigo. By the time anybody finds you here, the case will be cold. Ice cold.
The Shadow is coming back. He said it'd be back.
Don't worry about the Shadow, Rigo. He'll never bother you again.
I hope not.
This is the end of the road, Bones.
All right, Rigo. This is as far as you go.
What do you mean? You said you'd hide me, so I...
Oh, no one would find you? Okay. No one will find you here.
Now, wait a minute. What is this? You wouldn't kill me. I didn't do anything. I didn't talk.
No. I know you, Rigo. I know you're a double-crossing rat. You talked to the Shadow, all right?
You got me wrong, Bones. I didn't talk. Don't kill me, please.
Oh, now, don't be so filthy. You wouldn't deprive Baby here of a little exercise.
Please, no. Not the shotgun. Give me a break, please. Not that.
All right, Rigo. We'll give you a break. We'll let you run for it.
What do you mean?
We'll give you a... Maybe you can outrun the slugs. Who knows?
That's murder. Cold-blooded murder.
I'm counting to 3.
No, don't. Bones.
1.
Okay, I'm going.
2. 3. Speak to him, baby! You couldn't run very fast after all. Could he, Buster?
Lamont, where have you been, darling? I was worried about you.
Playing hide and seek all day inside that gambling place, Margot.
All day? I thought it didn't open until 9 o'clock at night.
It doesn't. It's a little private investigation. It's trying to uncover the secret hideout of a character named Bones. The man Rigo claims is the head of the counterfeit ring.
You found it?
Finally. The sub-cellar can only be reached through a trick panel in one of the inner offices.
I suppose that means you're going there tonight. Shall I tell Commissioner Weston?
Yes. Just give me until midnight.
Be careful, darling.
I will. I think it's about time the Shadow met this Bones face to face.
I don't get the idea behind busting up the equipment, Bones.
I think we better
do no singing from the Shadow now on.
Well, I think we better cover up and lay low for a while, Buster.
How about the queer?
We've unloaded the last batch. We'll hide the plate until we're ready to start operations again. By the way, you'd better run up to the game room, disconnect that wheel.
Okay.
You don't have to carry that shotgun with you, you know. There's nobody up there.
Oh, I guess I just feel undressed with that baby. Don't let her get lonely.
Don't worry, Buster.
I won't let her get lonely. When you come back, she'll have a message for you.
Another double cross, Bones?
Who said that?
The Shadow.
Where are you?
You can't see me, but I can see you. Sitting there with a shotgun waiting for your stooge to come back to his death.
The Shadow, huh? So Rigo did tell you. He took that ride too late.
So, Rigo's dead too, eh, Bones?
I thought I'd get rid of him before he could put you on the trail, Shadow. Too bad for you I didn't. Because now you have to die, too.
You can't kill me, Bones. You've got to see me before you can kill me. You only shoot in the back.
Maybe I can't see you, Shadow, but this shotgun can find you. Keep talking. I'll locate you.
Put down that gun, Bones.
Keep talking, Shadow.
Now that Buster's the only link to tie into Darcy's murder, you're planning to kill him also, huh?
Oh, I know where you are, near the door. Your luck has run out, Shadow. When I pull this trigger, that whole wall is going to be sprayed with lead. Oh, I see the door opening. Trying to get out, huh, Shadow? You'll never make it.
Bones, don't pull that trigger.
Bones! You dirty double...
I told you to drop that gun, Bones.
You knocked it out of my hand. Look, Shadow, I'll make a deal with you.
You make your deals directly with the police now, Bones.
Police?
Yes. They're already on their way. I have an idea you'll soon be seeing an old friend of mine, Commissioner Weston. I know he'll be more than glad to meet you, Bones.
Would you like to win a gorgeous $100 17-jewel Harman Gold wristwatch? Then listen carefully. The Carrie Salt Company is giving away 2 of these beautiful watches, one man's watch and one lady's watch every week. Here are the easy contest rules how you may win, just like the last winners whose names we announced a few minutes ago. First, write 100 words or less describing some new or unusual way of using any Carrie Salt product. Second, print your name and address on your entry. Third, mail to Carrie, C-A-R-E-Y-S, Carrie Salt in care of this station. That's all, nothing to buy, no box tops to send in. You can write about deep penetrating Carrie's table salt, or Carrie's mineral supplement salt, or any other Carrie Salt product. Letters postmarked before midnight Friday will be announced 3 weeks from today. The judges' decisions are final. All letters become Carrie's property. In case of ties, duplicate prizes will be awarded. Remember, the most interesting letters win. Yes, sir, the man and woman who write the most interesting letters describing some new and unusual way of using any Carrie Salt product will each win a gorgeous watch. The address again, Carrie Salt in care of this station. Mail your letter today.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
a weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Carrie Salt Company brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Remember, there's a Carrie Salt for every farm and home use. Look for the package with a bright red band. And don't forget Carrie's exciting new contest with 2 beautiful $100 Harman Gold wristwatches given away every week. Mail your entry now to Carrie Salt in care of this station.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Bubbling Death.
George, wake up quick.
What's the matter?
Somebody's in the garden.
Oh, who'll be down there this time of night?
Upstairs, Freddie. The mist is coming up. Like your brother.
Bob? You sure?
Oh, look.
It's Bob, all right. Bob? Bob! Helen, he's walking toward the cauldron.
Oh, no, not him. Not him. Something must be.
Bob, come back. Come back! Come back!
Florette, where are you? Florette!
And that, Mr. Cranston, is the last we ever saw of my brother-in-law. By the time my husband got out to the cauldron, Bob had disappeared into that hideous sea of mud. Oh, how awful. You were a friend of Bob's, Mr. Cranston. There's no one else I can turn to. Tragedy's affected my husband's mind. You've got to help me, Mr. Cranston. I've got to know what terrible secret is wiping out the Legrands.
I'll do my best, Mrs. Legrand. There were 3 brothers, weren't there?
Yes. The oldest brother, Jonathan, went the same way a few months ago. Walked into the cauldron in the middle of the night.
Were you and your husband there at the time?
No. My husband's an engineer. We were in South America with I was a boy, Tommy. When we got Bob's cable, we heard back home. Where is your home, Mrs. Legrand? In the bayou country of Louisiana. When we got there, we found Bob gloomy and depressed. Couldn't get a word out of him for weeks. First Jonathan and Bob were sensitive and moved in. George is the same way.
This cauldron you spoke about, exactly what is it?
It's an old lye pit in the woods back of the estate. Fire has eaten away the soil around it. It's full of mud to climb on. The gas underneath it. The whole thing boils and bubbles all over. Tommy threw a ball out on it once, and his little dog tried to fetch it, and the mud swallowed it. Oh, how horrible. Cauldron's got Jonathan and Bob now. It'll be my husband's turn next, and then Tommy. Oh, Mr. Cranston, you've got to come down to the estate and find out what's making the Legrands walk to their death.
Well, there it is, Margot. The Legrand ancestral estate. Dismal looking, isn't it?
Frightening is the word. You look at that house, Lamont. It's like a veil covering it.
That's the mist, Margot. It comes up out of the swamps.
Those windows look like eyes staring at you.
Yes, and that crack down the middle of the masonry doesn't look too reassuring.
It's like something out of Poe.
Here's the gate.
That gate could certainly use a little oil.
What's it said, Margot?
Don't worry, I will.
Here we are.
Yes?
I'm Lamont Cranston. Miss Lane. Mrs. Legrand is expecting us.
Come in. My name is Keith. I'm the caretaker. Mrs. Legrand told me to show you to your rooms. I'll take your things.
Thank you.
Right this way to the living room.
Even gloomier in here.
Caretaker, Margot. I seem to remember.
What, Lamont?
No, nothing, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, look. Look at that painting over the fireplace. Why, she's lovely.
Probably a family ancestor. Well, she is beautiful.
I see you're admiring the picture.
Yes. Who is she?
That's Florette Legrand, the first owner of this house. You wouldn't think to look at her that she was a murderess.
A murderess? You mean that beautiful girl actually killed somebody?
Oh, I could tell you things about this family, but they're better left unsaid.
On the contrary, Keith, we'd like very much to hear them.
Well, Florette Legrand was a singer in the days when this state still belonged to France. Oh, she was wild, undisciplined. She lured half a dozen men to their deaths in this house.
What happened to her?
The law finally caught up with us. He died on the gallows.
That's an amazing story.
Our descendants have lived in this house over 200 years, and there's been violent death in these rooms in every generation. It's her curse on the house of Legrand that's taken poor Mr. Bob and Mr. Jonathan.
Now, what do you mean by that?
It's her evil spirit that's lured them to their death.
Come on.
I'm in here, Margot. Living room.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't leave me alone in this place.
Oh, sorry, Margot. Just outside having a look at the cauldron.
Did you find anything out there?
Go over here by the window, Margot. I want to show you something.
What is it, Lamont?
I'll just pull back these drapes. Now, look over there, over that light here.
I don't see anything but a lot of mist.
Keep looking.
Why, that's the strangest thing. The mist seems to be taking shape.
Yes, Margot. Vague, unreal shapes.
Ooh, it's like a floating, headless body.
Illusion caused by the fog that hangs over the low swamp.
I've never seen a fog like this before, Lamont. That haze out there looks like it's crawling with evil. I almost get the feeling that it's alive.
It is alive. You shouldn't have opened those drapes. This house is in mourning.
Oh, we're terribly sorry.
I don't believe we've met you.
I'm Melinda, the house. Mrs. Legrand said to tell you she and the doctor will be down soon.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Who are you?
I'm Margot Lynn. And this is Mr. Cranston.
Hello, son.
You must be Tommy Legrand.
Uh-huh. Mommy told me you were coming. Do you know his name?
Well, I know a few.
Gee, that'll be swell. Melinda won't let me play with a pretty lady anymore. We had such fun together. The dress made a funny noise and she had bells on her knees. That'll do, Tommy. Run along upstairs. I won't. I want to stay down here. That's your bedtime. Come along. Don't touch me.
What, Tommy?
What's the matter, son?
She never lets me have any fun. I hate her. I hate her.
Tommy often go off into tantrums like that?
Nothing a Legrand does would surprise me.
Who is this pretty lady Tommy was talking about?
Oh, you mustn't pay any attention to the child. Sometimes he talks about things that don't exist.
Melinda, did Jonathan and Bob Legrand ever talk about things that didn't exist?
I'm not one to speak ill of the dead. If you'll excuse me, I'll get on with my business.
She's a strange woman.
I just have to go.
No.
Miss Harrison, Miss Lane. This is Dr. Hanley. He's been attending my husband.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Doctor, do you mind if I ask you a few questions about George? That is, if you don't mind, Mrs. Legrand.
Of course not.
Well, this ailment George is suffering from, mightn't it be just shock brought on by the loss of his two brothers?
It's more than shock, Mr. Cranston. The man seems to be constantly listening to something. Looking toward the door as though you were expecting something to happen.
That's what's so horrible. If only we knew what it was. If only we could get George to tell us.
Well, I'm afraid it will be a long time before your husband will be able to tell us anything, Mrs. Legrand. He's either seen or heard something that has left a terrific impression on him. Whatever it is, it's frozen him into a silence from which I can't move him.
One more question, Doctor. This thing that's affecting him, would you say he was afraid of it?
No. The strange part about it, Mr. Cranston. He doesn't show any symptoms of fear. Only a terrific anxiety. As if he couldn't wait to see or hear this thing again.
Oh, you, Margaret. You gave me a scare.
What are you doing walking around the halls at this hour, Margaret?
Well, I kept seeing things behind those heavy black drapes in my room. I'll just spend the night curled up on this hall sofa, fully dressed and wide awake.
I don't blame you, Margaret. This place isn't exactly conducive to sleep. I've just been reading a book I found downstairs in the library. A history of the Legrand family, Margaret.
Must have been interesting reading. It's what Keith told us about Florette Legrand is true.
Keith didn't exaggerate a bit. This house is a heritage of death. Violent death.
Remember what, Lamont?
Well, I've seen Keith before.
It's hard to forget a face like this. It's more like a skull with eyes. Lamont, has it ever occurred to you that Jonathan and Robert Legrand might have committed suicide?
Yes, suicide will fit in with the brothers' gloomy temperament. Well, one thing wrong with that theory.
What?
Well, drowning in mud isn't one of the accepted methods of suicide.
There's down at the other end of the hall.
A shape rising from the floor. In front of George LeGrand.
Indeed.
Going away. I'm going to find out what that thing is.
I'm coming with you.
Careful down these steps, Margot. Here we are. Careful now, don't trip over anything. Use that light stick. Don't move, Margot. There's something in this room. Steady, Margot. Where do I strike a match? Here's the light stick. Like we're alone.
Oh, my. Oh, it was awful. Things on my face. It's all like cobwebs.
We heard a noise and came down to investigate.
Oh, you heard it too, eh? This swishing sound like the rustling of a woman's skirt and the tinkle of a charm bracelet.
Yes, those were the sounds, Lamont.
You say you've heard those sounds before?
Yes, it's her. It's Florette LeGrand.
What makes you so certain?
She walks these halls at night seeking revenge.
Revenge? For what?
It was her own brother, the Duke Henri LeGrand, who convicted her. She won't stay dead till she's taken the last of the LeGrands with her. It's a curse. Yes, it's a curse.
You believe in ghosts, Lamont?
I don't know, Martha.
But, Lamont. What are you doing?
What kind of material would make a swishing sound like the one we heard?
What? Taffeta, I guess.
Take a good look at that painting, Margot. That one of Florette LeGrand. An excellent job. You could even see the grain of the cloth in her gown.
Oh, Lord. It's taffeta. Black taffeta.
Yes, Margot. And that ornament on her wrist is a charm bracelet.
Lamont, I don't mind telling you, this place gives me the creeps.
What's the matter now, Margot?
The picture over the fireplace, this living room, even the furniture seems to be hiding things.
I know, Margot, but we've got to stick it out. 2 members of the family have walked to their death in the cauldron. Until we find out what got them out there, George LeGrand, his wife and child, are in danger of being murdered, too.
Then you're certain it was murder?
Yes, Margot. Cunning, diabolic murder.
It's this ghost business that's got me on edge.
That thing we saw in the hall last night wasn't a ghost.
But...
Quiet, Mark.
There's a storm coming up. I'd better fasten the shutters. Oh, there's bad things brewing. I've seen many things in this house, heard things.
Why do you stay on if you don't like it here?
Well, they gave me a home. It's little enough I can do to stay on when all the other servants have left.
What about Melinda? She's still here?
It's one of the reasons I stayed. I wouldn't trust her alone in the house with Mrs. LeGrand and the boy.
What's the matter, Mr. LeGrand?
It's George. He's out there walking towards it. Good heavens, no. He's going toward the cauldron. You've got to stop him.
Take care, Mr. LeGrand, Margot. I'm going out.
Oh, Lamont, be careful.
There he goes, the way his brothers went out into the dark. It's her evil spirit that calls them.
Stop him.
That's the shadow.
Now here his footprints, right up at the edge of the cauldron. I'm afraid we're too late.
No one could have saved him. He was doomed to go.
How deep is this lie pit?
It has no bottom. I've tried filling it in.
It's a murder spot you left open like this. Why wasn't it fenced off?
I tried that too, but the storms around here uproot the fencing.
We can't do anything out here. Let's go back to the house. A nasty job killing Mr. LeGrand.
I'd better close the storm doors around back.
Well, Lamont, my husband, is he?
Got to pull yourself together, Mrs. LeGrand.
George!
I'm afraid we were too late.
Oh, George. George! I came to his room to say goodnight. The door was wide open. He was gone. Oh, Mr. Cranston, what horrible thing has taken them all?
My suspicions are correct, Mrs. LeGrand. I can promise you we'll know before this night is over. Don't worry.
Lamont, there go the lights. Mr. Cranston, I'm afraid.
Some candles, Mr. LeGrand. I have some matches here. Margot! Margot, where are you?
There are 2 candles on the mantelpiece.
Oh, wait. There, I've got them. There, that's better. Margot! Margot's disappeared. We've made a circuit of the house, not a trace of Margot. We must find her.
Oh, I'm afraid I've drawn both of them into terrible danger, Mr. Cranston.
Margot must be somewhere in this house. Mr. LeGrand, do you know of any secret panels in this room?
No, maybe Keith would. I wonder where he is.
So do I. Been over the entire house and haven't seen a sign of either him or Melinda.
Someone's coming. Look, there's a candle glow on the stairs.
Hey, Margot. Are you all right, Margot?
There's something I have to do. There it is on the desk. What's the matter with her?
I don't know. She's picking up the letter opener.
I've got to find Helen LeGrand.
Margot! Put that down! Oh, Margot, listen to me. Give me that letter opener.
Oh, Lamont. Oh, I'm so dizzy. My head is spinning.
Margot, can you tell us what happened?
I can't remember. Lamont, I was standing by the fireplace and the lights went out. Someone grabbed me.
Do you know who it was?
Oh, I know it. I had a mad impulse to stab Helen LeGrand.
Yes, Margot. Been a victim of post-hypnotic suggestion.
Oh, Lamont. I almost committed murder.
But not quite. We'll beat this thing, whatever it is, tonight. Somebody in this house is bent on wholesale murder, Margot, and there's no ghost.
What do you mean?
I didn't want to tell you until Mrs. LeGrand went up to her room. When Keith and I went out to the cauldron, I noticed another pair of footprints beside George's. Tiny footprints like those made by a woman's slipper.
Woman's slipper? I don't understand.
I found something else. Wasn't the storm that put out the lights.
How do you know?
While we were looking for you, I noticed the fuse box in the hall was ajar. One of the fuses has been removed.
Lamont, do you think Keith could have...
Keith, if I could only remember... Keith? Hypnotism. I've got it. I know where I've seen him before. Look, Margot, go on upstairs, stay in your room, and lock the door.
Well, what are you going to do, Lamont?
I think it's about time the Shadow took a hand in this game. I've got a hunch that old caretaker isn't the superstitious fool he seems.
Is that you, Keith?
Yes. Why did you ask me to meet you out here?
I was afraid to talk in the house with those 2 meddlers around.
We have nothing to fear from them.
I'm not. Miss Lane has been questioning me. Huh? What was that?
Say nothing. You're just nervous.
I'm sure I heard someone. Sounded like a footstep.
No one's here. Let's get on with it. What do you want?
An understanding, Keith.
I've already told you there's nothing to share until we get rid of the whole family.
It's taking too long. There's only Mrs. LeGrand and the child left.
Well, Mrs. LeGrand should be dead by now. Murdered by Miss Lane.
Oh, that's good. That's rich. Only a LeGrand could plan things so cleverly. Now, what about the child?
You'll have to wait.
I'm tired of waiting. Something may go wrong.
You want to spoil everything? Remember, Melinda, I've got a better claim on this estate than you, and if I wanted to be uncharitable, I needn't give you anything.
You wouldn't dare. I'd go to the police.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. You're what the law calls a partner in crime, Melinda. They'd find you just as guilty as I.
Maybe you're thinking of getting rid of me, too. But remember, Keith, I'm not a LeGrand. Your ghost can't lure me into the cauldron. My mother was a servant in this house for 30 years. They promised her a share of the estate for her royalty, and she never got it. But I want it, and I'll have it. Do you hear? I'll have this house or no one will.
Wait. What? Who's there?
Goodbye, Papa. Fred.
What are you doing out here?
Tommy. Poor little Tommy. I tiptoed into his room. Woke him ever so gently. He's the last of the LeGrands, isn't he, Papa? Soon there'll be none left. Then I can have the house. You promised it would be mine again.
Fool, what have you done?
Only what you told me, Papa. I called to Tommy. He's coming out here.
No, not tonight, you idiot.
He must go. He's the last of them. He's coming to play a game with me.
Go back to the house.
That won't be necessary, Keith.
Who spoke?
It's the Shadow.
Where are you?
Standing right in front of you.
I can't see you.
I've clouded your mind.
What do you want here?
I'm here to make you confess your crimes. You murdered the Legrand brothers.
You can't prove they were murdered. There are no bodies.
Yes, that was clever of you, Keith. Cauldron leaves little evidence. They were murdered, all right. Lured to their death by that mad woman over there.
I'm Florette Legrand. This house is mine. All mine.
Quiet, you fool.
No use, Keith. The Shadow knows the truth. Years ago, you toured the country with a carnival, giving exhibitions of hypnosis. Tonight, you kidnapped Miss Lane, gave her the post-hypnotic suggestion to murder Mrs. Legrand.
It's not true.
That mad girl is your daughter. You persuaded her that she's the notorious Florette Legrand, that she has the power to lead men to their graves. She's the one who lured the Legrand brothers to the cauldron.
You have no proof?
Oh, yes, I have. I overheard your little talk with Melinda.
What? That footstep. That was you.
Yes. You knew all the brothers were sensitive, moody. You kept feeding their morbid imaginations with your ghost story. And you let your mad daughter loose. She bore an amazing resemblance to Florette Legrand's picture. That and the mist down here did the rest. They'd have followed her anywhere.
All right, yes, Shadow, it was my plan. I'm a Legrand, too. My brother cheated me out of this estate so that his sons could inherit it. They didn't know that I was their uncle. And I knew things about this house that they never knew. Secret doors, a hidden room where I concealed my lovely mad daughter. And with her help, I got rid of my nephews.
You committed your last crime, Heath. I'm going to turn you over to the police.
You'll have to catch me first. I know every inch of this land, Shadow. It's treacherous land. You wouldn't dare follow me through these swamps.
No, but I'm going to stop you. There, I put your arms behind you.
Papa, who's speaking?
You won't get me so easily. Florette! Florette!
Yes, Papa?
He's got my arms. I'm going to force him back toward the cauldron. You push him in.
I don't see anyone but you.
Back of me, you fool. He's got my arms. There. I've got him at the edge of the cauldron. Now, push him in.
Like this, Papa.
Now, you fool. You're pushing me into the cauldron.
Well, Margot, I guess that solves the mystery of the Legrand ghost.
So it was Keith's daughter.
Yes. The costume and veil she wore belonged to the first Florette Legrand. They were family heirlooms. Keith and Melinda were in the scheme together. Now Melinda's in jail where she belongs.
Lamont, you never did tell me what happened out at the cauldron.
Well, that was a narrow escape. Keith almost succeeded in pushing the Shadow into the cauldron. His daughter tried to help him, but naturally she couldn't see the Shadow. She and Keith tangled. He fell back into the cauldron, pulled her in.
Oh, how horrible.
No more horrible than the crimes they committed.
Oh, by the way, Lamont, here's a little folder I thought you might be interested in.
Visit the historic Bayou country where old world charm and romance make for restful vacationing. Oh, Margot.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
This program came to you from New York. This is Mutual.
Distributors of Blue Coal.
This program came to you from New York. This is Mutual.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow,
These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before the final broadcast of this Shadow series begins, keep this fact in mind, homeowners. One way to be sure of maintaining steady, even temperatures throughout your home during these changeable days and nights of March and April weather is by burning blue coal. Blue coal is America's finest anthracite. It gives perfect, dependable warmth and stops overheating or quick chilling of rooms. Remember the name Blue Coal for better heat with less furnace attention in all kinds of weather. And be sure to hold on at the close of today's Shadow story, for we have an unusual treat in store for you. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Can the Dead Talk?
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Lane.
Hello, Aunt. Mr. Cranston in?
Yes, Miss Lane. I want you...
Hello, Margot.
Hurry up, Lamont. He'll be late for Aunt Eliza's big charity benefit. She's been working on it for the last 6 months. Now, come on.
All right. Get my coat ends, please.
Yes.
Honestly, Lamont, you're acting like a little boy who doesn't want to go to dancing school. You'll probably enjoy it. This man Bolton is supposed to be very good.
Margot, I don't like mind readers.
He isn't a mind reader. He calls himself a mentalist.
Means the same thing to me.
Well, I understand it's fascinating. When he's not performing on the stage, he goes around exploding the myths of haunted houses and things like that. He doesn't believe in ghosts.
Oh, my...
Your coat, sir.
My coat? Oh, yes. Thanks, Aunt. Listen, Margot, I've got to be back at 6 o'clock. There's a polo match at the Armory tonight.
Yes, I know. I've got a front row seat. And you needn't act like such a martyr. If I can spend the evening watching you trying to break your silly neck playing croquet on horseback, it won't hurt you to go with me this afternoon and have your mind improved.
Deliver me from a logical woman. Very well. Lead on, Macduff.
And now I will proceed with my next experiment.
See, Lamont, I told you we'd be late. It started already.
Sit back here and make this as painless as possible.
Certain of you in the audience have written on the slips of paper that my assistant distributed questions you would like me to answer. Now, if you will concentrate on what you have written, I will try to get these questions by thought transference. But remember, you must concentrate. I must be in complete accord with your thoughts. I get the initials, E.K. Someone with the initials E.K. wants to know the date of her marriage. I think it was... Yes, I'm sure it was. March 24th, 1903. Is that right?
Oh, yes, that's right. You hear that, Lamont? He's marvelous, don't you think?
That's an understatement.
Oh, don't be so superior.
Everybody, please concentrate. I cannot conduct this experiment in thought transference without sympathetic cooperation from my audience. Now I get the initials BDM. BDM wants to know the street, number, and city where he was born. The street is Walnut. The number 2124. The city, Philadelphia. Am I right?
Gee, he got it.
He's marvelous. How do you suppose he does it?
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Wait, please. Before I proceed further, I feel that in this room there is someone who is not only an unbeliever, but one who is distinctly hostile to me and what I am trying to do.
Hey, Lamont, it must mean you.
Nonsense. Probably positive.
I would like that person to attempt a little experiment with me. If he or she will think of something, some question, the answer to which is known to no one else, I will attempt to answer it correctly without the person having written the question down at all. If I can answer it correctly, it should prove to the skeptic that the transference of thought from one mind to another is completely possible.
Nice trick if he can do it.
You don't think it's possible, Lamont, huh?
Oh, I won't say it's impossible, but it's certainly highly unlikely.
No, think of something and concentrate on it and see if you can get it.
I will not. In the first place, you don't know that I was the one he was referring to. Second place, even if I were, I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. You think of something that no one could possibly know but yourself. I'll bet you 100 to 1 he can't get it.
Well, perhaps you're right.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Someone in the audience is concentrating on the question, who is the shadow?
Margot, did you think of that just then?
Yes, but I don't know why. It just seemed to come into my head. You're not
I will answer that question. No, on second thought, I believe I will not give the answer after all. Unless I am very much mistaken, the shadow himself is present.
And I don't believe this is just the time to remove his veil of secrecy. However, in case the Shadow thinks this is merely a sham, I would like to inform him that within an hour, he'll receive a cablegram from someone he never heard of.
What do you suppose that means?
I haven't the
I will
faintest
now
idea.
proceed with the questions that have been written on the papers. Someone whose initials are LTZ wants to know the number of the license plate on his car.
Oh, Lamont, let's get out of here.
You can go if you like, my dear Margot. But I'm going to stay till the end.
For heaven's sake, why?
After the performance, I think the Shadow will pay a little call on Mr. Voltan. I'm consumed with a burning desire to find out just what he knows.
Close the door, Emil. I wish to dress.
Yes, master.
Remove my boots.
Yes, master.
Hey, careful, you clumsy fool. What's the matter with you?
I'm sorry.
Imbecile, go. Leave me alone.
Yes, master. I will.
Well, what's the matter?
Master, the doorknob turned. The door is opening. But the hall is empty.
Ah, good afternoon. Won't you come in?
Have you gone mad, master? There is no one here.
You are wrong, Emil. There is someone here.
But I see no one.
Of course not. You may leave us alone, Emil.
Yes, master.
Well, Shadow.
Well, Volta,
Sit down, won't you?
unfortunately I can't stay. I have an engagement.
Really? Perhaps your engagement is with that well-known clubman, Mr. Lamont Cranston.
Is Lamont Cranston a friend of yours?
No. Matter of fact, we've just now met.
Interesting. True.
Why beat about the bush, Shadow? I know perfectly well that you're Lamont Cranston.
Are you sure you haven't got me confused with someone else?
Quite. Of course, at the moment, I admit I'm unable to see you, owing to a trick of visual hypnotics, which it is hardly worth my while to come back. However, your charming companion this afternoon, Miss Lane, wasn't it? Let her mind dwell on the subject quite intensely. Her thought waves were unmistakable.
On second thought, I find I can spare you a few minutes, Volta.
Good.
My respect for your powers is increasing momentarily. Well, now that you know, what are you going to do about it?
I haven't decided yet. Remember, I and I alone know that Lamont Cranston and the Shadow are one and the same, with the exception of your friend Margot Lane. Of course, you realize how much your life would be worth if the underworld should ever learn that you are the Shadow.
I have a rough idea.
And yet that would be a pity. To terminate so unceremoniously the brilliant capabilities of one who was the Shadow is known and feared throughout the world.
Just what are you getting at?
Let me tell you a little story, my friend. Did you ever hear of Anton Proskovai?
Anton Proskovai? The famous anarchist who at one time or another was kicked out of every country in Europe?
That's the man.
Well, the last I heard of him was some 10 years ago, when he was sent into exile. He's supposed to have died there.
Anton Proskovai didn't die in exile. He escaped. But he dropped out of sight for 10 years because he was making a study of that least understood attribute of mankind, the human mind.
You mean you?
Yes. I am Anton Proskovai.
You, Anton Proskovai? The man without a country?
I do not need a country.
What do you mean?
Shadow, when I started my studies of the brain, I quickly found that people mentally are like sheep. They can be influenced, swayed in any direction by a mentality stronger and superior than their own.
Of course. That's nothing particularly new.
Wait. After I had made my escape for years, I wandered, living in ditches, eating in pigsties, hounded from country to country by government agents. But all the time, I was collecting subjects.
Subjects?
Yes, Shadow. Among the submerged, ill-used, half-starved rabble of every nation, there are potential leaders. Leaders who, given the opportunity, could be the dictators of tomorrow.
Go on.
These men I know. I know them so intimately that from wherever I am, I can control their minds. You saw Emil, my servant. He is completely subjugated to my will.
But that's hypnotism. Relatively simple.
Not at all. It is not hypnotism. Although I dominate Emil's mind whenever I wish, to all appearances, he is a normal human being. He can be released only if I feel fear. And I am never afraid.
Only if you feel fear.
I put the idea of the Shadow's identity in Miss Lane's mind this afternoon, after which she unknowingly, yet obligingly answered it mentally. Come in.
Excuse me, Master. I have a cablegram here. It is addressed
for someone called the Shadow in your care? Yes. I will take it and see that it's delivered. Go now. Yes, Master. Do you see Shadow?
You mean?
On the platform this afternoon, I willed one of my subjects in Europe to cable you, saying, the downtrodden shall arise. Here, I will open your cablegram. I'll put it on the table where you can see it. Well, what does it say?
The downtrodden shall arise. Well, that's amazing.
Now do you believe me, Shadow? Through my subjects who are leaders themselves, I can control the vast mass mind of the rabble, the bulk of the population of the world.
I suppose it's possible that...
Possible? Listen, Shadow. I have decided that in exactly 1 week, a vast uprising which I have so carefully planned for years will take place. Governments will be overthrown. Nations will exist no more. Chaos will reign.
Yes, it could be done.
It will be done.
Why are you telling me this?
Because on the threshold of releasing this world-shattering force, I hesitate.
Why, Voltan?
Because I and I alone can bring this chaos about. But after it's accomplished, then what? How can I control what I have created?
Somewhat of a problem, I should think.
Yes. I need another mind to share the responsibility. A mind which already has superhuman powers that I could train to assist me in the great work of reorganizing the world.
And you want me to join you, is that it?
Why not? Shadow, between us, we could rule the world.
Suppose I refuse.
Then, I shall be forced to divulge the secret of your identity to those who would be most interested. After which I shall proceed with my plans alone.
I see.
But you won't refuse. Join forces with me, Shadow. Next week we will plunge the world into chaos such as it has not known since the dawn of creation. A chaos over which you and I will reign supreme. Well, your answer?
Give me 24 hours.
Can you not answer me now?
24 hours.
I will give you 7 hours. That is time enough. Come to me at midnight tonight.
Where will I find you?
You know the old Murray mansion in the slums over by the river?
Of course. It's been boarded up for years. It's supposed to be haunted, I believe.
Haunted? Yes. That's why I use it for my headquarters. A reputation for ghosts is very convenient for keeping away prying eyes. I will be waiting there for you tonight at midnight. And I advise you to come alone.
Lamont is really diffusing himself tonight. I never saw such love. I wish he wouldn't take such chances. He's not taking any more chances than we are, sitting down here in the front row. We put the pretty close at these indoor pool matches. Close? Honestly, Marlo, any minute I expect to look up and find a horse sitting in my lap. There goes Lamont again. He's got the ball. No, the batsman is running him off. What happened? Oh, Evelyn, what's happened? No. I think Lamont's falling off the thimble. Lamont's fallen off. The pony's running loose. Lamont's still on the ground. Here, help me over this barrier. I'm going through.
Hey, stand back. Come there. Get a doctor. He may be badly injured. Here, you go, Evelyn.
Oh, Evelyn, he's hurt. He's lying there so still and white. Lamont, speak to me. Martha, now take it easy. Here comes Dr. Carlson. Thank goodness, he's Lamont's doctor.
All right, stand aside, please. I'm a doctor.
Oh, Dr. Carlson, thank God you've come. Do you think Lamont's hurt badly?
Well, I can't tell yet. I'll have to examine him.
Well, what is it? Tell me, can't you?
Miss Lane, I'd rather do anything in the world than tell you this.
Oh.
Lamont Cranston is dead.
Oh.
Act 2 of today's story commences in just a moment. But first, here's advice homeowners everywhere will certainly profit by following. Your nearest Blue Coal dealer has a real bargain for you. It's the John Barclay Summer Conditioning Service. A thorough cleaning and checkup job that'll put your heating plant in perfect shape for next fall and save you money on your fuel bill. This summer conditioning service includes cleaning all inside and outside surfaces, cleaning and reassembling the smoke pipe, and sealing all openings at joints where the pipe joins the chimney. This service also includes a thorough check of all dampers, valves, pipes, and grates, plus the painting of all doors and surfaces. In fact, it gives you over 10 vital money-saving jobs that will improve the efficiency of your furnace, all for the price of one. It's worth $12.50, yet it only costs approximately $5 for the average-size home. So next month, or whenever you decide to let your furnace fire go out, get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Let him give your home heating plant, whether it's steam, warm air, or hot water, a thorough summer condition. You'll save time, trouble, and money in the long run. And remember, too, if you want steady, more dependable heat in your home throughout the changeable weather of early spring, order Blue Coal. You'll get better heat with less furnace attention.
Everybody's gone. Don't you think you better go home yourself and rest? How can I rest? Oh, Lord, I can't believe it. I can't believe it, Lamont. It's really gone. No. I know, dear. Now, come on, Margot. I'll take you home. Oh, but... Oh, there's somebody in the hall. Evelyn, don't let them come in here. I can't face any more people. Probably Abe. Come here, Margot, in this alcove. Nobody will notice. I'm afraid I can't stand much
This
more.
way, sir. Mr. Cranston's death was a terrible shock to me. Are you the old friend of Mr. Cranston, sir? I don't seem to remember. Well, not exactly an old friend, but considering the length of our acquaintance, fairly intimate one. Yes, sir. If you'll just step in here, sir, you may view that...
Evelyn, that man. Who was it? No one I ever saw before. His name's Voltaire. He's a mind reader. He gave a performance this afternoon at Andrew charity benefit. Rather strange looking. But you know, Lamont did have some weird friends. He wasn't a friend of Lamont. I don't think he was. I wonder just...
Very sad to see a man cut down his crime. I beg your pardon. Miss Lane, isn't it?
Why, yes.
I thought so. May I tender my sympathy, Miss Lane?
Thank you.
I know how you must feel. Great pity. Cranston had a future. Possibly a greater future than even you suspect. Well, what's done is done. I must be going now.
Beg pardon, sir.
I can find my way out.
Oh, no, Margot, darling. Will you please let me take you home? Ames will take care of everything here, won't you, Ames?
Yes, miss. I'll get your statement.
All right, Evelyn. I suppose there's nothing more I can do tonight. I'll go. Good. And I'm going with you, just to be sure you get there.
It's almost midnight, Emile. You may leave me now.
Master, are you sure you would rather not have me to stay here?
Stay? No, you fool. Why should you stay?
I do not know. I do not see how you can remain here alone, Master. Night after night. There is something about this old ruined house. It is evil.
Nonsense. What's evil about it?
In the neighborhood, they say it is haunted. They say the ghost...
Talk, that is all. There's no such thing as a ghost. To the trained mind, a ghost is an impossibility. Therefore, it does not exist. You understand?
Yes, Master.
I shall be quite all right. What's that? Just a loose shutter in the wind.
Master is worried? I have never seen you so before.
I've had rather an upsetting occurrence tonight. I must think things out. Go, Emile.
Yes, Master. The usual time in the morning?
Of course. Now go.
Yes, Master. Yes, I go.
Fool. Emile is an idiot, trying to frighten me with this old woman's tale about ghosts. Ghosts do not frighten me. Nothing frightens me. If I knew fear, I couldn't hope to control the world. So now Lamont Cranston is dead. I must proceed alone. But I must hurry before anything else goes wrong. I will not wait a week. Tomorrow I shall call upon my subjects to arise and kill. Tomorrow. It's a pity the shadow is gone. I would have enjoyed it. I could have taught him so many things. What a magnificent conception. The shadow. What was that? I could have sworn I heard someone laugh. No. No one is here. No one could be here. It must have been in my mind.
That's right, Bolton. In your mind.
Who's that? Who speaks?
Is it possible you don't know me, Bolton? When just this evening you claimed to be one of my most intimate friends?
Shadow.
Or his ghost?
No. No, it's not possible.
Really?
With my own eyes, I saw you lying dead.
I know. So thoughtful of you to call.
Stop! It can't be you. It can't.
You hear me, don't you?
I'm imagining things. My mind is overstrained, that's all. The shadow is dead.
You see, it's midnight, Voltan. I have returned from the spirit world to keep our appointment.
Spirit world? There is no such thing. There can't be. I won't allow myself to believe it.
You're afraid, Voltan?
No, I'm not afraid.
You are afraid for the first time in your life. You're afraid. At last, the thousands of subjects you've held under your spell are liberated, are free.
Who's there?
It is Emil. You must remember me, Master. Your loyal servant, Emil. The one whom you've subjected to your indignities for so long.
You've gone mad.
Now, Voltan, it is you who have gone mad. There is but one way to deal with a mad dog.
Keep away from me, Emil. Don't come any closer. It's gone. I will shoot!
Drop that gun.
Emil. I didn't mean it. Stop, Emil. Stop following me!
You wounded me, Voltan. But before I die, I am going to kill you. I am not afraid of you anymore. You are afraid of me.
No, don't touch me. Don't you...
There. He's dead. I am free. At last. Oh.
It'll be dawn soon, Margot. I'm all right now, Evelyn. Why don't you go home yourself? You don't need to stay with me anymore.
Well, if you're sure you're all right.
Oh, of course I'm all right. I'll take a sedative and go to bed.
Good, and get some rest. I could use some rest myself.
Oh, you could.
Well, if you want anything, don't hesitate to call me, Margot. If I don't hear from you, I'll drop over in the afternoon.
All right, and thanks, Evelyn, for sticking by me. You've been a great help.
Oh, nonsense. Get some sleep, dear.
I thought you'd never go.
Oh.
Margot, don't you know me?
Well, Lamont, I must be dreaming.
No, you're not dreaming. I'm here.
But you were killed.
No, I wasn't killed, Margot.
Oh, Lamont. But I don't understand. I saw you lying there so cold and still.
It was a trick, dearest. A matter of suspended animation. I wasn't even hurt.
Well, then how?
It's quite a common trick in India, and it's been done in this country on several occasions. I've never had need to use it before. Voltan forced me to.
Well, how does it work?
Well, I can best explain it by saying I threw myself into a cataleptic trance. My heart stopped. Everything stopped for a short time. I had even fooled Dr. Carlson. It'll be an awful shock to him when he sees me alive and well.
You mean you did it on purpose?
Of course, I had to.
And you didn't tell me?
I could tell no one, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, how could you?
I know what a shock it must have been for you, darling, but believe me, there was no other way. It was vitally necessary that Lamont Cranston should be thought dead, so that Voltan would keep his knowledge of the Shadow's identity to himself until I had time to figure a way out.
But, Lamont, why didn't you tell me and spare me the suffering? I wouldn't have given you away.
I didn't take the chance. Voltan might have read your thoughts. A sinister man, Margot, with some rather extraordinary mental capabilities. Would it surprise you to know that he had perfected plans for a world revolt?
He had? You mean he...
Yes. Voltan is dead. As the ghost of the Shadow, I faced him tonight in a haunted house. When he thought his mental powers were going back on him, he shot his servant, who very conveniently strangled Voltan before he died, too.
How terrible.
Oh, I don't think so, Margot. There's quite enough unrest among nations today without the machinations of an insane mental genius. Yes, I think the world will be a great deal better off without Mr. Voltan. It's a pity that others with a like capacity for stirring up trouble can't meet the same fate.
And now, friends, we have a real treat in store for you. I want you to meet two grand actors. Our stars, Margot Lane, who in reality is the charming Agnes Moorehead, and Lamont Cranston, who is known in real life as Bill Johnstone.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Margot, I should say Agnes, I know you'll agree with me that it's been a great privilege for you and me to have played the roles of Margot Lane and the Shadow for the past 6 months.
Yes, it has, Bill, and it's been a lot of fun besides. I can't begin to tell you how much I've appreciated being with the Shadow during his exciting adventures.
And I know that we appreciate the generous cooperation we've received from our sponsors, the Blue Coal Dealers, in teaching young and old alike that crime doesn't pay. If we succeeded in driving home that moral, then we'll have accomplished our purpose. As Ken Roberts has told you, ladies and gentlemen, this is our final broadcast of the winter season. But we sincerely hope to be back with another series in the fall. Whether or not the Shadow program returns is up to you, our listeners. In the theater, you know, we actors can tell by the applause if the audience enjoys our efforts to entertain them. But in radio, the only way to know whether or not the audience enjoys the entertainment is by their purchases of the product that makes the program possible, or by their personal approval to the sponsors. So, friends, if you've liked this Shadow series and want to hear the show again next fall, won't you phone or write your nearest Blue Coal dealer and let him know? Your purchases of Blue Coal and your phone calls to the Blue Coal dealers will indicate to them whether or not they should bring you the Shadow program again in September. And now, on behalf of our entire cast, hearty thanks to you again for your loyalty to our show and your support of Blue Coal.
Goodbye, Bill and Agnes. We hope you'll be back again in the fall. And friends, remember that you can continue to thrill to the adventures of the Shadow during the summer months by getting the Shadow magazine at your local newsstand. This is Ken Roberts saying goodbye for Blue Coal.
Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs.
Today's story, Carnival of Death.
Davy, don't step on the gentleman's feet. You're not at home, darling. You're on the subway train. Last time I was down there, I spent a week's day trying to win a 50-cent Cupid doll. Yes, you and me both, Mike. Let's get up to the front of the car.
Lamont, are all these people going to Joy Island?
It looks that way, Margot.
There's supposed to be room for us?
There's always room, Margot. Joy Island is every man's paradise. Ferris wheels, roller coasters, shoot-the-shoot.
Oh, it sounds swell. But you know which stop we get off?
Well, we can ask the guard and make sure. Come on.
All right.
Pardon us, please.
No, it will be a pleasure. Now, look, there's 2 seats there.
I saw them first.
I'll grip you, Father.
We should have sold those seats, Lamont. Look at that rush for them.
Oh, guard. Does this thing go to the amusement park?
Not direct, no. When you get to the island, you take a bus.
Oh, and somehow I thought there was a direct connection.
There used to be, but I guess you know what happened to that.
Well, no, I don't.
You never heard about that branch line that old John Norcross had built out of his own pocket?
No, we never even heard of John Norcross.
You don't say. Well, he owns the amusement park. About 10 years ago, he asked the Board of Transportation to build a branch line right out to the doors of the place, but they turned him down. They did tell him, though, if he wanted to build it himself, they'd furnish the cars and keep up the line.
So he went ahead and built it?
Yeah.
Well, why isn't it still in operation?
Well, I guess I can tell you that as well as anybody, lady, because I was on the first run on that line. It was just about 10 years ago this month. Oh, there was speeches and everything, and finally the first train pulled out.
How long a run is it to the park, Mac?
About 5 minutes.
Gee, this train really makes time.
Yes, sir.
Boy, feel us rock. Hey, I hope there's no curve to this. Hey, what's happening? Seems like we're off the track.
That was the only run we ever made. Must have been 40 people killed in that wreck.
Oh, how awful.
Do they use the branch line at all?
No, they cemented it up. No one even goes in there anymore.
Well, why not?
Well, there's been talk about seeing a ghost train running through there.
A ghost train?
Yeah. Well, next stop's where you change to the bus. Hope you folks have fun.
Yes, thanks. You put us right in the mood.
You lay on your grandmother's table, girl. Get away, son. Don't bother me now.
Well, Margot, I suppose this is rather tame after that roller coaster.
Oh, I love it, Lamont. Where else could you go from a roller coaster to the streets of Venice in 1 minute flat? Why, it's sort of... What was that?
I don't know. It's probably an attempted atmosphere. When you ride in the dark like this, those things are expected.
Oh, look out, Lamont. You're bumping into that boat ahead of us.
Oh, silly of me, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
See? He says it's okay.
Lamont, look. That boy and girl in the boat. They're naked.
Margot.
Well, they are.
Listen, you female peeping Tom, if you don't behave, I'll tip you right out of this boat.
No, you won't.
I will too.
All right, folks, step right up and try your skills. 20 shots per quarter. Knock down the clay pipes and win a Cupid doll. Try your luck, folks.
Yes, let me have one of those guns.
That'll be 25 cents, Bud.
A quarter it is. Now, how do I win a prize?
How does he win a prize, the man asks? Why, it's easy, Bud. Hit the clay pipe 5 times in a row and you get a Cupid doll.
I see. Well, here goes.
Lamont. Hey, Lamont, that's wonderful.
How many dolls is that so far?
That's 2, Bud. Take it easy, will you, Bud?
I've got 10 shots left, haven't I?
Yeah, but do me a favor. Get careless.
Well, I'm all out of bullets.
Well, I'm all out of dolls.
Where'd you know, Margot?
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, look, Lamont, over there. The Wax Museum. Tableaus of Horror. That's for me.
Hey, I suggest that you pass that place by, lady.
Why?
Well, it's pretty gory stuff. Scenes of murders and famous crimes. And besides, that old guy sitting in the front of the place is enough to keep you out.
Who is he?
That's the watchman, old Pop Rice. He should be one of the wax exhibits himself.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
Well, he's forget I said anything. If you want to go in there, suit yourself.
Well, we'll save it for later on. Come on, Margot.
Come on, what am I going to do with all these dolls?
You can start a collection. Who knows, you might...
Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't you like to take the lady inside and show her the beautiful lifelike statues? It's a very intriguing exhibit.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, Lamont, come on, let's go in.
You're passing up the best show on the island. You're very foolish not to go in.
Oh, Lamont, why didn't you take me in there?
Well, a lot of other things to see, Margot.
I know, but I would have enjoyed the museum. It sounds very impressive.
I think the little lady is right. She'd be very impressed.
You're the most persistent barker I've ever seen.
Oh, I'm not a barker. I'm just the watchman. Now, you come with me, and I myself will personally conduct you through the rooms, huh?
And the man. It is the finest
Two
show
tickets,
on the
please.
ground. What? Oh, 2 tickets? Yes, sir. Right away. 40 cents, please. Here you are.
Now, if you'll just follow me. Right through this door. Now, here we are. Now, we'll start at this end of the room first. These wax tableaux represent famous death scenes in history. This one is Marat's bathtub murder scene. Excellent, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's excellent.
Now this scene... Wait, I'll pull back the curtain. This scene is the kidnapping of the twin crown princes of France. Note the lifelike appearance of the figures. Remarkable, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Where are these figures made, Lamont?
I don't know. Can you tell us, Mr... Margot. He's gone.
What? Why, yes. Where did he go?
I don't know. Let's have a quick look at this one exhibit and leave, huh?
Yeah, the faster the better. Say, what is this tableau supposed to be?
I believe it's the death of Marie Antoinette on the guillotine.
These figures look even more lifelike than the others, don't you think?
Yes.
Look, see how naturally the executioner's cloak draped around this... Lamont, what happened?
The blade of the guillotine fell.
Lamont, look. Blood.
Huh?
Blood trickling down...
Let's have a closer look at this figure.
Oh, Lamont. It's that girl we saw on the boat in the streets of Venice.
So it is. Wait. I'll take the mask off this figure of the executioner. There.
Oh, it's the boy. The boy who was with her. He's dead, too.
Come on, Margot. We'll find old Pop Rice. See what he knows about this.
It's the one, the original Wax Museum of Horror.
Listen,
Ladies and gentlemen.
There are 2 people who've just been killed in one of your exhibits.
Wait a minute
I'm telling you the truth. Go in and see for yourself.
That's what they all say when they see our show, brother. Step right up, folks.
Listen, where's that old man, the one they call Pop Rice?
I don't know who you mean, brother. Step up, folks.
Come on, Margot. I'll see what I can find out from the shooting gallery man.
He told us himself he stayed there at night. night.
Of course he did. Listen, you back again, Bud?
Look, who is that old man you pointed out to us, and why did you warn us against him?
What old man?
The one you call Pop Wright.
Who's Pop Wright?
Oh, Lamont, you're not going to get any satisfaction here.
If you got any questions to ask, there's John Norcross, the owner of this park. He'll answer them for you. Oh, Mr. Norcross?
Yes? Yes, what is it?
Mr. Norcross, I've just come from the Wax Museum. 2 people have just been murdered in there.
What?
That's the truth. Come quickly, I'll show you.
Did you notify the man on the door?
Yes, and he paid no attention to me.
Where are the bodies?
In one of the tableaus.
Right, see the wonders of the wax. Hey.
Right through here. Come along, Margot.
All right.
Now, which tableau was it?
This one over here. The death of Marie Antoinette. The dead people were substituted for the wax figures. There, you see. Why, they're gone.
Lamont, what happened?
Say, now, what is this?
Believe me, Mr. Norcross, we saw the dead bodies of a young man and woman in this tableau just a minute ago.
Well, where are they now?
I don't know.
I'm afraid you two have been wasting my time. I have other things to attend to. You'll excuse me.
Wait, I tell you, Mr. Norcross, that we saw those 2...
No, we wouldn't even listen to it.
We didn't see those bodies, huh? Well, Mr. Norcross, you're going to hear more of this. And you're going to explain your indifference to our discovery when you receive a visit from the Shadow.
Hello? Yes, this is Norcross. Yes? Yes. Well, there's only one thing I want you to remember. The men are to hold their jobs regardless of what happens. Yes. Right, goodbye. What was that? Who laughed?
It was I, John Norcross.
Well, who? Who are you? I don't see anyone.
I am called the Shadow.
Well, where are you? I hear you, but I can't see you.
That's because I've clouded your mind and made myself invisible to your eyes.
What? What are you doing here?
I've come to ask you some questions, Mr. Norcross.
What about?
In your phone conversation, what did you mean by the men must hold their jobs regardless of what happens?
Why, that's none of your business.
Did it have anything to do with the death of that young man and woman in the Wax Museum today?
What are you talking about?
You do know of those deaths, don't you?
No. Nothing like that has happened here in the park. We have a clean record here.
Really? Aren't you forgetting the branch line of the subway that you built that caused so many deaths?
That's different. That was an accident. An accident that happened many years ago. I'm doing my best to make amends for that.
How?
I'd rather not say.
Does your plan for making amends, John Norcross, include vengeance?
No.
Mr. Norcross, you'll hear from me again very soon. Meantime, I must warn you. Every move you make will be closely watched by the Shadow.
Well, I'm mighty glad Commissioner Weston sent you along with us, Detective.
Well, now, think nothing of it. Now, this here is the place where you last saw them young folks alive. Is that right?
Yes, Miss Evans.
I see.
Their boat was floating in front of this replica of the Venetian palace. Let's tie up here.
All right.
And this is just about where we heard the moan, too.
Is it? What moan?
Well, we heard a strange crying noise just before we bumped into the young couple's boat.
You mean there's ghosts mixed up in this, too?
I hardly think so.
Boy, am I the one for getting screwy assignments. Moan. Kids disappear. They turn up as corpses in a wax museum. They disappear again.
Well, that's part of a detective's life, isn't it?
That's the seamy side, miss. Me, I like details like special duty at the ballpark, particular if there's a doubleheader on.
Well, we've got a little doubleheader of our own right here. Now, let's see if there's an opening in any of these phony palaces. Help me feel along these walls, will you, Evans?
Sure. Wait till I go home tonight and the missus says, "What have you been doing all day, Evans?" And I say, "Honey, I was riding through the Venetian tunnels of love. Boy, for this I joined the force."
Oh, no. What's this?
Find something, Lamont?
I believe these window shutters open. Yes. There seems to be a passageway here.
Say, maybe you found something.
Come on. Let me help you out of the boat, Margot.
All right. Are you going to explore the passageway?
Yes. Have you your flashlight, Evans?
Yes, sir.
You take this one, Margot.
All right, sir.
All right. Let's go now.
Ooh, it's awfully dark in here. Wonder where this leads to.
There's a turn just ahead. We'll soon find out.
We'll probably come to the end of it and find a guy who'll collect a quarter for us leaving the boat.
Look ahead there.
What? it's a large tunnel.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, we've stumbled on the old deserted subway spur.
Yes, look. They're tracks, subway tracks.
Let's see. Hey, this is the old subway tunnel at that.
Oh, it's so damp in here. Water dripping from the walls. And it's a scary place, Lamont.
And that's only because it's been closed up so long.
Do you suppose we'll see that ghost train the guard told us about?
Now, look, lady, please. I'm a superstitious man. In a place like this, I would rather you didn't mention ghosts. And let's go about finding where this thing leads. You go in that direction, Evans. We'll search down this way. Okay. But if you find anything, yell. And loud. Right. Come along, Margot.
Lamont, do you suppose the young couple found this passageway and were killed here?
I don't imagine they came in here voluntarily. But they could have been brought in here.
By whom?
I don't know.
Where are you going? Oh.
Where are you going?
Lamont, did you hear that? Was that Evans?
I don't think so. I'll find out. Evans! Evans!
Fools you are to come down here. Well, only dead men live.
Where is that voice coming from, Lamont?
I can't figure it out.
Evans! Are you all right? Get out of the door. I haven't seen it.
Evans! What's happened? Come on, Margot. Evans! Evans!
Oh, he doesn't answer. Lamont, what's that?
Why, it sounds like... Margot! Get against this wall, quickly! This subway train!
The ghost train, Lamont. The ghost train.
Come on this curve, Margot. We'll follow the lights. See where it went.
Lamont, did you notice? The lights were on in that train, and there were passengers at all the windows.
Yes, I saw them. Margot, the train it's disappeared. There's no trace of it.
What do we do?
There's no point of looking for Evans. He may have gone back through the passageway. Come on. We'll go up above to the park. That's something I must learn at once.
Now, look here, Bud. It's bad business for me to answer questions around this place.
But you can tell me this much. You do know the old man who was the watchman at the Wax Museum, don't you?
Yeah, I know, Pop Right.
What connection has he with John Norcross?
Please, Bud. This joint has ears everywhere. If you want to ask questions, pick up one of the guns and start firing at the target. I'll tell you what I know. But you keep the gun going. And keep laughing like it's jokes, I'm telling you, see?
Yeah, sure. Let me have a gun.
Here you are. Well, now, let's see what kind of a marksman you are, Bud.
Okay.
Norcross don't like talking, so I gotta do it this way. You asked about the connection between him and old Pop Right. Well, Norcross has given out life jobs to certain surviving members of the families who were killed in a subway wreck 10 years ago. Laugh it up, will you?
Oh, yes.
Try it again, Bud. That way, Norcross got out of making big cash settlements on any personal claims, see? Well, nice work, mister. Now let's see you pick off them 6 flying geese in one volley.
Sure. I'll try those flying geese.
There's been a lot of funny things happening around here lately. Things I don't like. I've been trying to get out of this job, but Norcross says I've got to stick it out. Take a crack at them clay pipes, Bud.
Okay. Look, I'd better wait till you can get away from here. You can finish telling me your story then. Well, I guess I've about cleaned you out of town. I said you've lost a bit of chinaware, my friend.
Lamont, what's happened?
Well, I don't know. Here, let me see.
Why did he fall to the ground?
This man is dead, Margot. A bullet hole in his back. That means the shot came from the direction of the Wax Museum. Commissioner Weston and his men made a thorough search of the Wax Museum, Margot, and they found nothing. That's why I decided to come back here to the tunnel. This is where the murderer will be found. I know it.
Did they find any trace of Detective Evans?
No. He must still be down here someplace. Listen. You hear that, Margot?
Yes.
Let's follow the sound of that lamp.
This isn't my idea of good fun, Lamont.
That lamp is coming from this end of the tunnel. The section that was explored by Detective Evans.
Who do you suppose that is?
We'll soon find out. Oh, look. Over there by the wall. Evans' hat.
Oh, Lamont, something's happened to him.
Yes, obviously. I'll get the hat. Margot!
What is it?
I stepped into some kind of quicksand. I'm sinking in.
Oh, Lamont, wait a minute. I'll help you.
Don't keep away, Margot. Throw that plank over to me.
Oh, here, Lamont, catch hold of the other end of...
Bongo! Bongo, what's wrong?
Right this way, young lady. I shall entertain you in my private subway car.
No, I won't go in. Let go of me.
Now, you mustn't behave that way. The other passengers won't like you.
Oh, Lamont! Lamont!
He won't hear you, my dear. By this time, he's been swallowed up by the quicksand. Just as your friend, that detective, was earlier this evening.
No, it isn't true. Nothing's happened to him. Tell me that nothing's happened to Lamont.
Oh, he'll be in good company. There are many others in there, too, you know. Now, step into the car.
No, I won't. No, take your hands off of me.
Oh, you don't enjoy Popright's hospitality, do you? Now, then I shall have to force you in.
Stop it.
There we are. Now, you must meet your fellow passengers.
Oh, how horrible. But it's dead.
Oh, some of them are, yes. The rest are merely wax figures from the museum.
The missing boy and girl. They're dead, too.
They're my newest passengers. They seem to like it here, too. Sitting side by side.
Oh, it's terrible.
I must make room for you, my dear. I think that I shall give you seat 6. Yes. That old woman that's sitting there now, I'm a little tired of her. I'm afraid she must join your friend in the quicksand.
No, you're mad. You're mad.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't say those things in front of my friends. You see, Louis, this wax figure here, he doesn't like it at all. Do you, Louis? Dear me, your tie is crooked again, Louis. I have to fix it.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, please.
No, let's go.
No, you're staying here for a long time. A very long time.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do to me? That knife. Put down that knife.
Now, it'll all be over in a short time. Just stand there.
No.
Just stand there. Soon you will.
Put down that knife, Popright.
Oh, the shadow.
What was that?
Don't touch that girl.
Oh, one of the spirits. One of the spirits has returned to speak to me.
Yes, that's true. I am one of the spirits. The spirit of the man you just killed in the shooting gallery.
Oh, it's you, Fred. I'm sorry I had to do that to you, but you'd learned too much about me and this rendezvous.
Why have you killed these people? Why have you brought them to this deserted tunnel?
I belong down here. You know that, Fred. I've been the motorman on this line since the first run. You remember that run, don't you?
Yes.
Yes, you know, too, that my wife and child were killed on that first ride. Killed on a train that I was driving.
Of course.
John Norcross put me on a pension. He thought that would make up for the loss of my wife and child. He made me a watchman. Thought he'd pay me off that way. But I fooled him.
Why have you killed these people?
I needed passengers. You can't run a train without passengers, can you? That's my job here, you know. John Norcross doesn't know it, but his subway line still operates. Yes.
How did you get these people here?
Oh, different ways. Some of them from the boat ride, some from the wax museum. They all take the nightly ride with me in the Midnight Express.
Those rides are all finished now, Popright.
No, that isn't true.
I'll tell the police about them. They'll come and get you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't do that. No, who would run the line? You don't mean that, I'm sure.
I'm taking you to the police right now.
Oh, no.
He's getting out of the car.
Come back. Come back here.
Come and get me.
Look, he's opening a door in the wall.
That's where the quicksand is.
He's jumping into it. Oh, Lamont, thank heaven you escaped from that quicksand. But how in the world did you do it?
That plank you told me did the job, Margot.
Well, believe me, that plank goes in my political platform. What about Mr. Norcross?
Oh, he was cleared of all charges in the case, Margot. Popright was working alone.
No, he must have been insane since the day of the train wreck.
Yes. I suppose he was harmless at first. Then, as he brooded over his loss, he turned to murder.
Well, we certainly ran into something.
I should say.
There's just one more thing I'd like to know.
What's that, Margot?
Why do they call that place an amusement park?
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learnt a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Case of the Burning Skull. A late afternoon thunderstorm breaks over the city. As the streets empty and everyone runs for cover, two men collide as they dash into the shelter of a small doorway.
Sorry. Oh, that's all right. Cranston. Lamont Cranston. Hi, it's Steve Grant. Hello, Steve. Oh, if this isn't the strangest coincidence.
Haven't seen you for ages, Steve. How's our promising young chemist?
Listen, Lamont.
The last I heard, you had a great job with the Guild Chemists Alliance. Still with them?
Yes. Lamont.
Married?
Yes. Lamont, listen to me. You won't believe it, but I was on my way over to see you. I'm in trouble.
Oh, what's the matter, Steve?
I'm going to die.
Oh, we all are, sooner or later.
But we don't all get special announcements.
You did?
Yes.
When? How?
It was last night. I haven't been sleeping well lately, been nervous and high-strung. I'm working pretty hard on a new thorium extract.
Yes?
But about 2 o'clock this morning, I got up for a drink of water. I went into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and then...
Go on.
I saw a burning skull staring at me.
What?
I hadn't bothered putting on the lights. In the darkness, I saw a hideous burning skull running at me, pale and flickering, burning a dull green in the blackness.
Yes?
It was a terrible shock. I suppose I must have fainted. When I recovered, it was gone. But I knew it was a warning.
Now, look here, Steve. You should realize that the obvious fact of the matter is that you're tired, overworked, possibly headed for a nervous breakdown.
It was a presentiment, Lamont, a warning.
It was an hallucination. Now, you pay attention to your Uncle Lamont. You want my advice?
Oh, yes.
Now, here's the address of a friend of mine, Dr. Neil Harrison. He specializes in your kind of case. Too much work and too much imagination. You go and see him at once.
Then you don't think that skull...
My dear Steve, the most horrible presentiment in the world can be dispelled with bicarbonate of soda and 2 weeks in the country. I know. Hello?
Is that Mr. Cranston?
Yes.
This is Helen Grant, Steve's wife.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Grant.
Mr. Cranston, can you come over to our house right away?
Come over? What time is it, Mrs. Grant?
It's 5 o'clock, almost dawn. I know this is an unusual request, Mr. Cranston, but...
Anything wrong?
Yes.
With Steve?
Yes.
What's happened?
He's been kidnapped.
What?
Please come over right away, Mr. Cranston. I can't explain on the telephone. I can't even understand half of what's happened myself. Please come as quickly as you can. I'm desperate. Oh, Mr. Cranston, I'm so glad you're here. I've been half out of my mind with worry.
Now, Mrs. Grant. Suppose I come in and you tell me all about it.
Yes. Yes, you come in. Please sit down, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you. Now, Mrs. Grant, from the beginning.
Well, it was about midnight. I'd gone to bed and had been asleep a few hours. Suddenly I awoke. I'd heard a sound, an awful sound.
What was it?
It was a kind of sobbing. Seemed to come from Steve's bedroom across the hall.
What did you do?
I got up and went to the door of my room. I opened it. It was dark in the house. In the blackness, I saw...
What?
A burning skull.
You're sure of that?
Yes, it was just a little distance away. It was coming out of Steve's room, floating in the air, burned with a green, flickering flame. Oh, it was ghastly.
What did you do?
I screamed, and I fainted. When I came to, it was gone. I rushed into Steve's room to tell him. Steve was gone, too.
I see.
All his clothes were still in his room, everything. He hadn't packed and left. It's obvious he was taken away. Taken by that horrible skull.
We're going to find Steve, Mrs. Grant. You know, I believe in the existence of murder, burglary, kidnapping, crime, clever criminals. I believe in almost anything. But I don't believe in ghosts.
Well, this is a lovely crime to serve me early in the morning, Cranston. What in the blazes do you do? Do you sit up all night working out crazy cases to worry me with?
I haven't enough imagination to invent anything like this, Commissioner.
Yeah, well, what about you, Miss Lane? Do you believe in this ghost story?
I don't know yet. I want to hear the rest of the story.
That's all there is to it. First, Grant came to me with his story about Burning Skull, and then Mrs. Grant.
Was it a kidnapping, Lamont?
Perhaps. I've gone over Steve's room. All his clothes are there, his shoes, everything. Most important, his passport was there, licenses, checkbook, everything.
What's that supposed to prove?
Nothing much, except the fact that Grant doesn't seem to have walked out of the house voluntarily. A man might think up an ingenious plan like this to leave his wife, but he doesn't leave all his money and papers and important documents behind.
Yes, that's right.
But what about the sobbing noise Mrs. Grant heard?
Well, I couldn't find anything to account for that.
So it all boils down to this. A chap disappears. He and his wife tell a crazy yarn about burning skulls, and we're supposed to believe the said skull kidnapped the man.
That explanation will do until a better one comes along. Have you a better one, Commissioner?
Certainly I've got a better one. The obvious one. Grant and his wife thought up a scheme between them to defraud the insurance company.
He isn't insured.
Well, he's trying to get publicity for some crazy invention he's made.
He was a research chemist working for the Guild Chemist Alliance. He made no invention, and if he did, it would belong to the Guild Company and not to him.
Well, then I don't know. It's beyond me, Cranston. But I'll tell you one thing. I don't believe you or Grant or his wife. I don't believe that Grant saw anything, either of them. And if they did, it wasn't a burning skull. You can think that over for a while. Hello, Weston speaking. Yes? What? What was that? Well, all right. I'm coming right over.
But what is it, Commissioner? You look startled, to say the least.
That phone call has just dropped a bomb into my lap, Miss Lane.
But now let's have the explosion.
Adam Edwards, the broker, has just reported a burglary in his home. $15,000 in cash was stolen.
Why, Commissioner, a robbery of that size is no explosion.
No? Well, perhaps you'll sing a different song when you know the money was stolen by a burning skull. Suppose you tell us your story, Mr. Edwards.
Well, it's quite simple and quite frightening. I was awakened this morning about 3 o'clock by the sound of somebody moving about in my study.
Yes?
It's a well-known fact that I keep large sums in cash in the house. I assumed that some ill-advised burglar was trying to relieve me of my money.
Why ill-advised?
I'm a crack shot, Mr. Cranston, and have a license to keep a revolver in the house. I immediately arose, got the gun, and tiptoed towards the study.
And then?
I opened the door very carefully. I confess I was shocked and frightened. In the darkness, I saw a burning skull hovering over my desk, while burning skeleton hands rifled the drawer.
Yeah, so now a pair of hands are added to the skull. Pretty soon we'll get the whole skeleton.
Instantly, the skull and hands rushed off through the darkness. I tried to follow. I heard the thing blundering about on the far side of the study. Before I could catch up, it was gone. And so was my money. And that's all.
This is too much for me. What is this, a conspiracy? Are you trying to pull my leg?
You don't believe my story, Commissioner?
Frankly, no.
I see. Come this way, please.
Where to?
To this large annex on the far side of my study. I have something to show you. You see, I'm an amateur photographer, and I've had this annex fitted up as a darkroom.
What's all this mean?
Please notice that the annex door is alongside the door leading out of the study. Evidently, the burning skull blundered into the annex first by mistake, and then turned and ran out of the real door.
I still don't see what all this has got to do with the skull. I tell you, you've been seeing things.
We've been seeing reality. Come into the darkroom.
Huh?
I'm sorry, but this red safety light's all the illumination I can give you.
Oh, it's enough, Mr. Edwards. Go ahead.
When the intruder came into this room last night, he apparently dislodged one of my unexposed plates and knocked it into the developer tray. Look at this plate, Commissioner. Tell me what you see on it.
Good heavens.
It's a skeleton hand.
Well, this is a fine thing, Mr. Cranston. A fine thing indeed.
What's worrying you, Margot?
What's worrying me? That's the question I've been wanting to ask you.
You sit around all day as though it were gloomy Sunday.
Oh, I was thinking... No, I was worrying about the burning skull.
Suddenly at 7 o'clock tonight, you announce we're going for a drive. Where?
To visit a friend.
Why?
Pick up a clue on this case.
Who's the friend?
Dr. Neil Harrison. I sent Steve Grant to see him yesterday afternoon. It's just possible that Steve might have said something to Dr. Harrison that would give us a clue.
Then all that worrying, thinking this afternoon didn't help? No inspiration?
It certainly did. But now the fire of inspiration needs a little more coal.
To be shoveled on by Lamont Cranston Stoker.
No, Lamont Cranston Shadow.
Next patient, please. Oh, that's odd. Waiting room's empty. Could have sworn I heard a patient coming. Who's that?
Your patient, Dr. Harrison.
Patient? Where?
An invisible patient, Doctor.
Oh, this is absurd. It's some trick. Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow?
You've heard of the Shadow, Dr. Harrison. The Shadow seeks only one thing, the truth.
The truth? About what?
The truth about all things. The truth about Steve Grant.
Grant? Oh, yes.
He came to see you yesterday.
Yes, Lamont Cranston sent him.
You treated him?
No, I didn't.
Why not? The truth, Dr. Harrison.
Yes, I'll tell you the truth. I couldn't treat him. He was...
Dr. Harrison. He's dead. Shot by somebody from outside that window. Right here, Margot. Outside this window.
I heard shots while I was waiting in the car and
Yes, someone fired through the window while the Shadow was questioning Dr. Harrison. The doctor is dead. Now, come on. We've got to find that murderer if we can.
It is pitch dark, Lamont.
Careful. He must have run off this way.
Do you know who killed the doctor?
No. And I'm afraid we'll never find out now.
Lamont!
Yes, Margot?
Look! Running down the street. Way up there, Lamont!
Yes, I see it, Margot.
It's a burning skeleton.
What is the mystery of the burning skeleton? Listen for exciting developments in part 2 of tonight's Shadow story. And now, back to the Shadow. We pick up our story as Commissioner Weston is interviewing Margot and Lamont at police headquarters.
Cranston, this is the most insane case I've ever heard of.
Well, there's nothing insane about it. Harrison was shot dead. The murderer fired through that window. It was a .38 caliber slug that pierced Harrison's heart. What could be more realistic than that?
Nothing. Outside of the fact that you claim a glowing skeleton thing to pull the trigger.
We saw the skeleton, Commissioner.
Oh, I believe you, Miss Lane. Too many people have seen it for me to hold on to the hallucination theory. But I only wish I could see it just once.
Commissioner.
Yes, what is it, Muldoon?
We've just picked up a message from one of the patrol cars.
Yes?
They've located the burning skull just break into the Zirkin Jewel store on High Street. He's in there now. If we rush, we can get over there in time to trap him coming out.
Let's hurry, Commissioner. This time it looks like you're going to get your wish.
Where is this Zirkin Jewel store? How much further, Muldoon?
I'll just around the next corner, Commissioner.
I only hope we're in time.
Yes, I wouldn't want the Commissioner to lose the pleasure of meeting our skeleton friend.
Easy, Muldoon, easy. We're not supposed to arrive with the brass band announcing us. Go a little more, then stop. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Yes, sir.
I can see the police patrol car up ahead.
Then the skeleton must still be inside the store.
All right, stop here, Muldoon.
Yes, sir.
Now, come on. And remember, let's keep quiet. This is our big chance to...
Commissioner!
Who in blazes are those maniacs?
Look, he's coming out.
It's a burning skeleton, Commissioner.
Good heavens. Well, come on, let's get after him. Throw him, you men. Don't let him get away.
They're shooting wild, Commissioner.
I can't blame our call, the saints preserve me. But that's a nasty thing to be seen in the dark.
He's getting away.
Faster.
It's no use, Commissioner. We'll never get him. No one will ever get him. Now, don't start any superstitious nonsense, Muldoon.
Muldoon's right, Commissioner. The skeleton's vanished.
We couldn't hold him, sir. We did the best we could. He got our plan. This is a fine thing. What's the matter with you? Are you a lot of babies afraid of skeletons? All right, then. Let's get back to the circus store and see how much the skeleton got away with this time.
Wait.
All right, what now?
Apparently our thief did not get away with all he took. Look on the ground there.
Lamont, there's 3 unset diamond brilliants.
I've got them. Here you are, Commissioner. But... Hold. Smoke.
What's the matter?
Have a close look at these diamonds. Look at the color.
Color?
They've turned blood red.
Lamont. Lamont.
Yes.
Stop pacing up and down and listen to me.
Got any ideas?
Yes, suppose we get some sleep. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, Lamont. How much longer are we going to sit here and think?
Until I can work out 3 things.
We're not going over all that again, are we?
Why was Steve Grant kidnapped? Why was Dr. Harrison murdered?
Because they knew something about the burning skeleton.
But what?
Well, you know the answers to that. You told me yourself. It's tied up with a photograph of the skeleton hand and the diamonds that turned red.
Why did those diamonds turn red? How was that photograph made?
Lamont, let's get some sleep. I'm going home.
Only Harrison had taken Grant as a patient.
Oh, didn't he?
No, he told the Shadow he couldn't treat him.
Well, what difference does that make?
If he'd taken Steve as a patient, he might have left some record of some kind. As it is, his information died with him. Oh, that's the door. I'll answer it.
Who in the world could that be so early?
Oh, it's Grant. Come in.
Oh, Mr. Cranston,
This is Miss Lane. She's working with me on the case. Margot, Mrs. Grant.
How do you do, did you not?
Now, what's wrong, Mrs. Grant?
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I'm frightened.
Why?
The burning skull. What about it? I think I'm going to be the next victim. You?
Now, what do you mean?
I've had warnings. When I put the lights out, objects flame up and glow with a weird green color. Steve's watch, money on his desk, spoons, silver, many things. Heavens. Then, last night, I decided I'd sleep in Steve's room. I thought if the burning skull came back, I'd be waiting. Well, did you see it? Did it come back? I didn't see it, but I know it was in the room.
How do you know?
Look at my arms. Good grief, they're covered with burns.
Burns?
Look, Lamont. It's as though a skeleton hand had clutched Mrs. Grant. Or the hand of a giant, or a mythological god like Thor, or...
What?
I said like a...
You said Thor. Thor, what an idiot I've been. Steve practically told me the answer to this case when I first met him.
What do you mean, Lamont?
I mean I know all about the burning skeleton. Come on, Mrs. Grant. We're going to police headquarters right away.
Now, just a minute. As I said before, don't all talk at once. All right, then. Now, what do you want me to do about Mrs. Grant, Cranston?
Here's the idea. You ought to take Mrs. Grant into protective custody. It's to be kept secret.
Why?
You'll find out soon enough. At 6 o'clock tonight, I want you to give this news item to the paper. I've written it out for you.
Oh, Cranston, break it down a bit, will you? Look, you're making me dizzy.
Now, listen, Commissioner. Do you want to get your hands on the burning skeleton?
What a question.
Then do exactly what I've told you.
And what in blazes are you going to do?
I'm going to trap the burning skeleton.
And now for a resume of the news. In an attempt to protect the wife of Steve Grant, the police have taken Mrs. Grant into protective custody. She's being held under close guard at the old mansion house outside the city. There, in a lonely building set in lonely fields, the widow of Steve Grant wonders about the fate of her husband and the strange burning skeleton that was his doom.
Turn it off, Margot. That's fine. Now, what time is it?
8 o'clock.
And our skeleton has known the news for 2 hours. He'll be here soon.
Here at the mansion house?
Correct. Under the misapprehension that Mrs. Grant is here, too.
But he's only going to find us. Just the 2 of us.
The 3 of us. You're forgetting the Shadow.
Oh. But look here, shouldn't you be the Shadow now? Suppose our burning skeleton walks in unexpectedly.
He can't. We'll have plenty of warning of his coming. I've run a circuit of electricity in a circle around the field surrounding this house.
But how will that warn us?
There are 4 concentric rings circling this house, Margot. Each is made of a single wire carrying enough current to signal when the skeleton steps over. We'll hear the signals on this electroscope connected with the circuits.
But wouldn't any person crossing those circuits cause the signal to sound?
Not any person, Margot. Just our friend.
Why?
Because of the peculiar constitution of his body. You see, just a minute. That's the electroscope.
The skeleton?
Yes. He's inside the outermost circuit. He's inside the second circuit. He's inside the third. Now, you know what you have to do?
I'm to put out the lights and hide in the cupboard beside the switch.
Right. When the skeleton gets into this room, the electroscope signals will reach a peak, a and then cut off automatically.
Then I'm supposed to switch on the lights again.
He's inside the fourth circuit. Now, hurry, Margot.
Lamont,
Don't argue. This man is dangerous. Put out the lights.
Right.
Into the cupboard. Stand by.
What's that? Who's there? Don't move.
Good evening, Steve Grant.
Who's that?
The Shadow.
Shadow? I can't see you.
No man sees the Shadow, but all men see you, Skeleton.
You know Shadow.
The Shadow knows everything. You were a foolish man, Grant. A fool.
I was desperate. When Dr. Harrison told me I'd caught radium poisoning, that the salts were in my blood and bones, that there was no cure, that there was death waiting 2 months off.
You sought to revenge yourself on the world.
No, I thought only of my wife. She had nothing. There was no money, no insurance, nothing. I had to raise something for her. I couldn't leave her penniless.
You had no right to rob.
There was no other way to raise money.
You had no right to murder.
There was no other way to keep my secret. I couldn't let her discover her husband was a thief. She'd never have kept the money I was raising for her.
You were insane.
I was desperate. Oh, for heaven's sake, you can't betray me.
The Shadow seeks justice. Justice. There will be justice for your wife. There must be justice for those you have robbed and those you have killed.
No. Now, listen, I'm going to die anyway. I'll pay for the debts, pay with my own.
There must be justice, Grant.
You'll never take me. I warn you, I've killed before. I'm not afraid to kill now.
You're mad, Grant. You must pay in full.
No!
How can you kill an invisible shadow?
Whatever you are, I'll kill you.
Kill the shadow? With what?
Not now, perhaps, but another time. I'm powerful, Shadow, as powerful as you. These burning salts in my bone and flesh give me a power no man has ever realized before. I'll return for you soon.
You will never leave.
Try and stop me.
You can't escape the Shadow, Grant.
Try and stop me.
Stop, Grant.
Shadow.
Stay there, Margot. Keep out of this.
I'm going with you. There he goes, across the field. You can see the glowing skeleton running.
Keep back, Margot, if you value your life.
Why? What's the matter?
Grant is running towards the high-tension wires on the road. If he gets too close to that tremendous current, stop, Grant. Stop running.
No one will ever stop me. No one will ever stop me.
If you value your life, don't move another step. Stop.
Shadow,
He's dead.
Well, let's get back to town and notify Commissioner Weston, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, it was awful. Be electrocuted that way.
Perhaps it was just as well, Margot.
But, Lamont, I just can't understand it. What happened to Steve Grant?
He was experimenting on a radioactive salt called thorium.
Thorium? Oh. So that's why the mention of the god Thor put you on the right track.
Yes, Margot. Grant apparently became infected with enough radium salt to poison him. He first saw the skull grinning at him. It was his own face he saw in the bathroom mirror.
Oh.
Dr. Harrison must have explained the truth to Grant. Grant turned desperate and tried to raise money to leave to his wife.
And he killed Dr. Harrison before the doctor could tell the police the truth about the burning skeleton.
Yes. I should have realized the truth sooner. Naturally, radium emanations are the only thing that can make a man's bones shine in the dark. Radium explains how Edwards' photographic plate was exposed. Radium accounts for the diamonds that turn color. Radium emanations change the color of precious stones.
So when you had that news broadcast made about his wife being at Mansion House, you knew it would track him.
Of course. His only thought was for his wife. That's the explanation of the sound she heard that night he vanished. She heard poor Steve crying hysterically. When she got up and opened her door, she didn't see a skeleton kidnapping Steve. She saw poor Steve leaving.
I don't think it's poor Steve. Poor Mrs. Grant.
Don't worry about her, Margot. The Shadow may be just, but he is also merciful.
So the Shadow is going to temper his justice with mercy?
Yes. And the name of that mercy is Cranston's bankroll.
In a moment, I shall return with further news of The Shadow. Next week, same time, same station, we bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
This feature is produced by Reg Johnston for Grace Gibson Radio Productions, a masterpiece of suspense.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, a man of mystery who strikes terror in the very souls of sharpsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. All signs point to a severe winter. Be prepared. If you want to be sure of even, dependable, healthful heat in any kind of weather, insist on Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite mined from the fields of northern Pennsylvania. The coal that is colored a harmless blue at the mines for your protection.
You can't let me to the jail. You can't do it. Let me out of here. Let me.
Paul Gordon, listen.
Huh? I can't see anybody. Who's that?
I am the Shadow. Stop. We haven't much time. We must hurry, Gordon. You're in the death house, charged with murder.
Yes, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. But nobody knows it.
Take courage, Gordon. The Shadow knows.
All right, Margot, won't you sit down? I told Albo to serve our coffee here in the library. I should rather go on the terrace.
No, I prefer it here.
Then let me see you smile. That frown is most unbecoming.
Lamont, give it up.
Give what up, my dear? Drinking coffee?
I'm serious, Lamont Cranston. When I foolishly let you know that... Do you remember what you said? It will be exactly 5 years next week.
But there's still so much to do, Margot.
Well, then let somebody else do it. Don't you realize that you can't keep on like this forever? Someone's certain to identify you, and when that someone does, someone else is certain to kill you.
Perhaps, but until they do... Oh, darling, stop frowning.
I don't mean necessarily to give up your work, Lamont, but this other. Let the Shadow just disappear and come out openly. Join the organized forces of law and police.
Won't you realize, Margot, that my entire usefulness to the organized forces of law and police lies in my remaining outside those forces, in remaining always the Shadow. Would they approve my methods? Would they believe in my science?
You would make them believe. You could make them approve.
And in doing so, reveal my secrets, my knowledge. Reveal them and eventually let them fall into the hands of organized crime. No, Margot. No one must ever know. No one but you. Why do you think I've devoted countless hours to investigating electrical and chemical phenomena? Why do you think I went to India, to Egypt, to China? What do you think I studied in London, Paris, and Vienna? Except to learn the old mysteries that modern science has not yet rediscovered. The natural magic modern psychology is beginning to understand, and, well, magic that wouldn't seem so natural. I studied and learned for a purpose, my dear.
All right, Lamont, I realize all that. But now the entire underworld has but one objective: to erase the Shadow. And to me, that means...
Until they know what the Shadow is,
and who he is. What can they do? Stop and think how many criminals are either dead or in prison because of our activities. Why, even now, tonight, as we sit quietly here, somewhere, an innocent human being may be in desperate trouble. Somewhere, perhaps, there is a problem that can never be solved, except by the shadow.
What did the doctor say, Grace?
It was good news and bad, too, I'm afraid, dear.
Well, whatever it was, dear, tell me.
Well, he said the baby could be perfectly well again within a year.
Oh, thank God for that. Poor kid. She's had a tough time. Well, what else?
Well, this part isn't so good, Paul. She'll need treatments during all that time. Paul, treatments cost money.
I know. Well, we'll have to manage somehow. You didn't do a very good job marrying me, dear.
Darling.
If I could only get a job. I've got my health and I've got brains. But no one seems to want them.
Oh, they will, dear. They've got to.
You're right about that. We're just about down to rock bottom. I've raised every cent I can on the house and car. There isn't anything left.
You and I are still left, Paul. And we've got to take care of Sally. She's our daughter, Paul, and she's got to have her chance.
She's going to have it. Somehow. Tomorrow I'll start out and take anything I can get.
Darling, perhaps tomorrow things will break for us.
Yes. If only they don't break the wrong way.
No more beds. Okay.
Over here.
Take these two
How about some
over.
Excuse me, but are you the boss here?
That's right.
I'm looking for a job.
Nothing doing, buddy.
I'll do anything. Wait on table, wash dishes, anything at all.
I don't need any more help.
Well, how about delivering things? I've got a car.
Nope, I don't deliver nothing. Sorry, don't need you.
I see. All right. Thanks.
Hey, you.
What? You calling to me?
Yeah, sit down. Have a beer.
No, thanks. I don't drink.
Anyhow, sit down. Meet a friend of mine named Lefty. My name's Red. Look at my hair and you'll know why.
Well, I'm glad to meet you both. Gordon's my name, Paul Gordon. Well, do you want to talk to me about something?
We might be able to help you out. Sounds like you're looking for a job.
You bet I am. I need one. You know anybody that could use me?
Maybe. We don't know you yet.
So far as that goes, I don't know you either.
See, Red, the guy's smart.
Yeah, maybe too smart.
Now, look here, Mr. Gordon. We need a car, and we need somebody to drive it for us. You understand?
Well, I've got a car, and I can drive.
Is it a good car? Has it got speed?
I'll guarantee you up to 80.
That's not bad. It's not bad. Now, listen, kid. How about meeting us tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock?
All right. Where?
Well, let's see. We're going to... I got it. Right in front of the Uptown Bank. We got to go there first to cash a check.
Well, how about $5 a day?
That's so. But you remember, be there at 9 o'clock or you don't get no job.
Don't worry, I'll be there. I'll be there at 8 o'clock.
Hey, buddy, you can't keep this car in front of the bank all day. I just see that sign, no parking.
I'm not parking, officer. I'm waiting for a couple of men. I'm working for them.
Oh. Hey, what's that?
Sounds like shots in the bank.
Hey, stop there, you. You got him, Lefty. Here he is with the car.
Come on, you start that bus door. Step on it, fella. Hey, buddy, you can't do that. Go on, I will shoot.
Let him have it, Red. Hold him off. I'll hold him. Wish they'd never have shot that cop. Can't you get no more speed out of this car, fella?
She's doing all she can.
Shoot at the tires, Red.
Missed him.
Try the windshield.
Say, let me out of this. Take the car. Don't think I'm in with you.
That's just what we're figuring on. Now, here comes a curve. After you make that stop, get ready, Red.
I'm ready. I'm just leaving the evidence.
Put it under the seat cushion.
Right. Okay, goodbye, Gordon. Thanks for the...
Hey, wait, you guys. Don't leave me like this. They'll think I did it. Hey, come on back, will you? Look out!
Up with their hands. Come on, get them up.
All right, officer. I haven't got a gun. I wasn't in this. They made me drive the car.
Yeah, keep your hands up just the same.
Fill the car, Charlie.
Okay, Sarge.
Now, fella, you might as well come clean on this.
I haven't done anything. I tell you, I'm innocent. Hey, Sarge, I got it. Under the rear seat cushion. A bag full of bills and a gun.
That's the gun that bumped off my buddy Louis. And you say you're innocent.
Yes, I am.
Well, it'll take more than saying so to keep you out of the electric chair.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Paul Gordon, the jury have found you guilty of robbery under arms and statutory murder. You have been shown to have had both motive and opportunity. The prosecution has piled up a mass of incontrovertible evidence, and I myself have no doubt of your guilt. Therefore, in accordance with the law, I direct that you be taken from here to the place from whence you came, and that there you be put to death in the manner stated by the law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Hey, who's that? Where's that man?
Who laughed? Bring that person before the cops.
Well, I don't know where he is, Your Honor.
The laugh came from over there, in that corner.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, but there's no one in that corner. Only a shadow.
Go to sleep, dear. Mother'll be right here in the next room.
Oh, God. Please help me. Help me. I don't know what to do.
Yes? Who is it?
My name is Margot Lane. I have a message for you, Mrs. Gordon.
You're not a reporter, are you?
No, I'm a friend. I've come to help.
Oh, then please come in. What is it you want, Miss Lane?
Mrs. Gordon, your husband has a friend who's going to help him. Here's $1,000 in cash.
What?
That's for you and Sally.
1,000? Who was it sent this to me?
Well, that I can't tell you. But the message with it is not to lose hope.
Oh, but there is hope for Paul, then.
The man who sent this to you never fails.
Who is he?
Well, that I can't tell you.
But, Miss Lane, you know him.
Sometimes I wonder whether I do. I love him. But I wonder whether I know him.
What do you mean?
It's hard to tell whether I really know the man or only his shadow.
Well, Lefty, tonight the fall guy goes to the chair.
That's what he gets for being a sucker.
Yeah, there's not a clue that even points our way.
Not even a print. We had gloves on all the time.
You had yours off for a minute when you were sitting next to him.
Yeah, but I didn't touch the wheel.
Then we ain't left a clue.
You think so?
Who said that? You, Lefty?
No, I thought it was you.
It was I. You cannot see me.
Who are you?
And where are you?
I am here in the room, in the shadow. You have pinned your crime on an innocent man. He shall not suffer, but you will.
I don't know who you are, where you are, but you're bluffing anyway. You got no evidence. We didn't leave a clue.
You did leave a clue. A clue that will send you to the chair.
Where was it? Where was it? You're lying.
Wouldn't you like to believe that? Keep thinking about it. Keep thinking about the clue that you forgot. Margot Lane. Paul Gordon is in the death house and is to die in the chair tonight. I am going to him now. We can still save him. Stand by for orders.
In a few moments, we will return to the shadow. But before we do, let me stress this one fact. For home heating, anthracite is best. And America's finest anthracite is blue coal. Anthracite is the healthful fuel. It gives steady, uniform heat that helps prevent colds and cuts down doctor's bills. For with anthracite, there is no quick chilling of the house, such as you get with fuels of the on and off type, or with quick burning fuels that flare up and burn out. Bear in mind that heating plants in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. So before that cold snap catches you unaware, call your local blue coal dealer. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified directory under the words Blue Coal. Call him tomorrow and order a supply of America's finest anthracite.
Gordon, have you got any word from the governor? I'm sorry, Gordon. The governor refuses to take any action. Then I've got to go. Tonight? At 11 o'clock. What time is it now? Almost 10. Is there anything I can do for you? No. Thank you, Gordon. Very well. These guards will move you to another cell. I'll be back in a little while.
Ready, Gordon?
Yes, guard.
I'm just going to move you to another cell.
What does it matter?
The one you're going to is nearer.
Nearer to the chair, is that it? All right. Let's go.
All right, Gordon. Walk to the left.
You'll be right here behind you.
Unlock the door into this preparation chamber, Pete.
Okay. Just a second.
All right. Go on through, Gordon. Watch him, Pete. I'll shut the door.
What's the use of all this trouble? What chance have I got now?
I'm afraid you haven't got much, fella.
I wouldn't say that.
What do you mean?
Holy smokes. Look behind you.
Where?
There. Oh, not too bad. I hated to do that, but there wasn't any other way, and he'll only be out for a while. Now, Gordon, listen to me.
Hey, where are you? I can't see you anymore. Where have you gone?
Back into the shadow. Now, Gordon, we haven't much time. Listen to me. No crime is perfect. There's always somewhere a loose end. The only reason that all crimes aren't solved is because there's some one fact that someone knows and doesn't tell. And sometimes they don't tell because they don't know that they know.
I told everything I know in court. They wouldn't believe me then.
Because you couldn't prove what you said. We are going after the proof now. You and I.
How?
I'm going to think with your mind.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't try to understand. Just do as I tell you. I want you to concentrate, Gordon. Fix your mind on everything that happened that day. Make mental pictures. I'll see what you see.
I'll try.
No, Gordon. Stop thinking about your wife and baby.
How did you know I was thinking about that?
I saw it in your mind. I see in my mind the pictures you create in yours.
Oh, like television?
Yes, or like mental telepathy or mind reading, hypnotism, whatever you choose. There's no time to talk. Stop talking. Think.
I will. I'm thinking now.
The picture is getting clearer. That's better. Go on. The restaurant? The bar? Gordon, stop thinking about the electric chair. It blurs the picture.
I'll try.
That's better. The car in front of the bank. Yes, I see it. The policeman. The crowd. Yes. Wait a minute. The small man with red hair. He was the one you called Red.
Yes.
I see him. Crooked nose, short, glasses. I know that man. He's Red Sloan.
It's hard to see.
I know. Think for your life. Try hard. Yes, you started the car. The other, Lefty, was in front with you. Lefty. See him for me, Gordon. Ah, yes. A scar on his left cheek. Why didn't you mention that in court?
I forgot.
Never mind. Concentrate. Yes. Lefty couldn't keep you covered with a gun and look back at the same time. What did he do?
He reached up and twisted the rear view mirror.
Now we've got it. That's the loose end. That's where his thumbprint will be. Gordon, now I can save you. You've told the truth. You didn't know you knew.
Red, you're a fool for coming in here again. This is the place we picked up that kid that's burning tonight. What'd you want to come in here for?
This is as good a place as any, ain't it?
Hey, telephone for you, Lefty.
Telephone?
Yeah, maybe you never heard of it, but it's a great invention.
But nobody knows I'm here.
Well, somebody knows because they're waiting on the phone for you. It's over there on the wall.
Okay.
Don't be too long, Lefty.
Hello? Hey, what are you laughing at? Who is this?
Lefty, did you ever hear of the Shadow?
Yeah. Say, what is this?
Too bad about young Gordon, isn't it, Lefty?
What do you know about that?
The Shadow knows.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want justice. Justice for Paul Gordon, Lefty. And I'm going to get it.
But you ain't got no evidence.
No. Perhaps there are some fingerprints, Lefty.
Oh, no. We had gloves on. There couldn't be no fingerprints.
Did you have gloves on all the time?
Yeah, sure. I did.
You're left-handed. Now listen carefully, Lefty. When you were sitting in the front seat of Gordon's car, your gun was in your left hand. Remember?
Say, you ain't nobody, are you? It's just... Say... How do you know?
What did you do with your right hand?
My right hand?
You took off your right glove, didn't you?
No, I didn't. No. Gosh, I'm going nuts.
And you couldn't see the car that was chasing you because the angle of the rear view mirror was adjusted for the driver and you weren't driving, so... Do you remember what you did?
No, I didn't take it off.
Are you sure you didn't reach up with your bare right hand and turn that rear view mirror? Are you sure, Lefty?
No, I didn't. Maybe I did that.
If the police find that fingerprint, you'll burn, Lefty. Just the way young Gordon's going to burn tonight. Goodbye, Lefty.
Hey, wait a minute. He hung up. No. I won't burn. Hey, Red!
You certainly jabbed long enough. Say, who was the guy?
Never mind that. Where's that car of Gordon's now?
In his garage. I guess I heard his wife.
Listen.
What?
I got a hunch. There's some fingerprints of mine in that car. Red, we gotta wipe them off of there, or maybe we'll burn in that chair, too.
Come on, let's go.
But, Commissioner...
I'm sorry, Miss Lane, but I don't see what we can do.
But I tell you, Paul Gordon is innocent. The men who committed the crime are free.
Where did you get this information?
Oh, that I can't tell you.
Miss Lane, Paul Gordon was convicted of murder by due processes of law. Tonight he pays for his crime in the electric chair. If the police listened to every crank who came in here claiming new evidence...
But they can't send an innocent man to the chair. They can't do it.
No, but they can send a guilty man. And according to the evidence, Paul Gordon is guilty.
Commissioner, suppose that afterwards, when it's too late, they discover that Paul Gordon wasn't guilty after all. And suppose I testify that the police refused to listen.
Well, what do you want me to do? If it's within reason, I'll do that.
I want you to send some men to that garage. I want you to catch the guilty men and see that justice is done.
I'm frightened. Brace up, Gordon. It won't be long.
Take your chin up, buddy. My turn next. So long, fella. Good luck. Goodbye, kid.
Where is he? He promised to save me. Who, son? I don't know. It was a voice. Just a voice. He said he'd stand by. Now, steady, old man. Don't lose your nerve, Gordon. Open it up, men. No, I won't go in there. I didn't do it. I didn't kill him. I didn't, I tell you. He said he'd stand by. He won't wait. Only a few minutes more. Just a few minutes. Don't take me in there yet. Now, wait, please, please. He said, please wait. Easy, Gordon. I'm sorry. If I go in that door, I'm gone. It'll be too late then. Take him in, men. No, wait. Oh, where are you? Where's that voice? Where did he go? Please come back. Warden! Wait a minute, men. Well, what is it?
Warden, wait. The governor's on the phone. He says stop. Hold up everything.
What'd the governor say?
He wants to talk to you on the phone, Warden. He says don't electrocute this man. They've got the other two guys in Gordon's garage trying to rub out some fingerprints. One of them was shot and died. But before he died, he spilled it all. This fellow didn't do it. It was a frame-up.
Oh, thank God he got me in time. Gordon! Did you hear that?
Yes. Yes, I heard it. That voice said he would. I'm free. You're not going to electrocute me, Warden. You're not.
No, Gordon. The governor saved you.
Governor? No, it wasn't the governor. It was somebody else. Or something else.
But what do you mean, Gordon? Who saved you?
I don't know. It was a voice. Just a voice. I never really saw him. He was only a shadow.
Before another adventure with the Shadow draws to a close, John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, would like to say a few words. Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. If you're interested in having a more comfortable home this winter, be sure to call your local Blue Coal dealer. For he's more than a fuel dealer. He's an authority on modern home heating. You see, for more than 6 years, I've trained servicemen for these Blue Coal dealers. These men, known as John Barclay servicemen, have added thousands of families like yours to enjoy a greater degree of comfort and to save heating dollars, too. I'm going to read part of a letter typical of many received from satisfied customers using Blue Coal and John Barclay service. I quote in part. The service rendered by your John Barclay servicemen has been invaluable to me. We were burning a ton of coal a week and having great difficulty in keeping our fire going throughout the night. Your serviceman made me many helpful suggestions regarding the proper way to regulate the furnace and recommended the use of Blue Coal. We not only reduced the amount of fuel consumed to 1/2, but actually got more heat. Think of that, friends. In this case, a family cut their fuel bill in half simply by following the advice of a John Barclay serviceman, whose services were given without charge. Now, you don't have to buy Blue Coal to benefit from John. If you have any heating problems, consult the Blue Coal dealer. He'll be very glad to place his John Barclay serviceman at your disposal to solve your problems. I thank you.
The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. Real names are never used in these Shadow stories.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week at this same time, the Shadow
Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the man of mystery who strikes terror into the hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Friends, if you haven't yet tried Blue Coal, by all means order your first ton tomorrow. You'll like this excellent Pennsylvania hard coal. It's America's finest anthracite and can be depended upon to keep your home comfortable and healthfully warm all winter long. But be sure you get this finest anthracite. Ask for it by name. Ask for Blue Coal, the coal that is colored a harmless blue at the mines for your protection. Is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago, in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Tonight's episode, Murder by the Dead.
The court will come to order. The court will come to order.
The prisoner will stand. Peter Swift, you've been found guilty of willful and deliberate murder after a fair and impartial trial. Have you anything to say before sentence is pronounced upon you?
Yeah. I got something to say.
Very well, be brief.
Oh, I'll be brief, all right. You think you're going to kill me, but you ain't. I'll get you. Yes, you up on the bench there, and I'll get that district attorney, too. And just for good luck, I'll get the foreman of that crooked jury that railroaded me. Do you understand?
Perfectly. Your threats against the district attorney and the foreman of the jury will, I am sure, go as unnoticed as your threat against myself. Peter Swift, I hereby sentence you to be taken from here to the place from whence you came, and that there you be executed in the manner provided by the law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
You will hang me, will you, you old fool? I'll get you, all three. And if I can't get you living, I'll get you dead.
Take him away.
Good to have you back in America again.
Oh, Margot, I cabled you that I was coming at once, just as soon as I got that frantic message from you. What's it all about?
Lamont, the district attorney Stowe was murdered last week.
Yes, I know. I saw it in the papers.
I cabled you because I was afraid.
Afraid? You? What's the matter? Spooks?
Well, I'm trying to believe it isn't.
Oh, darling, you're talking nonsense.
I only hope I am. Lamont, it was District Attorney Stowe who prosecuted that murder of Peter Swift 6 months ago.
Yes, I remember the chap who threatened to come back and get Stowe and Judge Clive and the foreman of the jury.
You haven't forgotten who the foreman of the jury was, have you?
Oh, by George. It was your father, wasn't it, Margot? Your father is the third on the list to die.
Now do you understand?
Oh, but my dearest girl, you surely don't intend to suggest that... But I mean, Peter Swift was hanged.
All I know is that 3 men were threatened, and one of them is dead.
A coincidence, of course.
Well, perhaps. But I know you'll think I'm a fool, Lamont, but... And I don't know how, but perhaps Peter Swift has come back.
Peter Swift was executed. Hanging is usually a bad thing. But there is something in what you say. I wonder now. So we're asked to believe that Peter Swift has come back from a land of shades to kill 3 men.
3 were threatened. 1 is dead, murdered.
The killer must be then a ghost, a shade. Well, my dear, I suppose there's only one thing that can be opposed to a shade.
And that is?
A shadow. My dear Margot, a shadow.
Will there be anything else, Judge Clyde?
No, that's all, Taylor. You might as well go to bed. I've got some work to do here in the library. They keep me up for quite a while.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Let's go. I wish I could forget you. What's that? What's that? Who opened that window? You!
Oh, yes. You see me, Judge?
Peter Swift? But this is impossible.
Oh, the dead has come back to keep my promise.
You're mad. Or I am.
Ghosts have never had your honor.
Ghosts?
But I can't be. Don't say no. Would you? That's two of them. One more to go.
Cardona, you got that Clive housekeeper outside?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'll shoot her in. I'll get to the bottom of Judge Clive's murder if it's the last thing I ever do.
Come in, Taylor. Commissioner Wilson wants to talk to you.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
I want to check your story. You told Sergeant Riley you left Judge Clive in his library about 11 o'clock?
If that's right, sir.
Then what did you do?
I locked the front door, and then I started to go up to bed.
Go on.
As I was passing the library door, I heard voices inside. So I listened. You see, I had let no one in, because I was surprised.
Don't apologize. What did you hear?
I heard a hushed voice. And then there were 2 shots, and the bell jangled.
Now, you tried the door. It was locked. So you ran around outside the house to the window, which you found open, right?
That's right, sir.
What kind of a voice was it you heard?
Well, it was a kind of a hoarse, whispering voice. I couldn't make out what it said.
I see. All right, Mrs. Taylor, that'll be all to the present.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Weston.
Yeah.
You think the shadow murdered Judge Clive?
I don't know. Commissioner Weston speaking. You.
So, you recognize my voice, Commissioner. I'm flattered.
I wish I could get my hands on you.
Get your hands on a shadow. Come, Commissioner.
What do you want?
As usual, just to be helpful.
I can do without your help.
I wonder. I've got a little suggestion for you. Have you ever thought of exhuming the body of Peter Swift?
Peter Swift has been dead for 6 months. What do you want me to do? Get you a lock of his hair? Trace this coffin.
No bother. I'm walking from a booth at Union Station, and I'll be gone before you can get anyone here. No, Commissioner, I don't want a lock of Peter Swift's hair. Even if I did, I suspect you couldn't get it for me. I imagine he's still wearing it.
Yeah, maybe. In his
I
car.
wonder. District Attorney Stowe and Judge Clive have been murdered. There's only Mr. Lane left.
I don't believe in ghosts.
No. But you believe in shadow, don't you?
Hello.
What was that all about?
Cardona, get an order for the exhumation of Peter Swift's body.
Marley, stand by for orders. The police are on the right track, but they may be too late. Go to the Warden State Prison. Pose as a newspaper reporter. Find out what disposition was made of Peter Swift's body following his execution. Hurry. Every second counts.
Sure.
They planted him deep, didn't they, Commissioner?
I don't want any cracks on it. Well, haven't they gotten down to that coffin yet?
How you coming, boys?
Just hit the coffin, sir. We'll have it out soon then.
Well, snap into it and get the ropes on. I don't care much about this contract. The digging of murderers in the middle of the night isn't my style.
I'll take charge, sir.
I know, Mike. But this is more or less of a personal matter between myself and that fiend who calls himself the Shadow. Get on those ropes.
All right, boys. Pull those ropes.
All right, hold that rope short. We don't want it slipping back on us. Now pull.
Here she comes, sir.
All right. Get busy with those screwdrivers and get the lid off.
It's just nailed on, Commissioner.
Then pry it off.
That does it.
She's open, Commissioner.
Well, let me look. Now we'll know. What's this?
Looks to me like bricks. The coffin's filled with bricks.
But where's the body? Where's Peter Swift?
Ask the Shadow. Shadow alone.
While we're waiting for the Shadow, I want to pass on a bit of advice of particular interest to all homeowners. If you're anxious to cut down your doctor's bills this winter, to keep your family free from a lot of sniffles and colds, then by all means burn anthracite or hard coal, because anthracite is the healthful fuel. It gives steady, even, helpful heat, in contrast to the flashy kind of heat you get from the on and off types of quick-burning fuels. And friend, don't forget this point. Furnaces, cook stoves, and space heaters in this section of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. And to get America's finest anthracite, ask for blue coal. Blue coal burns long and evenly, with the furnace dampers practically closed. There's no waste up the chimney. It gives economical as well as healthful heat. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest producers of Pennsylvania anthracite. It is laboratory tested at the mines for purity and for uniformity of size. If you have never tried blue coal, place a trial order tomorrow. You'll find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Oh, Lamont. Thank heavens you're back.
Well, come in, Margot.
Lamont, I was right about Peter Swift. I was right.
Yes, I know you were. I found out from another source. My darling, you're trembling. What's the matter?
Oh, I'm all right. I've just come from the prison now. I guess all that talk about bodies and executions has unnerved me a little.
Well, I'm terribly sorry I had to ask you to do it, but time is so short, and I had to be somewhere else.
Oh, I understand.
No, calm down. And tell me just what happened from the beginning.
Well, I went to see the warden, said I was a newspaper reporter, as you told me to, and asked him what happened to the bodies of executed men.
Yes?
Well, he told me if the relatives don't claim the body, it's turned over to the State Medical College.
Yes.
So I asked him about Peter Swift.
Go on.
The warden said that according to the record, Peter Swift's family called for his remains. However, he said as long as I was interested, he'd send for the guard at the south gate. He'd know all about it. Pretty soon, the guard came up from the warden's office.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, Warden?
Come in, Sloan. This is Miss Lane. She's a newspaper reporter.
Oh, pleased to meet you, miss.
She wants to ask you about the removal of bodies.
Okay, I can tell you about every stick that's left here in the past 15 years.
Well, you see, I just wanted to
Well,
ask...
the first one I ever saw was Grimes. He was strung up for murdering his mother with an axe. Well, ma'am, when they come for him, they...
Just a minute, Sloan. There's one in particular Miss Lane is interested in. Swift.
Oh, Peter Swift, huh?
That's right. Remember him?
Oh, certainly. His family was supposed to come for him, but they didn't come after all.
No?
No. A croaker named Craig came for the body in an old truck.
A croaker?
He means a doctor, Miss Lane.
Oh.
That's the rather unflattering prison term for a medico.
Oh, yeah. I reckon this croaker Craig had bought the body. Anyway, she took it away quick. He was in a great hurry, too. The skip wasn't even cold yet.
Do you know where this Dr. Cragg came from?
Sure, from the city. I got his address on the register down at the gate. You want it?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you very much, Sloan.
A doctor named Cragg, Margot? Do you have his address?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you. Now, listen, Margot, I've got to go out now.
Lamont, I'm going with you.
No, you're not. You're going home to be sure that your father doesn't leave the house until this thing is cleared up. I don't think it'll be for long, but I don't want to take chances on his safety.
But where are you going?
Shadow is going to pay a visit to a certain Dr. Cragg.
The solvent, at last. I've got it.
Dr. Cragg?
Huh? Who was that? Who spoke?
Does it matter? I'm right here at your elbow.
You lie. I'm the only person in the room.
Oh, no, you're not, Doctor. But I wouldn't turn around to find out if I were you.
Well, where's that voice coming from? I could swear there's no one else here.
Then you must be having hallucinations, mustn't you, Doctor?
I'm sane. Sane.
I'm sure you are, but you can't see me, that's all.
What do you want?
Just a favor at a price. A good price.
How much?
$20,000?
Yes, a good price. Well,
I've got a friend booked to hang on the 23rd of this month.
What's that got to do with me?
My dad. 20 grand.
Who's your friend?
His name is Louis. Three-fingered Louis.
Well, what am I supposed to do about it?
Perhaps you could keep him alive.
Oh. Why, come to me.
Not that gun, Doctor. I've got you covered.
You dirty...
You can't shoot the shadow.
Shadow? You don't mean...
Yes, I mean the shadow, Doctor. The shadow just wants a little information.
You won't get it.
Little information as to how you resuscitated Peter Swift. Brought him back from the dead, if you prefer the term.
I won't tell you.
And restored his broken neck.
I did it. I've proved I can do it. But it's my secret. I don't care if you are a shadow or the shadow. You can't have my secret. No one can have it. It's mine.
Perhaps you trade your secret for mine. My secret of blinding eyes to the objects. I can teach it to you in a few minutes. The shadow secret of invisibility.
Well, I'm not interested in your secret, some psychological touch. What's the power of making oneself invisible compared to the secret of making the dead live?
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps there is no comparison. But where can you learn that secret, Cragg? Tibet or in the African jungle?
I won't tell you. I won't tell you. It's mine.
For how long will it be yours?
For as long as I want it to be. Forever and for all eternity. Because only I know the secret, and I shall never reveal it.
No?
No. They call me a madman. They threaten to put me in an institution.
You're a mad, Cragg.
No. I am a genius.
Well, you benefited by an exceedingly rare coincidence.
No.
A coincidence might happen one time in a billion, one time in a trillion.
It is no coincidence, I tell you. It was my genius. And I shall hold my secret. I shall continue to make the dead live.
You're making Peter Swift live has caused two other men to die. To die at the hands of Peter Swift.
And what interest is that to me? I am not interested in that.
Not interested in the fact that the third man may die tonight. A man named Ross Lane.
What do I care about Ross Lane alive or dead? It is nothing to me.
Will you bring Ross Lane back to life?
Oh, I could. I can bring anyone back from the dead. I tell you, I have found the secret of life over death. I can prove it again and again. I can prove it on myself. I can die and bring myself back to life.
You are mad, Cragg.
Oh, am I mad?
Cragg.
Yeah, I'm only putting my gun on the table.
Very well, then.
I'm not afraid of you, even though I can't see you. You see?
Yes, Cragg.
And I will prove to you what I just said. I am not mad. I am a genius. I have found the secret.
Matter of fact, why did you put that fountain pen in your mouth? Oh, so that's it. Potassium cyanide in that pen, huh? And you think you'll bring yourself back to life, huh? Right, you were a fool. You were a madman. So now, as the shadow against the ghost of Peter Swift, but never the ghost of Dr. Cragg.
That you, Jenkins? Good. I'll be right out.
But Mr. Lane, sir, Miss Margot left strict instructions that she were not to go out of the house.
Oh, she did. Well, when she comes back, you tell her I went out. I'm not going to be ordered around by my own daughter as if I were a child of 3. Ridiculous. I can take care of myself. Open the car, Jenkins.
But Mr. Lane, the
danger my eye. I'm going straight to my own club. It's my own car with my own chauffeur. The club, Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Jenkins, be careful. You turn that corner on 2 wheels. Remember, I have a weak heart. Drive carefully. Jenkins, did you hear me? Jenkins, what's the matter with you? Stop the car this instant. Jenkins, Why, you're not Jenkins. Why, you're Peter Swift. I don't care who you are. Stop this car. Let me out. Let me out.
Couldn't cope by itself. Scared to death. Well, save me the trouble.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Peter Swift.
What's that?
Boss Lane is unharmed. He's only fainted. He has a weak heart.
Who is that? Where are you?
Don't tell me you didn't know that the shadow is a passenger too, Peter.
Shadow?
Yes, the shadow.
What are you going to do?
I think you'd better stop the car, Peter, and then I'll see that the proper authorities catch you again. And this time there will be no Dr. Cragg.
Yeah. Well, this time they don't get me.
No?
Shadow. I'm driving this car. And you don't dare touch me if you do.
And when they catch you, Peter, they'll take you up on that little platform and blindfold you. And then they'll put the noose around your neck. It'll be hard for them to find you. Your driving is positively reckless, Peter. I think the emergency brake is indicated.
Did you see that crash?
That truck inside there.
That car's a total wreck, man. Got 3 head-on.
Yes, you did there.
Let me in. I'm a doctor.
How about it, Doc?
The old man on the back is all right. Just his face. Shock from it.
Any other?
Well, I'm afraid the shock is out of order. Broken neck. No. This is funny.
What's that, Doc?
The chauffeur has a metal brace on his neck now. He must have broken it once before.
Well, there he is. Peter Swift. The only guy that ever died twice.
Yeah, we're giving him a swell funeral, all right. I bet there's guys from every mob in town, right in this room.
Only look natural.
Way so natural.
And cast your lamps on the reed.
Yeah, Peter liked flowers. They used to let him mow the grass and sing.
Who sent this little bunch of funny blue flowers?
Huh? Oh, them is forget-me-nots. Ain't there no card?
Guess there is at that. My gosh. Look here.
What does it say?
A shadow.
thrilling episode in the life of the Shadow comes to a close, we have an announcement that I'm sure will be of interest to everybody. Beginning today, Mr. John Barclay, our blue coal heating expert, will give a series of practical talks on the subject of automatic heating. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. Today, more than ever before, we realize the need for absolutely uniform heat in order to enjoy really healthful living conditions. However, many people are under the impression that it is necessary to spend huge sums of money and install elaborate equipment in order to have this uniform heat. In other years, that was true. But today, you can have uniform heat 24 hours a day for as little as $18.95. That's the price of a blue coal automatic heat regulator.
Is this a simple device which can be installed on any kind of heating equipment?
Oh, yes. It works equally well. Hot air, hot water, steam or vapor heating plants, even on space heaters, which you probably know of as parlor stoves. Not only is the blue coal heat regulator so inexpensive that anyone can afford one, but its operation is simplicity itself. It consists of a thermostat located right upstairs, where it's always handy, or you can have it in your living room, your dining room, your kitchen, anywhere at all. This thermostat is then installed to connected to a silent motor located in the basement near the furnace.
Is it easy to install?
Why, yes. Yes, the installation of the blue coal heat regulator is such a simple matter that it requires but an hour or two. In fact, you don't even have to let the fire in your furnace go out. And the charge for installation is very low, averaging around $5. Why not drop in to see your nearest blue coal dealer and let him tell you more about this remarkable new heat regulator? You'll find he's the outstanding heating authority in your community. And take advantage of his John Barclay trained serviceman, who is qualified to give you expert counsel on any heating problem at no charge whatever. I thank you.
The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Seed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Hear all about the Shadow. Next week, same station, same time, the Shadow returns. His latest adventure, same time, same station. Extra, extra, don't miss it, extra.
Our cast tonight has included Dwight Weist, Margot Stevenson, Polly Bear, Jackson Beck, Arnold Moss, Sidney Sloan, Trudy Warner, Arthur Anderson, Dick Osgood, John Nanovic, organist Rosa Rio, and Terry and Ken Ross on sound effects. Is there another name I should mention? And of course, Carl Weber as John Barclay. This is your announcer, Ken Roberts, who joins with the cast in extending our appreciation to the creator of the Shadow, Mr. Walter Gibson.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the man of mystery who strikes terror in the very hearts of sharpsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the Temple Bells of Levon. Friends,
Friends, if you want to be sure that the fuel you get to heat your home this winter is safe, healthy, and economical fuel, then by all means buy Blue Coal, the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. Remember, this superior quality anthracite has been colored a harmless blue at the mines so that you can recognize it at a glance. So take the guesswork out of your fuel buying. Get America's finest anthracite. Ask for Blue Coal by name. Order a supply tomorrow.
The bells, Shadow. The bells of Nita. They will reveal you.
Your third mistake, Sadi. And your last.
No, it is your mistake and your last. This is the end of your career as the Shadow.
We'll make this a large evening, a couple of hours at the Club Caliph. Does that intrigue you?
Lovely, but not too late. I have an appointment at 10 in the morning at the Women's Club. They're trying to get some action on this terrible narcotic situation.
Yes, I read about that.
Stuff's being peddled all over town. They've found school children using it, society women. Why, it's already caused a half dozen suicides.
Yes, I know. It's terrible stuff.
Oh, it needs the Shadow to get at the bottom of it.
Yes, I know, dear, but for tonight I do enjoy just being myself. Lamont Cranston, dilettante. Let's be the Shadow, only in real emergency. You know, they tell me there's a lovely Indian dancer at this new club, Caliph.
Indian dancer?
Mm-hmm. You know, there's the place just there. Club Caliph, driver.
Yes, sir.
Lamont, you are going to do something about it. You've started already.
Perhaps. Well, here we are. All right, driver. There you are.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that looked like young Jerry Gleason just going in.
Yes? I was that young man's father. I'd spank him and keep him home occasionally.
Well, son of a wealthy sire.
Yeah, let me have your coat. I'll check it with mine.
Good evening, Jerry.
Oh, hello, Miss Lane.
Your father and sister well? I haven't seen them lately.
Yes. I'm sorry, but I can't wait right now. I've got to see someone, and it's important. I'm sorry.
But Jerry...
Hello. What ails young Gleason?
I don't know. He seems awfully upset about something. He doesn't look well either. Pale and shaky.
You're right, he doesn't. Something curious about that boy. Well, let's go in.
May I show you to a table, sir?
Take this table by the dance floor, thank you.
Oh, there's someone getting up to speak. We seem to be just in time for the main attraction.
Apparently.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take pleasure in presenting the fascinating and beautiful dancer of the Far East, Sadi Bel Ada. For our first number tonight, she will give you the dance of the cobra, Sadi Bel Ada.
Look, isn't she lovely?
Yes. A real thing, too. No Hindu. It's odd, you know.
Goodness. Look, she's taking a snake out of that wicker basket.
A live cobra.
Oh, heavens.
You know, the cobra's connected with the old Indian mysticism, the most ancient of magic. See how she quiets the snake, makes it sway to the motion of her hands. It's a form of mesmerism. We've never improved on that with all our modern psychology.
I hope its fangs have been removed.
Well, they undoubtedly have. So, this is the one they call Sadi Bel Ada. Jerry Gleason with that strange look in his eyes. An epidemic of narcotic smuggling. Sadi Bel Ada.
Oh, how graceful she is. She keeps looking over here, Lamont.
Yes. It's coming this way. Well.
Souvenir for the beautiful lady, sir.
Oh, a bracelet. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, fair lady.
Ah, you know the tongue of Mother India, sir.
Only enough to make a small prayer. Only enough for that. Sadi Bel Ada.
It is good sometimes to know a small prayer.
Just in case of an emergency?
Yes. You are very wise, sir. In case you should meet someone who could destroy you, sir.
I see.
Cela. Just what did you mean by that?
I don't know exactly. Funny sort of thing. She seems to know something about me. I'm trying to recall where I've seen that face.
Look, she's stopping at the table by the door. Why, it's young Jerry Gleason. She handed him something.
Good Lord.
He's going out with her. What's the matter?
It just struck me, Margot. That boy's face. The color of his skin.
You mean drunk?
Yes. The poppy of India.
Oh, but not Jerry Gleason. Oh, that'd be too awful. And our old friend Claire Gleason, his aunt, who's tried so hard to steer him straight since his mother died, it would just about kill her.
Come, Margot.
We must do something.
We're going to. I did come here tonight with a vague idea that this Indian dancer might have some connection with the thing. With her veiled threats and Jerry's interest in her, I'm pretty sure now.
What are you going to do?
I think the Shadow will pay a call on Sadi Belada in her dressing room. I think the Shadow can strike back.
Tommy?
Sadi, can anyone overhear us here in your dressing room?
Oh, no. What do you want, Alexis?
A message from the captain.
What's it?
Tomorrow is the day. The police are getting closer. We sail tomorrow night. I beg.
I am not afraid of the police. But there is somebody else I am not sure about.
You took care of Jerry Gleason?
I gave him his medicine and sent him home.
But you bring him tomorrow night?
Do not fear, Alexis. Jerry will be with me when we sail. I have a way to let him know.
Good.
But the air blows from that window. Close it, Alexis.
Too bad we have to terminate. The grand success of Sadi Belada and the Club Kalish.
Yes.
But as the Americans say, business is business, yes.
And we still have a small business with the rich papa of Jerry Gleason.
No doubt the richest part of our business, sweet Sadi. The rich man will pay well.
Who laughs?
Where are you? Speak.
I am here, in the shadow. But I'm afraid you can't see me.
Speak. And say who you are.
Have you never heard of the shadow?
Oh, the shadow? So it is you. Have I not somewhere in the past seen your face and known your name? I think so. Did you enjoy yourself tonight?
I warn you, Sadi Belada. Leave the Gleason boy alone. The boy to whom you give the evil drug.
I have no fear of you, Shadow Side. I hold a greater power. I hold the power of the temple bells of Niban.
You command the temple bells of Naban, do you?
Yes.
Either you lie, or you desecrate a great gift.
Put your strength against mine, White Effendi, and you will see how I desecrate that gift. I can cast your little spells aside and make them nothing. I can kill you.
Kill me? The shadow, Sadi?
Yes. If you dare to come to me again, will you come?
Who could refuse such an invitation? Especially when made by so charming a lady as yourself. Yes, I will come. And be sure you don't mistake my voice when I do come. Sadi Belada.
Well, what is it, Sergeant?
Excuse me, Commissioner. Old man Gleason is outside and insists he's got to see you.
Gleason? You mean Andrew Gleason?
Sure, the big Wall Street banker, friend of the mayor. Shall I let him come in?
All this name deficiency where it doesn't do any good. I want to see you, Commissioner. All right, Mr. Gleason. What the devil is this town coming to? Well, if you'll tell me what you're getting at... My boy is what I'm getting at. He's lying home there with the worst case of delirium tremens I ever saw. Spent the night sopping up liquor in these rotten honky-tonks.
Mr. Gleason, if you think the police department's going around playing wet nurse to all the spoiled kids in this town... is this what you came to see me about, Mr. Gleason?
It certainly is.
Well, I happen to have more important things on my mind right now.
Then you better get this on your mind. Because if you don't, I'll see to it that there's somebody here who does. And I can do it. Good day to you.
Well, seems like this was a busy day, sir. What with drunken college boys and millionaires.
This is another of those... Commissioner Weston speaking.
Why,
Don't lose your patience, Commissioner. The Shadow has information that may help you. Young Jerry Gleason is becoming a drug addict.
What?
Yes. A victim of this flood of drugs being peddled on our streets. It might cost you your job. Are you interested, Commissioner?
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the Shadow to return, I want to relay a bit of information I'm sure homeowners here in the New England states will find particularly interesting. When buying your winter supply of fuel, bear this in mind. Anthracite coal is unequaled for home use. It is not a flashy fuel that burns furiously for a little while, then dies down completely. On the contrary, folks, anthracite burns slowly, steadily, evenly all day long, and so enables you to maintain an even, healthful room temperature. That's why anthracite is called the solid fuel for solid comfort. And friends, remember this. Furnaces, cook stoves, and space heaters in this section of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. So, insist on anthracite, but get the best. Order Blue Coal. It's America's finest. Blue Coal is mined by the Glen Alden Company, the world's largest producers of Pennsylvania anthracite. To guarantee you the greatest heating satisfaction at the lowest cost, Blue Coal is laboratory tested for purity and uniformity of size. So you see, friends, there's no need to take chances on unknown fuels. Order Blue Coal today. You will find the name of your nearest Blue Coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Margot?
Yes. As though they came out of nowhere.
The temple bells of Niban. Listen. 3 soft notes will strike, and then the spell will be broken.
They're gone. But how, Lamont? Here we sit in your apartment listening to weird temple bells. Where did they come from? How did you do it?
Not technical, Margot, dear. Others have learned its secret. Its secret based on the phenomenon of telepathy combined with the old science of the yoga. The same magic which gives voice to a shadow.
It's a very awe-inspiring demonstration.
If there should be someone who could command the temple bells of Naban,
the shadow would cease to be a shadow.
You mean they could see?
Yes. At the last stroke of the bell, I would be only what I am. Lamont Cranston. My magic invisibility, so to speak, dispelled by this greater power.
And you think there is someone with this power?
I'm not sure. Years ago, in India, a yogi priest, keeper of the Temple of the Cobras at Delhi, taught me the ancient mysteries. He taught me the mesmeric trick that the underworld calls invisibility. There was a small girl, his niece, who used to sit and listen, staring up at us with her round, dark eyes. She was very clever. Clever. I've often wondered what became of her.
The Cobras. You don't know the Indian dancer at the club camp?
I'm not sure, Margot. I'm not sure.
Oh, but this worries me, Lamont. Aren't you going into dangers too big for you?
Don't worry about me, Margot. Worry about the boy and all other poor, miserable wretches in the toils of this awful drug traffic. He's young, decent, safe.
Yes, his father made him go to bed. They thought he'd been drinking too much.
Well, guess it's time I got busy.
Have you found out anything else?
One or two things. In Sadi Belada's dressing room, I found a note signed by Captain Marlin of the freighter Albore Castle. I think there's some connection there. I'm going to find out. First, though, I'm going to the zoo.
The zoo?
Yes. Yes, I want to borrow a decorative little reptile from my friend the curator. He's usually very obliging. Open that door.
Look. Hanging from the door now.
Snake.
Don't touch it.
It's all right. It's a dead one. There's a note with it. So, she's not bluffing. She does know who I am.
Oh, Lamont, I'm frightened for you. What does it say?
It says, dead cobras are better playthings than live ones. Was I mistaken?
And it's got a bell. Oh, Lamont.
Margot, it's a challenge.
But the bell. The bells of Niban. Oh, I'm afraid the shadow this time will get beyond his gate.
We shall see, Margot. We shall see who is stronger. Sadi and the bells of Niban, or the shadow and the snake.
I'll show them. They think they can keep me a prisoner in my own house, putting me to bed as if I was some half-grown kid. What's that?
Jerry, you hear me?
Is it you, Sadi?
Yes. My voice in your thoughts. Listen, Jerry. Come to me at the dock where we met before. Your medicine is waiting.
Yes.
Go aboard the ship I told you about. The Albora Castle. You and I, Jerry.
Yes.
I am waiting, Jerry.
But they've locked me in.
Go through the window, Jerry. Come now.
Yes, Sadi. The window.
Margot Lane, stand by for orders. Jerry Gleason has escaped from his house, but I have followed him to the waterfront, and I know where he's going. Get word to Commissioner Weston. Time is short. I accept Sadi's challenge. Send harbor police to the freighter Albora Castle, which lies in the harbor just off Bay Ridge shore, ready to sail. Hurry, Margot.
Depressing here in this cabin, Sadie Bell.
Ain't it? Why do you tremble so, Annette?
I wish we were far at sea on our way to Rio.
Oh, be patient. There are some notes was delivered to Papa Gilson?
Yes. What was that?
There is nothing.
Oh, it's you, Captain. We are leaving, Captain?
Yes, we're getting on the way now. We've got the boys stowed safely below decks.
And the rest of the medicine?
We got rid of that. What was left of it. A nice clean-up for all hands, not counting this Gleason job. That'll net us another 100,000 or nothing. Well, we're fixed whichever way the dice roll.
And after that, we live like kings without a care, yes?
Not even a conscience to bother you.
What? Sadie, he has come. I was afraid. Who said that?
I did, Captain.
So you're the one with your trick ghost talk and magic, eh? I'll make a shadow out of you soon enough.
Not that way, Captain.
No? Here, lock that door, Alexis.
It is locked, Captain Malin, but the porthole.
No one can get through those, not even a shadow. Save your laugh, whoever you are. We got you. You're in this cabin somewhere, and this ship is outward bound. Laugh that off.
I think you may have made 3 mistakes, Captain. One too many.
Yes?
Yes, Captain.
But I do not make mistakes, Star.
That remains to be seen, Sadie Belada.
Then you will see. Hand me the wicker basket, Alex.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Yes, Sadie.
I call the temple bells of Niban, Captain. The shadow has the power to blind your eyes. A trick he learned in India from a yogi who was my uncle. But I have a better trick. When the last bell sounds while the sacred cobra dances, you will see the shadow only as a man. Be ready to shoot, Captain.
I'm ready.
And now, my cobra, to dance with the bells of Niban.
I wouldn't open that basket if I were you, Sadie Belada.
You watch my pretty cobra, Sab. He may find you even before the captain's bullet. You will die just as quickly.
Dead cobras are better playthings than live ones.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Make your small prayer, Sab. And now, my pretty one, begin to dance.
Be careful, Sadie Bell. The cobra moves towards you.
My own pretty cobra knows me. You hear the bells, Shadow? The temple bells of Niban?
I hear them.
When the last bell strikes, we shall see our prisoner.
And I'm waiting for that minute.
But, Sadie, the cobra.
Look out! He's going to strike.
Alexis, something! No.
Quick! Pop the basket over Alexis. Kill him! Sadie!
The shadow warned you, Sadie Belada.
You take credit for this too, do you?
No. Sadie should have known it was not her cobra in the wicker basket. It was mine.
She's dead. What's that? Who is it?
Captain Allen, the police, the border.
No, please, Captain Mullins, you do not shoot.
Stand again, Captain. I'll fix him.
Put the bracelets on both of them, Sergeant.
Right.
Dope smugglers, kidnappers, and from the looks, murderers. This time the police were too smart for you.
Oh, decidedly.
Huh? Who's that?
Thanks for coming, Commissioner. You were very helpful.
The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror in the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the Shadow's blood-curdling laugh, you can be sure that exciting entertainment will follow. And here's something else that you can be sure of. When you buy Blue Coal, you're getting the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. The harmless blue coloring that identifies Blue Coal is your guarantee of clean, even, safe, dependable heat all winter long. So don't take chances. Insist on Blue Coal. Ask for it by name. Phone your order to your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. And be sure to hold on for John Barclay's important message at the end of this program. The plot murder announced for today has been postponed. Today, the Circle of Death.
Oh, Jack, what a delightful show. What a wonderful way to start our honeymoon.
Darling, when it comes to shows and girls, I'm a swell picker. Now watch me pick a nightclub.
Oh, taxi! Hey, taxi!
Darling, I think you're wonderful. I've never had such a marvelous time in my life.
Hop in, honey.
Well, things are pretty quiet around the theater district tonight, Bill.
Yeah, pretty thin crowd.
I don't blame folks for staying away. After those 3 bombings and 15 people being blown to pieces, I wouldn't be here myself if it wasn't the commissioner's orders.
Same here. Boy, has this town got the jitters.
Commissioner Weston's hopping around like a cat on a hot stove.
I hear the Midtown Association is going to ask for his resignation if he don't catch the nut that's scattering bombs around here like confetti on New Year's Eve.
The guy that's pulling these jobs sure must have it in for a lot of people.
Yeah, he's a real screwball if you ask me. Look at the way he's always sending warnings to the newspapers before he blows another batch of pedestrians to Hades.
Yeah, and have you noticed? He always ends his notes by saying, I hate crowds.
Yeah. Well, this is the time that crazy group warned he'd set off another blast.
Maybe his watch is slow.
Things are going to pop if he pulls another job and kills any more people.
Well, maybe all the cops have him scared off.
Maybe.
Maybe not. Bill, look at that car. Blown to smithereens.
Strikes again. 5 more dead. Get your paper here, Peg. Read all about the mad maniac's latest squad.
It's horrible, Lamont, horrible.
It's senseless and insane, Margot. Crimes like this always are. Turn on the radio. It's time for a news bulletin. The switch on the dashboard.
All right, Lamont.
Back upon the inefficiency of the police department. Tonight at Midtown Hall, a meeting of businessmen of the entertainment world and property owners is in progress. Police Commissioner Weston has been asked to defend his department and produce results or resign.
That's enough, Margaret.
Washington, D.C.
Now listen carefully.
Yes, Lamont.
I want you to go to that protest meeting right over there at Midtown Hall. Commissioner Weston is speaking, and the crowd is pretty certain to heckle his explanation of the failure of his department to catch this fiend.
I'm sure of
Now,
it.
here's what I want you to do. Keep quiet and watch your chance. Then I want you to cry out that Shadow could solve this crime without half trying.
Aren't you flattering yourself?
Never mind that, Margot. I have a very definite reason for doing this. A lot depends on your getting the crowd to take up your suggestions.
I'll do my best, Lamont. But where are you going?
I won't be far away. Hand me that leather case on the floor.
Here you are. Am I permitted enough womanly curiosity to ask what's in it?
Just a little wiretapping device.
Telephone?
No, Commissioner Weston will be talking over the loudspeaker system in Midtown Hall. Don't be surprised if the Shadow interrupts his speech. Now remember, Margot, cry out at the psychological moment. Hundreds of lives depend on it.
We don't want alibis, Commissioner. We want action, Weston. Crazy man's making a fool of you, Weston.
Gentlemen, as I have explained to you, every available resource of the police department has been thrown into catching this fiend. Our bomb squads have combed the city. Every known criminal with psychopathic tendencies has been rounded up and questioned. Not one fragment of a bomb has been found. No buildings have been damaged. No one person has been singled out for death. This is not an ordinary crime. We are not dealing with an ordinary criminal.
Alibis! Alibis! We've had enough. 15 people dead. 50 injured. You talk. Talk. Business is at a standstill. We're being ruined. The whole city's in a panic. Get this below or resign, Weston. Get out. Let the mayor appoint somebody to praise and have to catch this maniac. We've already striked again. Yes.
The Shadow could solve this crime without half trying.
There's an idea. The Shadow. Yes, the Shadow, Lieutenant. He's cracked cases for you before, Weston. Why don't you call him in? He wouldn't have to do much to do a better job of it than the police have. Get the Shadow, Weston. What about it, Commissioner? You've done nothing in 2 weeks. You're late.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What makes you think this man who calls himself the Shadow is interested in law and order?
He's helped to trap plenty of criminals, hasn't he?
Yes, he's tipped us off occasionally, but it may have been to get rid of rivals. We have no assurance he isn't a criminal himself.
What of it? A thief can catch a thief.
I don't run my department that way.
You're not running it at all.
That's a matter of opinion.
You're not running it.
I was asked here to tell you what we've been doing. You seem to think my department works with the Shadow. We don't. We never have. And as for the Shadow, and you reporters can spread it all over the front pages, I've challenged him to uncover one single scrap of evidence that my men have overlooked. I challenge the Shadow to find this maniac.
Wait a minute. I am the Shadow. I accept that challenge, Commissioner Weston. I am working on the case. Gentlemen of the press, it will not be necessary for you to print the Commissioner's challenge, but you can print this challenge to the arch fiend behind this reign of terror. Print this, gentlemen. The Shadow will trap the mass killer if he dares walk through the Central Arcade during the rush hour between 5 and 6 tomorrow night. Remember, the Central Arcade between 5 and 6 tomorrow night. I dare him to come to to walk through the Central Arcade.
Boy, you here. Give me a paper.
That's 2 cents, mister.
Here's your 2 cents.
Well, thanks. Here's the paper.
No, not that one on top. People, crowds have seen it.
Well, so what? They're all the same.
No. Give me that one underneath.
Okay, the customer's always right.
Hey, you nice murder challenged by the shadow. That's your extra paper.
The Central Arcade tomorrow. So he's daring me, this shadow fellow. He knows I hate crowds, people pushing and getting in my way, voices talking and shouting. I hate them. And I'll show them. I'll show the shadow fella, too. I'll fool all of them. I'll accept his challenge. I'll be there at the Central Arcade. And the shadow fella will know I was there. The whole world will know. After I've gone. Your orders have been carried out, Commissioner Weston.
Good. There'd better not be any slip-ups.
200 patrolmen are stationed in the neighborhood of the Central Arcade. 50 picked men of the plainclothes and bomb squad will be in the crowd. If there is a crowd.
There'll be a mob after all the publicity. If I could get my hands on the shadow, I'd wring his neck for this. What time is it?
A little after 4, sir.
We better get down there pretty soon.
Yes, sir. Shall I take that call, sir?
No. I've been waiting for this. And if it's who I think it is... Hello. Listen to me, Shadow.
No, Commissioner Weston. You listen to me.
I'm listening.
Quick, Collars, trace this call. Yes, sir.
Don't bother, Commissioner. You can't trace this call. I've tapped a line. Just as I tapped the Midtown loudspeaker system last night.
So that's how you pulled that crazy stunt. You're a fool, Shadow. Don't you realize you've endangered the lives of thousands of people?
Nothing will happen if you do not interfere.
I don't take my orders from you, Shadow. You're not running the police department.
I'm not giving orders, but I need your help. Just do one thing for me, and you and not the Shadow will get the credit for the capture of the mass killer.
Oh, yes? Well, what do you want?
Just keep the crowd moving through the narrow arcade. Just keep them moving. Keep them moving. Everything depends on that.
What are you trying to do, Shadow?
To find a needle in a haystack. A man in a million.
You haven't a chance. The maniac won't come.
You overlook the fact that a dare is a powerful psychological magnet that no egotistical, crazed mind can resist. Just keep that crowd moving, Commissioner. Keep them moving.
When you start figuring ways and means to save money for Christmas gifts, fuel is probably the last thing that comes to mind. Naturally, you don't want to jeopardize the health and comfort of your family. But did you know that you can actually have better heat for less money simply by burning blue coal? Here's why. Blue coal is a rich Pennsylvania anthracite, the fuel that furnaces, space heaters, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn. And while other fuel prices are advancing, the cost of anthracite is not. No wonder thousands of homeowners are switching back to anthracite. No wonder anthracite is the fuel that is used for cooking purposes on the nation's crack passenger trains. They've tested all kinds of fuel and found that anthracite is far more economical because it burns long, steadily, evenly, with minimum drafts and less attention. Now, the cream of all Pennsylvania anthracite is blue coal. It comes from the mines of the famous Glen Alden Coal Company. It's tested and retested for purity and uniform sizing. Blue coal is prepared especially for home use, and it comes in all domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and beef. So if you want clean, even, dependable heat at lowest cost, always order blue coal. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Quit blocking the arcade. Keep moving. Well, the time's almost up, Commissioner Weston.
Yes. 2 minutes to 6. Oh, this is the longest hour I've ever spent in my life.
Can you beat it the way people have flocked here on the chance of seeing somebody else blown to bits by this maniac?
Looks like the shadow was right. The way they've been swarming through this arcade.
Yeah, and watching each other like a bunch of wild animals. You see what happened to that poor guy with the Christmas box? They nearly killed him before we got him out. All he had was a doll for his kid.
I saw it.
Well, the time's up, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank heavens.
Any orders, sir?
Just keep the men on duty till this crowd thins out. They'll be going home now.
Commissioner Weston, look.
What is it?
The maniac. He's been here. Look at this piece of paper.
Where'd you get it?
In the arcade. He must have dropped it.
Well, what's it say, Commissioner?
Tell that shadow fellow I'll kill me a lot more people at 11 o'clock tonight.
Lamont, oh, I was afraid something had happened
Something
to him.
has. I found the maniac.
Thank heavens. Have you notified the police?
Margot, this man is a fiend. If I notified the police and they bungle things, he might kill hundreds of people. This is a job that the Shadow must handle alone.
But Lamont, he's dangerous. You might fail. He might kill you.
The Shadow won't fail, Margot. But if he should, it's far better that one die than hundreds.
Oh, Lamont, please. There must be a safer way.
Perhaps, Margot, but this is the only sure way to end the career of this mass killer. Goodbye, my dear.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont.
Lively, Connors. Here comes the headquarters car.
Yeah, it's Commissioner Weston's car. He's plenty worried about this maniac threatening to kill another batch of people at 11 tonight.
Well, he'll sure have to go out of the theater area to kill him. They won't let anybody in the district here without a police permit.
Wait a minute. Here comes a guy. Hey, you. You.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Where do you think you're going?
Me? I'm going to work. That's where I'm going.
Got a permit?
Got a badge. See? Says I'm a night watchman. I got to go to work.
What do you watch? Where do you work?
I watch things in the ground. Down there.
Down where?
Down under the street. Down under the planks.
Oh, I get it, Bill. He's a night watchman down on the new subway they're building.
Yes, that's it. I go down them steps. Every night I go down them steps and watch.
Well, why did you say so? Get on with you. Get to your watching.
Thank you. Joe Tonetti is waiting for me so he can go home. Every night at 10:30, I take from him the job of watching.
Now, that's a job I wouldn't want any part of.
Me neither. I'll pound my feet on the street now.
Oh, Joey Tonetti. Joey, you can go home now. I'm here to watch.
Hey, what's the matter? You're half a big stick-back fella. You're 5 minutes late. I want to go home. Here's the keys to everything now. You watch out. You don't go to sleep.
The police don't want to let me come to work, but I show them the badge. You can go home now, Joey. I'll watch everything.
Okay. See you in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, those people. So many people always pushing me. But I'll show them. I'll fix them good. I'll kill him. That Shadow fella, I'll show him, too. Now I'm alone. All alone.
Not quite, Anton Spivak. You are not quite alone. I am with you.
Huh?
Do you hear my voice, Anton?
Sure. I always hear voices in the dark, on the street, and here under the street where I watch every night.
Yes, Anton. But you've never heard my voice before, have you?
Well, maybe. I don't think so. What's different about your voice?
It's the voice of the Shadow.
Oh, you're a pretty smart voice. How'd you find me? Where's that Shadow fella the newspapers talk about?
I am more than just a voice, Anton Spivak. I am the Shadow.
You're the Shadow?
Yes.
Where are you hiding?
I am hiding under the cloak of invisibility. You cannot see me because I have clouded your mind, so you cannot see that which is here.
How did you get down here in this subway excavation?
I followed you down the steps.
How'd you know where to find me?
I picked you out of the crowd in the Central Arcade.
How did you know I was the one?
Your eyes showed me. I knew then how much you hate crowds.
My eyes show you?
Yes. You passed close to me as I stood in the shadows.
Huh?
The arcade is narrow. You didn't see me. No one saw me. But I saw you.
How'd you find out my name?
I followed you to the place where you live. I found out you work here in the tunnels.
Then you followed me here from my home tonight?
Yes, Anton Spivak. All the way.
Good. You're a very clever Shadow. But you must go now and let me do my work. I ain't got much time. Now go quick before I get mad. You're plenty smart. I'm glad to know you, Mr. Shadow, but no, you have to go.
Yes, I'm smart. But you're smarter.
You bet.
Let me stay. I want to learn. You can teach me things. Then maybe we can work together.
You hate people, too?
Yes. I hate crowds. Let me watch you and learn.
All right. I'll let you watch.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, you just watch.
What's in this shed?
You see? Dynamite. Sticks and sticks of dynamite.
Is this what you use to kill people with?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My precious dynamite. They kill the crowds I hate, see? Now, look here. Here's a stick of dynamite already fused. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 sticks of dynamite to go with it. Now, you watch. See, Shadow, I tie them in a bundle.
But how do you take that dynamite to the place where you killed all those people? It's a block away. How do you carry it?
That's where I'm smarter than you, Mr. Shadow.
Show me.
I'll show you. Now, look, see, it's almost 11 o'clock. Now, here. You see this little hook? I hook the dynamite to it.
Then what, Anton?
Wait, you hear that car overhead on the boards?
Yes.
Well, if the light is red, it will stop right over our heads. Now listen. There, you see? The light is red. Now I take this crowbar. I go up this ladder. Come on, you come with me.
Yes, I am still here. Although you cannot see me.
Now you watch it. I pry the end of this plank back, see? And I hook the dynamite on the brake rods. I strike a match. And I light the fuse. And when the light changes, the car takes the dynamite with it. And when the dynamite explodes a block away, I'm still here. While the... Oh, no. You put out the fuse. You've tricked me.
And here is the dynamite.
No. You took it off the car. It's gone without the dynamite. And I promised I'd kill a lot of people tonight. Now I have to wait. Tomorrow the crowds will be still pushing me. Scaring me. You tricked me. That's what you did. You tricked me. Where are you, Shadow? Shadow. Come here, Shadow. Nice, Shadow. Nice, Shadow.
I'm here, Anton Spivak.
Yes, I hear you. Nice, Shadow. Come close to me.
Put down that dynamite, Anton.
No, Shadow. I light another match.
If you touch that match to the fuse, you'll die too.
But I'll kill you, and I don't care. You wouldn't let me kill people, and I don't want to live. I want to die. I want you to die too, Shadow.
Wait, Anton.
No, you blow out my match.
Yes, I have a plan. Those thousands of people, waiting up the street.
Yes?
You can kill all those people. Wouldn't that be better than just killing the two of us?
How? Tell me how.
Take your dynamite and come with me. Up the steps. Up to the street.
Oh, no. There's policemen out there. I saw them.
But they won't see you any more than you can see me.
No. They will see me.
Hypnotize them.
Huh?
Hypnotize them. Look straight at them. Stare at them. And then they won't be able to see you.
No, I'm afraid.
Think of all those people waiting to be killed. Come. Just a few more steps. I am with you. You'll be safe.
I'll try. All those people waiting to be killed. I'll try. But don't you leave me, Shadow, or I'll light the fuse.
I'm here, Anton Spivak. Look, there are the two policemen. Just stare at them hard as you pass, and they won't see you.
All right, I'll try.
Well, it's past 7, Saunders.
Looks like a false alarm this time. Hey, wait a minute. Here's that night watchman.
Yeah, what's the matter with him? What's he staring at?
Look what he's carrying.
You can't see me.
Dynamite. Grab him.
No. Take it away from me. Let me go. Hold it. No, I said no.
I got him. It's a masked killer.
No. Oh, he lied. He fooled me. He said you couldn't see me. No. Give me my dynamite. I want to kill all those people.
Hold him.
No.
Here's Commissioner Weston. We got him. We got the maniac, Chief.
Here, let me look at him.
No. He tricked me. He said you couldn't see me.
Where'd he come from?
About a subway excavation, Commissioner. He's a night watchman.
No, he tricked me. The Shadow tricked me.
Oh.
It was the Shadow. Yes, Commissioner Weston. The Shadow. I found the killer, but the glory is all yours.
Before we tell you of the Shadow's next exciting adventure, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's famous heating expert, with an important message I promised you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Friends, there are just 2 more days left in November. That means that homeowners have only 2 more days in which to phone their Blue Coal dealers and get the full details on how they may have a Blue Coal heat regulator installed in their homes for a free trial period of 2 weeks. To me, this is the most unusual offer ever made. The free use of a Blue Coal heat regulator for 2 whole weeks without any obligation on your part to buy. Believe me, friends, until you've used one of these marvelous thermostats, you don't know what real comfort is. Imagine having your home warm and cozy from morning till night without once having to make a trip down to the furnace. And that's not all. You'll find you burn far less coal with this regulator, too. But don't take my word for it. See for yourself. Phone your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. I thank you.
Friends, for your own sake, do as Mr. Barclay suggests. Phone your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and get full details of this amazing free trial offer. Prove to yourself what thousands of satisfied owners already know, that with a Blue Coal heat regulator, you get more uniform heat, more economical heat than the most expensive oil burner can give you. But don't wait. Phone your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Extra! Hear all about it! Next week, same time!
knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror in the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the Death Triangle. Ladies and gentlemen, The Shadow will be with you in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to remind you of a well-known fact. Coal-colored blue means better heat at less cost. For when you buy blue coal, you're getting the cream of all Pennsylvania anthracite. The harmless blue coloring with which blue coal is trademarked is your guarantee of clean, even, safe, dependable heat all winter long. Such heat ensures the health of your entire household. So when you order coal, specify blue coal. Ask for it by name. Phone your order to your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow.
December 22nd, 1913, by order of the authority of Devil's Island, you, Pierre Martin, are hereby sentenced to 100 days in confinement solitaire and 100 lashes in the presence of the assembled prisoners as a warning to all who would attempt to escape. Let the punishment begin.
I will find the devil who betrayed me.
1.
I will learn his name.
2.
I will kill him.
3.
I will find him. I will kill him.
4.
I will kill him.
5.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program of organ music to bring you a special news flash from our affiliated press service. New York, December 12, 1937. The Shadow has been found. Dr. James Evans, world-famous child surgeon, told reporters this afternoon that a wounded man who claimed to be the Shadow forced his way into Dr. Evans' private clinic and at the point of a gun forced him to remove a bullet. The wounded man then revealed that he was none other than that mysterious character who has waged a one-man war against crime, the Shadow. Before Dr. Evans could report the case to the police, however, the Shadow mysteriously disappeared. The famous surgeon believes the Shadow has little chance of surviving his wounds. Our organ recital now continues.
Hello? Dr. Evans speaking.
Dr. Evans, the man you claim to have operated upon was a fake. The real Shadow has not been wounded.
The Shadow? You are the Shadow?
Yes, Dr. Evans. You don't seem surprised.
I'm not. I've been hoping you'd get in touch with me. That statement I issued was false.
False? Come now, Dr. Evans. A man of your high standing in the medical world does not issue false statements without very grave reasons.
There was a very grave reason. I need your help. An old acquaintance of mine, Raymond Dubril, the financier, has received a death threat.
Have him notify the police.
No, he refuses to do that.
Then let him take the consequences. Unless... Dr. Evans, have you also received a death threat?
Yes, I have.
Before I made this call, I investigated your past, Dr. Evans.
My past is a matter of public knowledge.
You were once a political prisoner on Devil's Island. You escaped 20 years ago with 3 other men. Raymond Dubril, a banker, and Pierre Martin, a concert pianist.
Yes, but our convictions were reversed by a high court a year after we escaped.
I know it was proved that you 3 were innocent. But what about the 4th man who escaped with you? murderer.
Jacques Corbet. He was caught and sent back to Devil's Island.
After the escape, one of you betrayed him to the police.
I don't believe that.
Why else should he mark you for death?
Then you know Corbet escaped from Devil's Island a second time 6 months ago?
Yes, Dr. Evans.
Then you're interested. You'll help?
Yes, I will help. But only because your life is in danger, Doctor. The world can ill afford to lose the skill and genius that has saved the lives of countless children.
You overestimate my importance, Shadow. But will you help?
Yes. When and where does Covet's warning say he will strike first?
At Dubriel's Long Island estate tonight.
How do you know this warning came from Covet?
Dubriel received a miniature music box in the shape of a coffin in the mail this morning.
A musical coffin?
Yes. And when the lid of the coffin is raised, the music box plays a tune. A tune Dubriel, Martin, Covet, and myself whistled as a danger signal when we were planning our escape from Devil's Island.
Where is Dubriel, Dr. Evans?
At his Long Island estate. Martin is staying with him, and I am driving out there to spend the night. I had hoped you'd come and help.
I will help you, Dr. Evans. Tell Dubriel and Martin that the shadow will be there tonight.
Good afternoon, Miss Lane.
Is Mr. Cranston at home?
No, Miss Lane, he's not.
You know where I can reach him?
Well, he may be at his club.
No, I've tried there.
His office?
Yes, everywhere. Nobody's seen him all day.
Is there anything I can do?
Be sure and stay here in case he comes home. I'll call you on the phone later.
Yes, miss.
I've got to find him. I've got to. I've just got to. I've got to find Lamont. Maybe Dr. Evans knows more than he told the newspapers. His office said he might be at home. Number 33. Yes, this is it. Oh, Lamont, I knew they'd shoot you someday.
Yes, miss?
Is Dr. Evans here? I must see him.
I beg your pardon, miss, but are you another reporter?
Yes, and I must see Dr. Evans. It's important. It's a matter of life or death.
I'm sorry, miss, but Dr. Evans has nothing to say to the press. He's not at home.
But I must see him. I must find him.
I'm sorry.
That car. That's Dr. Evans' car.
Yes, miss.
Where's he going?
I'm not at liberty to say, miss.
Never mind. I'll find out myself. Taxi! Taxi!
Okay, miss. Where to?
Follow that big black limousine, the one with the green cross on the license plate.
Well, that's a doctor's car, miss. I may have to break a lot of traffic laws if it goes through red lights.
Never mind. I'll pay the fine. Don't lose sight of that car for a minute.
Okay, lady. But this is going to be one fast ride.
Driver! Yeah? Driver, slow down. That car's turning in at that estate.
What do you want me to do? Go through the gates after?
No. Stop here.
Okay.
Here's $5.
Hey, thanks, man.
I wonder if this is just a wild goose chase. Lamont couldn't be way out here, not if he's wounded, dying. That car, it sounded like... Oh, but it couldn't be. It is. It's Lamont. Lamont!
Margot, what in heaven's name are you doing here?
Oh, Lamont, then it wasn't true. You weren't shot. Dr. Evans didn't operate on you.
Oh, no, so you heard that news flash, too.
The papers are full of it. I tried to find you at the office, at home, at your club, everywhere.
I'm sorry, Margot. I should have known you'd worry, but I've had a very busy afternoon. How did you get here?
I followed Dr. Evans' car. He just drove through those gates. What's happening, Lamont? Are you trying to find out why he said he operated on the shadow? Is someone impersonating you?
No, Dr. Evans did that, knowing I'd get in touch with him. He needs my help in a very special manner.
But why? Is someone after him, threatening him?
Yes, also the owner of this estate, the banker Dubriel and Martin, the concert pianist.
And you're going to help them?
I'm interested in helping Evans. He's a great doctor and a great humanitarian. His life is in danger.
Lamont, now that I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Yes, Margot. Wait in my car. Keep your eye on the house. If you see a light go on and off twice in one of the windows, drive to the nearest payphone and notify the state police to come to the Dubriel estate.
I'll watch for the signal.
Fine.
I suppose there's no use my asking you to be careful.
No, Margot, but I'll try. I'll try to avoid really putting Dr. Evans to the trouble of removing a bullet from the shadow.
stop pounding on the table and cursing Covey.
Oh, that's all very well for you to say, Evans. Your turn hasn't come, but it will. If we three sitting here, you or me or Martin, don't get Covey when he comes here tonight, you will be the next on his list. You or Martin.
Don't concern yourself about my fate, Dubril. I am not afraid of Covey.
Oh, you'll change your mind if he manages to kill me, Martin.
I wonder what it's like to die. What do you think, Dubril? Or do you ever think of anything but your fat stomach and your money?
Gentlemen, this is no time to argue. I have something more important to tell you.
What is it, Evans? I hear you had quite an experience today. Operated on this man who calls himself the Shadow.
Yes, that's what I want to talk to you about.
Ah, there's a man, Dubril, the Shadow. He might save you from Covey.
What could he do? I've had the best private detectives in the country trying to find some trace of Covey ever since he escaped from Devil's Island again 6 months ago.
By the way, Dubril, I've always wondered who tipped off the police when Covey was hiding after he helped us escape 20 years ago.
Covey was a murderer. We were innocent men.
And also, who betrayed me, Dubril, the time I tried to escape alone the first time?
Martin, Dubril, now listen to me. A moment ago, we were talking about the Shadow. Well, he isn't dying. I didn't operate on him. I announced that, hoping the real Shadow would get in touch with me.
And did he?
Yes. And he's coming here tonight to help us.
I've always been curious to see this Shadow.
You won't see him. No man has ever seen him, but he'll be here.
Oh, Evans, for a man of intelligence, you're talking like a fool. The age of ghosts and mystic presences is...
You're wrong, Dubril, you're wrong. Because I am a doctor, I can readily accept the fact that the Shadow is a master of the powers of mental suggestion, of mass hypnosis. Recent experiments have proven conclusively that...
rubbish.
Allow me to convince him, Dr. Evans.
What was that? Who spoke then?
The Shadow, Dubril. You do not accept the theory of my power of invisibility, but perhaps you will accept the fact, for I am here.
Sit down, Dubril. You look rather pale.
If I am to help you, you will all sit down. Sit at that table there. I understand there is little time to lose. I must know the whole story, the truth, if I am to help you.
Do as the Shadow says. Sit there, Martin. And you, there, Dubril.
Well, why don't you talk back, Dubril?
Be quiet, Martin. Dr. Evans, I will help you if I can. But there is one gap in the chain of events leading up to this moment.
I'll tell you anything I know, Shadow.
Then tell me this. When and under what circumstance did Covey first threaten your lives?
It was the last day we spent in the open boat in which we escaped from Devil's Island 20 years ago. Storms had blown us off our course. Our food was gone. Our water was exhausted. Covey, the only one who knew how to navigate, was... Well, he was slowly dying from hunger and thirst. I can still remember his cry.
Water. Water. Oh, be quiet, Covey. There is no water. The cask is empty.
You're lying, Dubril. All of you. You've been drinking my share. Give me that bucket. Give me a drink of that water.
Salt water will kill him.
What does it matter, Dr. Evans? 17 days in this open boat. Nights of storm and days of blazing heat. Water. Water. I'm dying, I tell you. Dying. You're not giving me my share. You're stealing my water. Where will you be if I die? I'm the only one that knows navigation.
Be patient, Covey. It may rain tonight.
We might as well be back on Devil's Island. At least there was bread and water there.
Bread? Bread? A crust? Just a crust of bread and water. Water.
There's no bread, Covey. The last crust went 3 days ago.
You're cheating me. Killing me. You only brought me along to steer the boat. Now you're starving me to death. You don't want me to live. But I will live. I'll get you for this. I'll live to kill every one of you for this. You, Dubril. You, Martin. You, Evans.
Oh, shut him up, Evans. You're a doctor. You know what to do.
Look. Martin, Dubril, look. Seagulls. What does it matter if we have no guns? I know, but don't you see? The gulls never go far from land or a ship.
Oh, you're right, Evans.
Look to the west. It's land. Land at last. All right. There, to the southwest. You can see the sun of the mountains. We're saved. Free at last. Come here. Sit up. Look. We sighted land. There'll be food and water plenty for everybody. You tried to kill me. Starve me to death. But I'm going to live. I'm going to live until the last one of you is dead. Dead.
Yes, we present all three of us. And so you see, that's how it all began.
And now Covey is free and out to get us, Shadow.
What makes you so sure it is Covey?
Well, it couldn't be anyone else. It's Covey, all right. He sent you Breel that thing on the table.
That oblong box?
Yes, Shadow. Notice its shape. It's a miniature coffin, beautifully carved.
Covey was a woodcarver. He was always handy with a knife.
But still, it does not follow that he was the one.
Except for one thing, Shadow. When the lid of the coffin is raised, it's a music box. And that tune it's playing was a warning signal we used while planning our escape from Devil's Island.
Remember, only the four of us knew it. You, Breel, Covey, Evans, and myself.
Oh, stop it, Evans. Stop that cursed thing. Stop it, I tell you. I can't stand it.
So you have a conscience, eh, Breel? That danger refrain recalls the past, doesn't it?
Stop talking about it.
It looks as though Covey meant business, doesn't it?
Don't sit there conniving over me. You forget your turn, maybe next, maybe tonight even.
I am not forgetting anything, Dubreel.
You'd better steady yourself, Dubreel. I'll get you a drink.
Oh, never mind. Here's the decanter. I'll pour it myself. Oh, that tune. Where is it coming from? I smashed the coffin.
Good heavens, Dubreel! It's the decanter in your hands.
Oh, someone changed the decanter. Covey, he did it. He's here. He's been in his house tonight.
Dubreel, where are you going?
To my room. I don't trust anybody. I'll be safe there behind locked doors, alone. And if Covey comes, I'll be ready for
him.
Wait,
Dubreel, wait!
Let him go, Dr. Evans.
But he shouldn't be left alone. Covey may carry out his threat.
Are you sure it is, Covey?
What do you mean? It must be. It couldn't be anyone else. The coffin, the decanters are his warning.
I know. But you said the four of you knew the signal. Are you sure it isn't one of you?
Oh, of course not. I thought you said the Shadow was here to help you.
I am. But I am content to let events lead themselves to a logical conclusion.
You mean you won't use your power to save us from him?
I shall use my power at the moment it is required, Dr. Evans. Right now, for instance. Look on the table.
Huh?
There is a note where the decanter was standing.
Good heavens! Covey has been here. Listen to this, Master. You are the first. And you will die tonight, Raymond Dubreel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow will return in a moment. There are thousands of families living around snowbound Buffalo today who are as snug as a bug in a rug thanks to Blue Coal. You have read how the whole city of Buffalo has been literally snowed in. In that entire area, business practically came to a standstill for several days. But those families who laid in their supply of Blue Coal kept comfortable. The icy, biting winter blowing outdoors made no difference to them. These storms are reported to be coming eastward, so take a tip and get ready. Put in a supply of Blue Coal tomorrow. It is the most economical fuel that you can use. Furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in New England were designed to use anthracite. And Blue Coal is America's finest anthracite. Blue Coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company and is especially prepared for home use. It is available in all domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea. Every carload of Blue Coal is laboratory tested for purity and sizing before shipment from the mine. Blue Coal burns steadily and evenly, sending a full supply of heat to the living quarters of your home, even in the most severe weather. Get set for winter tomorrow by ordering Blue Coal. You will find the name of your nearest Blue Coal dealer in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Dubreel, wake up. I have come for you.
So you've come, Covey. Oh, you poor deluded fool. Do you think I'd let you kill me in my sleep? I've been awake, waiting here in the dark for you to come. A little light helps. So you've grown a beard since I saw you last, Covey. And your hair is gray.
That gun in your hand won't save you, Dubreel. If I die, I will take you with me.
Listen, Covey. I didn't steal your food in the open boat. I swear it.
Oh? You also betrayed me to the police. You told them where to find me. And I am not the only one you betrayed, am I, Dubreel? You betrayed Martin the time he tried to escape alone, didn't you, Dubreuil?
Yes, but what do you care, Corvée? He wouldn't take me with him. But I did not betray you.
Have you paid Martin for those 100 lashes and those 100 days of bread and water he got because you betrayed him?
Oh, he doesn't know. He will never know it was I.
Dubreuil, you remember how we passed the long days in that open boat, throwing knives?
Don't raise that knife, Corvée.
We got so good we seldom missed.
I'll shoot if you move.
But Martin was the best. You may shoot me, Dubreuil, but my knife won't miss.
Oh, wait a minute, Corvée. I will make a deal with you. Listen, Corvée. You're out to get Evans and Martin, too. If you throw that knife, I'll shoot you and you will never get them.
Oh, you would help me kill Evans. I know he's here in the house.
Yes. I hate Evans and Martin, too. I will help you get them.
So, you would betray Dr. Evans to save yourself, Dubreuil.
The Shadow. Corvée, don't be afraid. He's only a man. By some trick he can make himself invisible, but he's flesh and blood. Quick, lock the door. We'll deal with him first.
You won't get out.
Now, Shadow. What can you do to stop us? Speak up. I dare you to speak.
Listen where his voice comes from, Dubreuil. Then shoot quickly.
No. The shot would bring Evans and Martin. Throw your knife, Corvée.
Make him speak. I won't miss.
Speak up, Shadow. We will find you anyway. You can't get out.
I am here. In the corner.
In the far corner. Throw your knife, Corvée.
I heard it.
Oh, you missed.
But he was there.
No. Only my voice was there.
Ventriloquism. He's there in front of you, Dubreuil.
Shoot. Yes, I will shoot now. Yes, I will shoot. But not the Shadow. He came here to help us catch you, Corvée. And he has your knife. It's gone. Now, Corvée, you are helpless. And now I'll deal with you.
You treacherous snake. You fool. You think I carry only one knife? This one is for you. Oh, you devil. But I take you with me, Corvée. Dubreuil, open the door. Dubreuil.
Dubreuil is dead, Dr. Evans.
Dead? Corvé's kept his word. Where is he?
Look there, on the floor by the window.
Corvé? That Corvé?
Dubreuil tried to save his life by promising to help that man kill you.
Dubreuil? Dubreuil offered to help Corvé kill me?
Look closely, Dr. Evans. Remove the gray wig and the false beard.
Wig? Beard? It's Martin!
Yes. Martin, disguised as Corvé.
He's still alive, breathing.
Get away from me, Evans. Don't touch me. I hate you. I hate you both.
Why did you do this, Pierre? Why?
I hated Dubreuil because he betrayed me on Devil's Island. I hated you, Evans, because you have got the things that I always wanted. Success, fame, glory. It was I sent the musical coffin, the warning note. I knew you'd think it was Corvé. I've got Dubreuil, but Corvé will get you, Evans. He's after you. He will get you. He will kill you. He will...
Martin. Stop bleeding. He's dead.
Yes, Dr. Evans. He is dead. You are quite safe now.
You forget Corvé.
No, Dr. Evans. I knew, even when I phoned you today, that it was not Corvé who sent the musical coffin.
What?
I knew it was not Corvé. It had to be Martin or Dubreuil.
Why didn't you stop them?
Martin and Dubreuil were both criminals plotting to kill you. If I'd stopped them, your life would have been in danger as long as they lived, hating you always for having attained the things that life denied them.
But you forget, Shadow. Corvé may find me, succeed where Martin fails.
Never. I learned the whole history of all of you before I saw you.
Yes?
Everything, Dr. Evans. Your escape from Devil's Island after Dubreuil's betrayal of Martin that resulted in the 100 lashes, and his resolve for vengeance. And from the authorities at Devil's Island, I learned the truth about Corvé's last escape.
Yes, I see now. I see now why he hated us. But what about Corvé?
You are safe now, Dr. Evans. Safe from Corvé. The chain of logic is complete. 3 months ago, a bleached skeleton was found on a deserted beach at Trinidad. It has just been identified as the body of Corvé.
The
before we tell you of the Shadow's next exciting adventure, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's famous heating expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. While you're doing your Christmas shopping, why not get a gift for your own home? Something will not only make it a cheerier, happier place in which to live, but also make it easier to run. To my mind, the perfect gift for any home is a Blue Coal heat regulator. This marvelous thermostat provides the last word in comfort. For example, there's no running up and down stairs to open and close dampers. The Blue Coal thermostat does that tiresome job automatically. Keeps your home at just the temperature you want from morning till night. It can be attached to any kind of heating equipment. Steam, hot air, hot water, even a parlor heater. And it will give you more uniform heat, more economical heat than you can get with the most expensive oil burner. In fact, this Blue Coal heat regulator will completely modernize your present heating equipment. And yet it costs only $18.95 plus a small installation charge. You'll be amazed at the amount of fuel it saves you. So this Christmas, give your family the gift of a lifetime, a Blue Coal heat regulator. Your nearest Blue Coal dealer will be glad to give you complete information regarding it. Phone him tomorrow. Thank you, Ken Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And friends, take Mr. Barclay's good advice. Make this Christmas a memorable one by having a Blue Coal heat regulator installed in your home. You'll save at small cost time and time again in fuel consumption, and you'll make your home a happier, healthier place in which to live. So don't wait. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious, and its similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. And at this time, may we remind you to mail your Christmas presents and cards early to secure delivery before December 24th. There will be no post office service on December 25th.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Voice of Death.
Yes, Annie.
You almost finished reading your paper?
Yes, Annie.
Time to go to bed, ain't it?
Yes, Annie.
Better make sure all the windows are shut. Sounds like a real mean storm coming up.
Yes, Annie.
Sam.
Yes, Annie.
Did you hear that?
What?
You hear it? Sound just like little kittens.
Yeah. Well, I wonder where they come from.
Well, the poor things, outdoors on a night like this. Sam, will you go out and find them? Go on, will you?
No, Annie, you don't.
Just listen to them little critters. Ain't you got no heart, Sam?
Oh, all right. Where's my raincoat?
Well, here you are. I'll set up a little box for 'em by the fire.
All right. Now, stop your crying, kittens. I'm coming. Just wait.
I'll heat up a bit of milk, too. Do you see him, Sam?
No, not yet. Here, kitty. Anyhow.
Sam, what's wrong? What in the name of... Sam, what is it? Sam, what happened? Sam, blood. You're all covered with blood.
Rose. Torma.
Sam, how could kittens do... Sam. He's dead. Well, I must say, Lamont, that we picked a fine day to go visiting.
You want no secret, Margot?
I'm your man.
This whole thing is just an effect.
Huh? Effect, eh?
People always look for a mysterious atmosphere in the Louisiana bayou, so Mother Nature very obligingly provides for them.
Oh, I see. Well, I must say that sunshine wouldn't make a great deal of difference. I don't see how it could ever penetrate those moss-laden trees. Much further to go, Lamont?
I don't think so. Arthur told me the house was exactly 5 miles from that last bridge.
Why in the world would anyone want to live way off like this?
Well, the house has been in Arthur Whittington's family for many, many years, and Arthur, being a rather peculiar chap, I don't suppose it bothers him in the least.
No. Forgive me for appearing dull, but I don't get it.
Well, Margot, it's a long story. It began in college when we took a medical course together. I guess I was the only person in the whole school who really understood him.
Well, why was that?
Well, Arthur was a brilliant student, but he was also a highly sensitive lad, always imagining that people were making fun of him, laughing at him behind his back.
Was there any reason for that?
Well, yes, there was. It was his voice. He had the harshest-sounding voice I'd ever heard. It cracked, it rasped. It did everything that a voice shouldn't do.
Really?
In fact, it was his voice that made him leave medical school.
I don't follow you, Lamont.
Well, it all happened one day in class. Arthur had prepared a paper, an excellent paper that he had to read aloud to the student body.
Gentlemen, please. You may proceed, Mr. Whittington. Mr. Whittington, where are you going? Wait, why are you leaving the classroom? Well, he threw down his paper and walked right out of the room.
Oh, the poor boy.
I've never heard of him since. But we've corresponded. And then, as you know, when he learned that we were down here in Louisiana fishing, he got in touch with me and invited us out to see him.
Well, that goes a long way toward explaining his living out here so far from civilization. You know, he still must be sensitive about that horrible voice.
Yes, I'm sure he is. But remember, we mustn't do anything to call attention to it.
Oh, heavens, no, I wouldn't. Lamont, there's something right ahead on the road.
Yes, Martha, yes, I see it. Yeah. This rain on the windshield is hard to... Wait. It's some sort of a fence.
Well, it looks like we've reached the end of the line, and not a house in sight.
No. And there seems to be a sign on it. We better get out and investigate. Button up that raincoat, Margot.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah. It's getting so dark you can hardly make the sign out.
Here's your flashlight, Lamont.
Oh, thank you. There we are. Whittington Hall. Keep out.
That's a nice welcome.
Oh, I'm sure that doesn't mean that. Well, looks like we'll have to walk down this path to get to the house.
I think I can just see it through the trees. Lamont, did you hear that?
Yes. Sounds like little kittens.
Oh, the poor things out in weather like this. I'm going to find them. They seem to be under that bush. Kitty.
Margot, you'll get so climbing around in that underbrush.
Well, I'll have them, Jeff.
Margot! Margot, what in the neck? Dog, giant dog. Get down, you. Get down. Get down. Run for it, Margot. There's trouble back there. Get down, you. Get out. There. They're running away. Margot, you all right?
Yes, I guess so.
They didn't hurt you?
No, one of them ripped my coat, that's all. Lamont, I don't understand. They sounded like little kittens.
Yes, I know.
Oh, what do you make of it, Lamont?
I don't know. But one thing is certain. We're going back to the car and get my revolver.
Lamont, I've never seen such an eerie-looking house in my life. The broken shutters and the crumbled stairs. and unpainted walls. Don't tell me that this is the Whittington mansion.
I guess it is, Margot.
I wish we were back in New Orleans.
Well, if you'd rather we
Oh, no, we've come this far. Go ahead and knock at the door. I promise you, if a ghost answers, I won't be surprised.
No. Frankly, nor will I.
You going to tell Mr. Whittington about the dogs?
Of course. Why not?
Well, it may sound a bit strange in the telling. Dogs that sound like little kittens.
Well, he may know who's... What do you want? Oh, good evening. We'd like to see Mr. Whittington, please.
What is it about?
He's expecting.
There are no guests expected here tonight.
Well, if you'll say that Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston are
I
here...
tell you that Mr. Whittington is not seeing anyone tonight.
Yes, sir. What is it?
People here, Mr. Arthur.
Oh, Arthur. It's Lamont Cranston.
Lamont, come in. Come in. Jasper, you old fool. I told you we were expecting Mr. Cranston. Sorry, Mr. Arthur. Come in, sir, please. Well, Lamont, I'm glad you were able to come. It's good seeing you again.
Well, thank you, Arthur. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Miss Lane. This is Arthur Whittington, Margot.
How do you do,
How do you do, Mr. Whittington?
Well, come, take off those wet coats.
Yes, we're more or less swimming in these.
Jasper, show Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston into the living room. There's a fire there, Lamont. You can dry off.
All the comforts of home.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll go and arrange for dinner.
Oh, yes, of course.
You will come this way, please.
Thank you.
Lamont, this place is just as scary inside as it was outdoors.
Yes, I see what you mean.
There's musty walls and that worn furniture. And candles and old-fashioned lamps. I don't understand how anyone can live here.
There's something else that's more difficult to understand, Margot.
What do you mean?
That man that greeted us was Arthur Whittington. But it was not Whittington's voice.
No, Lamont. I saved this wine for special occasions. Very special occasions.
Well, we're flattered.
I suppose my mode of living is a bit mystifying to you, Miss Lane.
Mystifying?
Well, my staying here in the wilderness, in a house that's almost in ruins, living alone with just a servant.
Well, I think it might have its advantages, too.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. Some people might not understand.
I must say, though, Arthur, for a man who's roughing it, you set a highly civilized table.
Well, I'm like a Britisher in the tropics, I guess. I still like to maintain that. Master Arthur. What is it, Jasper? Why are you interrupting my meal? Master, they are loose again. What? I told you to keep that door locked. I know, but they got out. You fool. They must be someplace near. I keep hearing them. Excuse me, please, Miss Lane. Lamont, I'll be right back. Come on, Jasper. Yes.
Oh, don't mind us. Lamont, you know the worst people. What's all this about?
I'm not sure, Margot. But it could be those savage dogs.
Lamont, do you think they belong to Mr. Whittington?
Perhaps.
You know, I'm letting you in on a little secret. I wish we could leave here.
Well, why, Margot?
Well, the way Arthur Whittington acts, the way he talks, the way he looks at you. I don't know, it just sends shivers up my back.
But we can't leave now. Not until this storm is over, anyway.
Oh, I certainly wish that we'd never... Lamont, do you hear that?
Yes. That same sound. They're near the house this time.
Why should we have such beasts around here? And how did they get the voice of a cat?
That's something we'll find out when Arthur returns. I'll just go...
What was that?
It was a human voice.
It sounded like it came from someplace here in the house.
Yes.
Oh, I don't like this place, Lamont. When he comes back, I think you should ask for an explanation. I think we should know about those dogs and that mining, too.
Yes, when Arthur returns...
I have returned, Lamont.
I didn't hear you come in.
What was that about? My returning, Lamont?
Well, Arthur, both Margot and myself are very curious to learn something about two giant dogs that we encountered on our way in here.
Yes? What about them?
Well, we wondered just how it was possible that these huge animals had the vocal cords of tiny kittens.
Oh, Lamont. I shouldn't have given you that last glass of wine.
No, but it's true. I saw and heard them, too.
Oh, now come, Miss Lane. I'd say your imaginations were working overtime.
Who is that, Arthur?
What? Well, what are you talking about?
There, hear it?
That voice. Someone in this house. Arthur, we've got to...
Yes, I know. Now that you've heard him, I'll have to explain his presence.
Well, who is it? Why did he cry out like that?
Miss Lane, that was a cousin of mine, Frank Harper. He's in one of the rooms off this corridor. He's locked in that room because
Well, because he's not right mentally.
Oh.
I'm sorry you had to learn about this. Family skeletons are never very pleasant topics.
Harper. Yes, you see, my dear cousin Harper. I've gotten free of my shell at last.
Oh.
And now...
do you hear me?
No, I won't. Help me, you two. Help me. He can't keep me here like this.
Look, get back to your room.
No, let me go.
Take it easy, Arthur.
I must handle this my own way. Don't let him bring me back. Help me. Come and room with me. No.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont, that was horrible.
Yes, and it was also very revealing.
What do you mean?
The voice of that man Harper is the same one that used to belong to Arthur Whittington.
Lamont, what does all this mean?
I don't know yet, Margot. Some way, somehow, that poor creature that rushed in here has been given Whittington's voice.
Listen, the animals again.
Yes. They're part of this thing, too. This mix-up of voices.
Oh, Lamont, I wish we could leave here right now.
We can't go now, Margot. Not until we learn what's behind all this.
Lamont, what's happening up there?
And as if Harper's being beaten. Come on, Margot. We're going to that room.
What are you going to do?
I want to talk to that boy. Quietly, Margot. We must get down the hall without Whittington hearing us.
Oh, what is he doing to him?
Quiet. The room is right down here.
Are you going in there?
Not yet. Not until Whittington leaves. I want to talk to the boy alone.
Well, perhaps I'd better wait in the living room.
Well,
If Whittington wants to know where you are, I can tell him that you've gone out to the car for something.
very well, Margot.
But please, Lamont, please don't be long.
I won't. The answer to this mystery will be found very quickly by the shadow.
That'll teach you not to go running around this house. Now you stay here and be quiet, understand? Either to obey me in the future. Good night, my dear cousin.
Harper.
What was that?
I've come here to help you, Mr. Harper.
Hearing things. I'm hearing things again.
No, you're not.
Who speaks to me?
I am called the Shadow.
I see no one.
I'm standing right here beside you. But you can't see me because I've used my hypnotic power to cloud your vision.
I don't understand.
Listen to me, Harper. I'm here to help you get out. But first, I must learn something from you.
You'll help me?
Yes. But tell me, why are you here? Why has your cousin kept you locked in this room?
He's jealous of me. He always has been.
How did he get you into this house?
I came to visit. Just like that couple. I saw in the dining room tonight. But I never got out. They never will either.
Why do you say that?
He will use them just as he used me. For his devilish work.
Why was your cousin jealous of you?
My voice.
Yes? What about your voice?
I used to have the voice that Arthur has now.
I knew it. What did he do? How did he accomplish this transference?
Came to my house one night. Had dinner. I felt drowsy. I'd been drugged.
Yes, then what happened?
Well, when I came to, I was in his laboratory.
He has a laboratory here in the house?
Yes. I was strapped to a table. I fought to get loose, but it wasn't any use. Then he clamped an ether cone on my face. I passed out.
And when you came to?
When I came to, it must have been days later. I had his voice, this horrible voice of his, and he had mine.
And you've been kept prisoner here ever since?
Yes, always in this cell. In this same cell. Even the dogs get out, those savage dogs that he gave the voices of little kittens.
Oh, I see. That accounts for the dog. Well, I promise you this, Mr. Harper. You shall be free to leave this cell of yours after tonight.
Is that you, Lamont?
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Whittington.
Where is Lamont?
Well, he went out to the car for something. He should be right back.
I see. Well, perhaps you'd like me to show you your room while we're waiting.
Oh, no, thanks. That's all right. I'll wait for him.
I'd rather you'd come with me now, if you will. I have several chores to perform, and I'd just like you to know where your room is.
Very well.
Just down this hall, Miss Lane.
Thank you.
I think you'll be very interested in what I have to show you. This will be your room. Won't you step inside?
All right. Is there a light that I can... What are you doing?
I'm just making sure that no one will disturb us, Miss Lane.
Why did you lock that door?
You'll see. Now, we'll put on this lamp. There.
What's wrong? What is this place?
This is my laboratory, Miss Lane. My workshop, where I conduct my experiments.
Let me out of here and unlock that door at once.
I'm sorry, but you're staying here.
You don't let me out. I'll call for help. Lamont will hear me.
Why don't you call?
Lamont! Lamont!
Before you continue, Miss Lane, you might be interested to learn that these walls are completely soundproof.
What are you doing? Why have you got me here?
You're going to help me, Miss Lane.
Help you?
Yes. You're going to be a party to an experiment of mine. My greatest experiment.
What do you mean?
You'll learn soon enough. First, I'm afraid I must strap you to this table.
No! Don't keep away from me!
Nothing such an obstinate fool.
Don't do that!
Stop pounding on that door.
Let go of me.
You come with me now.
Oh!
On this table.
No, you can't do this.
There you are.
Let me go. Let me go.
Now, a few straps to hold you securely.
No, let me loose.
There we are.
Oh.
Now you can struggle or scream as much as you wish. I'd particularly recommend the scream. It may be your last chance to use it.
What do you mean?
This experiment of mine has to do with your voice, Miss Lane. That's my work, you know. The transference of voices.
What are you saying?
You've already heard two of my examples. The dogs with the voices of little kittens, and my cousin Frank Harper.
It is true. What Lamont thought is true.
Oh, so he guessed my secret, eh? Well, he'll never live to tell it.
I know.
You will survive, though. But you won't be able to tell it either, Miss Lane.
What are you going to do to me?
I'll show you. The answer to your question is in this box. Let me open it. There we are.
A cat.
Yes, a cat. Have you ever seen a more beautiful cat? She's pure Persian, aren't you, girl?
What has that cat got to do with me?
A great deal. And giving her your vocal cords.
No. No, you don't know what you're doing. You're mad.
Not at all. I merely have a great hatred, Miss Lane, for the entire human race. They ruined me. Their heartless cruelty blighted my entire life. But animals, you're different. Aren't you, my little pet?
No, you can't mean what you say.
But I do. The lady knows that, don't you, girl? She knows that after tonight, we'll be able to converse. Be able to tell one another all the things that we've kept stored up.
You can't do this.
And you, Miss Lane, as befits your sex, you will have the vocal cords of a cat.
No. No.
Now I think we can proceed with these.
No, keep away. Keep away.
There will be no pain. Miss Skeeter will take care of that. Are you ready?
No, please.
No, she isn't ready, Mr. Whittington.
Who is that? Who spoke?
I spoke to you.
Who are you?
I am called the Shadow. Don't try to find me. I've made myself quite invisible to your eyes.
What are you doing here? Why are you interrupting my work?
I've come to put an end to your work. I'm here to free that young woman.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm not frightened by someone I can't even see.
Put down that ether.
I'm going ahead with my work.
No.
You may not be able to see me, Mr. Whittington, but I think you'll feel this.
Why, you...
Now I'm releasing this girl, and then I'm holding you until I can get the police out here. They'll be very interested in your experiment.
You think you can keep me here, do you?
The light. Put out the light.
Now, Mr. Shadow, I am invisible too, and I'm getting out here right now.
Stop him. He's going through those things and
Come back here, Whittington.
Come and get me, Shadow.
Come on, Margot. He's not getting away.
There he is, crossing the lawn.
Evidently trying to get to our car. Look, Margot. Those two figures running after Whittington. It's the dogs, the giant dogs.
They're chasing him, Lamont. Well, they're trying to catch him.
Whittington, the car.
Oh, Lamont, you have to do something for him.
I'm doing something for you, Margot. They'll have to come on at you. Quick, back to the house.
Oh, they're coming at us, Lamont. I'll never say.
All right, you stand still, Margot. Don't move. I'll take care of them.
Now that we see that Mr. Harper's in good hands, I don't mind saying I'm certainly glad to be leaving that place, Lamont. You do know such interesting people.
Well, you can't say they're dull.
No. Did you tell the police about the dogs?
Yes.
They've destroyed them. And Whittington's body is being removed to town.
You know something, Lamont?
What?
Whenever I see an alley cat from now on, I'll think to myself, there, but for the grace of the shadow, go I.
Shadow knows.